When Bai Yu unexpectedly crossed into the world of Douluo continent, he was penniless and nearly starving on the streets. But fate quickly turned in his favor. He obtained the magical money-spraying system, a system that not only granted him unlimited wealth and innate full soul power, but also equipped him with a super Douluo as a bodyguard. From then on, Bai Yu, with his astonishing wealth and resources, made the entire Douluo continent experience the fear of being ruled by money. He set a record by purchasing Zhu Zhuqing, disguised as a female slave, and used his cash ability to buy an exquisite mattress, successfully attracting Xiao Wu, who was supposed to belong to Tang San as his wealth legend spread. Even the granddaughter of the poisoned Douluo, Zhu and the noble Silver Dragon King found it hard to resist his golden soul coin offensive, ultimately falling under the charm of his wealth. Xiao Wu was both surprised and confused when she received the golden carrot. Zhu Zhuqing sincerely admired her master's generosity. Ning Rongrong was curious about the scale of his treasury. Zhu was shocked by his purchasing power. Even Xianrenshu bent the knee for his rewards. In the end, Bai Yu sat on a throne made of countless gold soul coins, surrounded by beauties, casually uttering the classic line, "I'm not interested in money, but women, haha." Chapter 1. Starting with infinite money, spending to become stronger. "Boss, a pot of wine and a plate of fennel beans, please." Bai Yu was dressed in luxurious attire, a white base adorned with golden patterns. A fine piece of jade was fastened at his waist, making it hard for people not to reach out and touch it. "Young Master Bai, you have a new lip print on your face again." Bai Yu remained silent, only scattering gold soul coins. "Young Master Bai, you must have been fooling around again." Hearing someone teasing him, Bai Yu glared. "On what basis do you slander my innocence?" "Innocence? What innocence? I saw you order 10 courtesans to spend a good night with you." After hearing this, Bai Yu silently crossed his arms over his chest. "That's called stealing jade, stealing jade. It's not cheating. Do you understand the affairs of scholars?" Then came remarks about how gentlemen are driven by desires, both physical and emotional, causing everyone to burst into laughter, filling the tavern with a lively atmosphere. How vulgar. Absolutely no elegance. Bai Yu rolled his eyes at those who were teasing him and waved his hand. "Boss, hurry up. If you delay my mood, you'll be in trouble." Saying this, he took the lovely young woman in soft armor with flowing hair upstairs, drawing the attention of everyone. "Hey, what did I say? Young Master Bai always brings his bodyguard when he goes out. Isn't that right? The rich young master is all about fun. Who knows where he found such a ridiculously talented girl to be his bodyguard? Yeah, and she's wearing armor that shows off her figure. So stunning and charming. Shoo, last time someone gossiped about him, they might as well have grown grass on their grave. Brother, best to avoid his bad luck." "Oh, thank you for the reminder." Seated upstairs, Bai Yu raised the low-concentration grape wine, served by the boss, quietly enjoying the dance of the beauty, when he heard the discussions below and couldn't help but sigh. Damn rich kids. Damn playing so frivolously. I'm just a transmigrator with grievances to voice. Is it such a crime to have watched a little Douluo Beauty's 18 content? Why does it feel like being struck by lightning straight down to my core, making me feel utterly defeated? Fortunately, after dying, I transcended and can live again. I thought I would transmigrate as a rich young master, owning billions, enjoying a smooth life. What joy! But I ended up in Douluo continent, still in the first generation, starting off with no money, nearly starving to death. I couldn't even snatch buns from beggars, nor could I compete with wild dogs for rotten meat. Starving to the point of dizziness, skin, and bones, just a step away from ascending. But fortunately, fortune descended, and the system arrived. It's called the Supreme Money Truth System of the universe, unmatched in the world, shortened to money spraying. However, considering the system is a young lady, calling her a fool would be too much of a buzzkill. So, Bai Yu decided to address her as Sister Tongzi. After obtaining the system, Bai Yu was full of ambition. He made a vow to punch Tang San in 3 days, beat up Shrek in 5 days, conquer the Wuhuan Temple in 7 days, and invade the Divine Realm in 10 days to dominate Douluo. From then on, he would have no other business, just listen to music at brothels. Hith. The aspirations of a loser are so simple. But who knew this damn system would tempt him with money? It started off by granting him infinite wealth. Not only that, but it also established the iron rule of only spending money can enhance strength. Aside from that, there were no other options. At first, Bai Yu resolutely rejected the system. He said that as a fine young man from the 21st century, how could he remain idle, immersed in material desires, unable to extricate himself? But he couldn't resist. The system offered too much. Infinite money, innate full soul power, and a level 98 super law bodyguard. That is the lovely young girl in ambiguous soft armor standing beside him, Bai Xian. Thus, the following scene unfolded. Day 1, listening to music at the brothel. Day 2, listening to music at the brothel. Day 3, Day 4, Day 5, until the 6th day. Bai Yu, oh Bai Yu, how could you fall so low? Have you forgotten the ambitions you once set? This can't go on. On the 7th day, listening to music at the brothel, enjoying the night. Bai Xian, spread the word. Today, all expenses for everyone present will be covered by my young master Bai. Whatever they want to drink, just ask, and I'll pay the bill. But one condition, the boss must bring out the 500-year-old ginseng wine he has hidden. I want to show off. Yes, master. Bai Xian respectfully bowed to Bai Yu. She tidied her hair slightly, stepped forward, and walked to the top of the tavern. Channeling her breath, her voice booming, the wine master has said that today's expenses will be covered by him. But the premise is that the boss must bring out the hidden, invigorating wine. As soon as these words were spoken, the tavern erupted in an uproar. Everyone looked at the young man sitting at the highest table with admiration. This young master not only had big spending power, but was also generous. Wasn't this the 3rd time this month he had covered all expenses? No, the 30th time, right? You have to know, the tavern expenses are not low. A single meal easily costs over 10 gold soul coins, and drinks are extra. This tavern is large, with at least 1,000 tables and dozens of private rooms. Every time young master Bai covers the entire bill, it must cost at least hundreds of thousands of gold soul coins. TSK, TSK, TSK. He's simply the god of wealth for us drinkers and diners. Where can we find such a good person? Wow, young master Bai is so generous. I wish you blessings as vast as the East Sea, longevity as high as the South Mountain. May all your wishes come true. Boss, you might as well give up on that invigorating wine. If you want to keep it, the brothers here will tear you to pieces. The tavern owner, feeling helpless, could only force a bitter smile from the corner of his mouth, clasping his fists in laughter towards everyone. He personally went to the deepest part of the wine cellar to fetch the wine, respectfully presenting it with both hands. What else could he do? This is the god of wealth, the famous money-spending prodigy. Heaven knows how much fame he has brought to the tavern in this month, how many customers he has attracted. If he doesn't serve this gentleman well, and he doesn't come back next time, then he might as well find a piece of rope and hang himself from a crooked tree. Fortunately, Bai Yu didn't plan to get it for free. He waved his hand, generously 100,000 gold soul coins were casually rewarded. At the end, he didn't forget to directly bring up a large box radiating a golden glow. He was too lazy to count how many golden soul coins there were, and simply instructed Bai Xian to heavily scatter them into the air above the tavern. With a crackling sound, the coins rained down the stairs, smashing into various places in the tavern. Immediately, countless people rushed to grab them. Only a few high-ranking officials sat still, maintaining their status. They looked down on the crowd, scrambling for the coins with disdain, while admiring the wealthy Bai Yu. Ding! Congratulations to the master for spending 1,530,000 golden soul coins and gaining 2 levels of soul power. I hope the master continues to work hard, grow stronger, and create more brilliance. Now displaying your panel master. Bai Yu age, 6 martial soul, golden soul coin. Soul power, level 12, still a soul master without a soul ring. Soul bone, none influence, none harem, none items. Resurrection grass, transforming wardrobe, storage, soul guidance device, jade ring, various miscellaneous. Items, guardian, Bai Xian, level 98 super Douluo. Bai Yu looked at his newly added 2 levels of soul power and nodded in satisfaction. It seemed that the golden soul coins he had spent before were still too few, making it difficult to produce good items. He had obtained a pile of trivial items, with only 3 of them being useful. The jade ring, which he had bought for a hefty sum of 5 million golden soul coins. The reward he received was the resurrection grass, an extremely rare celestial herb. Legend has it that it can bring people back from the gates of hell. Terrifying indeed. As for the transforming wardrobe, it was a reward from a full house purchase, quite noteworthy. The clothes inside were naturally indecent, with everything one could imagine. Those who understood would understand. Even the ace driver Bai Yu couldn't help but gasp in surprise. This further solidified his determination to spend coins to obtain good items. But after thinking it over, he realized that today's spending might have already reached the ceiling. Where else could he spend more money? Just as Bai Yu furrowed his brows, feeling somewhat troubled, a commotion came from downstairs. Haha, gentlemen, today is our tavern's first auction. Thank you all for your support. The treasures today will surely open your eyes and delight you. The highlight of the auction is an exquisite item among exquisite items. An auction? Bai Yu raised an eyebrow. The boss didn't mention it in advance, and even added a surprise twist. Just as he thought this, the wine cup in his hand suddenly froze mid-air. The wine splashed out, spilling onto his fingers, but it made his eyes light up. Of course, an auction. Spending money here is much better than the usual tavern consumption, right? However, when he raised his eyes to look, he vaguely saw a familiar figure under the drifting black cloth. Black leather, cute cat ears, enticing cattail, a youthful face with a budding figure, and a hot and cold temperament that couldn't hide her panic. That was Zhu Zhuqing. Chapter 2. The highlight auction item, Zhu Zhuqing. Ahem, since it's an auction, let's stick to the old rule. The highest bidder wins. As long as you have money, you can take these beautiful female slaves home to serve you and enjoy familial bliss. Moreover, I must keep a secret. The highlight of this auction is indeed a top-grade item. The tavern owner personally hosted the auction, excitedly introducing it to everyone. His face showed an expression that those in the know would understand, causing the audience to burst into laughter. The atmosphere quickly filled with whistles, applause, and cheers. This left the girls locked in cages, hidden under the black cloth, looking terrified. Zhu Zhuqing, confined in a small cage, felt the increasingly intense air, and her heart couldn't help but race. The small cage tightly bound her. It was impossible to even stand up or straighten her knees. She could only hug her knees, curled up in the tiny iron cage, looking pitiful. How despicable! Were they really going to go to such extremes? No, it was even worse than that. In order to escape her sister's pursuit, she had already kept a low profile, taking back roads to flee to the Heaven Do Empire. She never expected to still be caught. But those guys didn't kill her. Instead, they sent her here to be auctioned off. Damn it! If some disgusting man bought her home to serve him every night and suffer humiliation, she might as well die directly. But unfortunately, her entire soul power was bound, and it was impossible to end her own life. A wooden stick was stuffed in her mouth, preventing her from biting her tongue. Even her arms and body were tied together, the thin ropes leaving enticing outlines. Could it be that she was really going to fall here today? She was unwilling. She hadn't yet avenged herself against that irresponsible coward. Was she really going to be bought by some fat, greedy businessman and live a dark and hopeless life from now on? Zhu Zhuqing's face was pale, her shoulders trembling slightly, her clear eyes filled with fear. If she were truly subjected to such humiliation, she couldn't think of any reason to live. Or rather, what courage she had left to keep living. Damn it, if I can really escape today, I will do everything in my power to make you pay. Daimu Bai, the coward who abandoned me and ran away. I will not let you off. And my sister, the blood-related sister, to kill or not to kill, yet still make me endure this humiliation. Zhu Zhuqing gritted her teeth, steeling herself to cover her fear, curling up her whole body. Just as she was in despair, the tavern owner had already started calling out. Everyone, please look at this auction. There are a total of 10 exquisite items. And this is the first one, the Soul Heaven Treasure Blade. This treasure blade was personally forged by a blacksmith master. The material is an extremely rare deep-sea sunken silver. It is incredibly sharp, able to cut through hair, a rare weapon for battle. With it, you can travel far and wide with more confidence. The starting price is 50,000 golden soul coins. Upon hearing that this was a blade forged by a blacksmith, made of deep-sea sunken silver, many people couldn't sit still. The patrons of the tavern were diverse, including all walks of life, among which were certainly soul masters and bodyguards who traveled far and wide. They could tell at a glance that this blade could easily break through the defenses of defensive soul sects. It was simply a rare protective artifact. With it, crossing boundaries in battle would not be impossible. Don't fight with me. I bid 60,000 golden soul coins. Ha! Do you even deserve to say that? I bid 70,000. I bid 80,000, 80,000, don't fight with me. Get lost. I bid 100,000. The atmosphere on site became quite noisy. Bai Yu, sitting at the highest table in the tavern, furrowed his brow and poured a mouthful of wine. Master, do you need me to go talk to the owner and have him give you a soundproof room? Bai Xian quickly noticed Bai Yu's unusual reaction and hurriedly approached to ask. As a maid and guardian, she should serve her master meticulously. No need. Bai Yu waved his hand, a hint of something unusual flashing in his eyes. This blade, in the eyes of others, might be a rare treasure. But in his eyes, it was just an ordinary item. First, he had a hang-up, and his strength was improving rapidly. This blade would at most serve as a transitional weapon. Second, Bai Xian by his side, was a level 98 super Douluo that if he encountered an enemy and still needed to take action himself, wouldn't that be ridiculous? However, although it is useless to me, that doesn't mean I can't participate in the bidding. Bai Yu's eyes sparkled with light. Regardless of its usefulness, I have infinite money anyway, so why not buy this treasured sword and earn a reward? 200,000. The voice was not loud, but with Bai Xian deliberately amplifying it with soul power, it steadily reached the ears of every bidder. This made them momentarily pause, lifting their heads to look at the source of the voice from the highest platform of the tavern. Looking at the youthful face of the bidding boy, people exchanged glances. 200,000? TSK, as expected of young Master Bai. Except for a few merchants from out of town who were still hesitating, all the locals tacitly gave up on bidding. Young Master Bai had been buying out everyone's orders at the tavern for an entire month. Did they not know how terrifying his financial power was? Rather than risk offending young Master Bai by continuing to bid, it was better to concede. After all, 200,000 for this treasured sword was already a bit overpriced, and even if they raised the bid, they would still be at a loss. 200,000 first time, 200,000 second time, 200,000 third time. Sold. The tavern owner slammed the hammer heavily on the table, his face blooming with a smile. As expected of the god of wealth, young Master Bai, his performance remained stable. 200,000. How much commission can I earn? The owner of the 9th floor, shook his head, forcing himself to return to the state and start the new round of auction. The second auction item is a pair of jade rui. It can be combined or separated. And this item is untouched by any processing, a gift from nature. If given to a beautiful lady as a token, it would make for a lovely story. Starting price, 80,000 gold soul coins. Although it was the first time the tavern owner hosted an auction, his language skills were evident that in just a few words, he raised the value and significance of a jade rui. This prompted many young masters to feel excited and unable to resist bidding. As usual, I'll go first. I bid 100,000 gold soul coins. Tisk, it's you again, you poor guy. I bid 120,000. Alas, 130,000. My allowance for this month is running out. 150,000. I bid 150,000 gold soul coins. Who else is in? The last young master to jump in with a bid looked around arrogantly. 150,000 gold soul coins was almost double the starting price. Such a high price made many who were financially weaker reconsider. He didn't believe anyone would dare to bid against him. But at that moment, 300,000. The familiar brevity, familiar tone, and familiar relaxation. Young Master Bai, why is he bidding again? The arrogant young master's smile instantly froze, and laughter erupted around him. Come on, you can't compete with young Master Bai. Just sit down and wait for the next round of auction. Exactly. We all know young Master Bai's capabilities. He's the one who has bought our orders countless times. Have you noticed a pattern? Young Master Bai's bids are always double the last bidder's. Wow. Now that you mention it, such a domineering bid, young Master Bai's wealth is indeed terrifying. Alas, not to mention me. Even if I brought my dad, who does big business, he would feel nervous. Several wealthy young men who figured out the pattern cast odd glances at Bai Yu. This gentleman is domineering. Bai Yu felt their gazes and simply shrugged. This jade rui indeed only serves to please others and has no significant use. But it doesn't matter. He just wanted to spend money and earn rewards in return. If he needed to charm a beauty in the future, this jade rui might come in handy. Ahem, the third auction item. The tavern owner's voice rang out again. It's getting closer, closer. Zhu Zhuqing's despair and anxiety deepen again. If she was lucky in the second half of her life, she might be a canary in a cage to be played with. If she was unlucky, she would just be tossed into the lower levels after being played out, subject to humiliation. Is this my fate? Tears streamed down her cheeks, as if welcoming the final lament of fate's judgment. The last auction item is a true treasure of youthful beauty, guaranteed to give you a different experience. Without further ado, everyone please take a look. The owner directly pulled away the black cloth covering Zhu Zhuqing, revealing the mystery inside. In an instant, whether in the elegant private rooms or the noisy stalls, chaos erupted. Chapter 3. Bidding for Zhu Zhuqing. Dare to backstab me? I can't believe this is inducing us to commit a crime. People can't. At least shouldn't. Shut up, you hypocrite. Your mouth is watering while pretending to be serious. Hee, let's not talk about it. Even if she's young, she really has substance. Even if I'm not used to it now, I could wait 2 years to enjoy. What decent person would wait 2 years? I've decided I must win this bid. No one can compete with me. I'll eat it as soon as I get home. Huh? Do you think a young masterby? Even if young masterby speaks, I won't give him any face. What are you? Fine. Let's see who has the skills. Such a delicious and exquisite treasure. Whoever has the money takes it home to enjoy. Zhu Zhuqing listened, gritting her teeth at the filthy words directed at her. She glared fiercely at those casting lewd looks her way. Her fists were tightly clenched, nails digging into her palms, drawing bright red blood. Her expression of defiance was keenly captured by the buyers, their eyes shining with excitement. Ha, did you see that? This little girl is fierce, yet she's making this expression. Does she not see the situation? Hee. You know that with such a female slave, there's no way she would understand the situation at first. Just wait until late at night for a bit of training. True, this kind of merchandise has this nature. 2 days ago, she was defiant, but after a few nights of revelry, she quickly became pliable. Boss, stop dawdling. Hurry up and place a bid. We're ready to start the auction. Older dignitaries were somewhat hesitant to bid, feeling embarrassed to do so under their own eyes, while a 6 or 7-year-old Zhu Zhuqing was the only one unrestrained. But the young masters had no such scruples. They're young and thick-skinned, especially with a gem like Zhu Zhuqing. They couldn't hold back. Moreover, Zhu Zhuqing's expression of resistance only heightened their desire to conquer. If such a fierce woman gradually fell into depravity, what a thrilling experience that would be. Hee. Bai Yu listened to the arrogant voices of the wealthy young masters, preparing to bid, and instead of getting angry, he smiled, already overjoyed. Salivate. You all just salivate. The more you salivate, the more people will bid against me, and the higher the bids will go. At that point, I can spend mountains of gold soul coins. And then, how many rewards will the system give me? I really look forward to it. Sister Tongzi, I think the final transaction price for Zhu Zhuqing might reach 1 million gold soul coins. What kind of rewards will I get, including what I've spent before? At least, it won't be lower than the transformable wardrobe, right? Maybe I could even get soul power rewards. It all depends on a master's performance. Hearing the system's mature voice, Bai Yu looked at the excited young masters with anticipation, a smile curling at the corners of his mouth. Usually, I spend lavishly, treating you well. At the critical moment, don't let me down. Of course, if I want to play the villain, I might as well take a shot at Zhu Zhuqing. Opposing me isn't bad either. After all, it's been a long time since anyone caused trouble. Bai Xian's hands are itching. Last night, she even cried to me, saying she hasn't had any fights lately. Ha. It seems that the young masters can't wait any longer. All right, I won't sell the lawsuit. The 10th auction item, the Nether Cat Girl, starting price 100,000 gold soul coins. Hiss. A gasp erupted from the audience below. That starting price is too high, isn't it? It's starting at 100,000 gold soul coins? The final prices of the first 2 auction items didn't even exceed 100,000. So black. It's really damn black. Gentlemen, don't think we are asking for too much. This girl is a rare soul master with innate level 7 soul power. If you can take her home and cultivate her from a young age, she will definitely become a soul sage. Just think about it. Having a stunning soul sage who is loyal to you, serving you day and night. What a wonderful experience. What? Many people's pupils dilated, their eyelids twitching. Innate level 7 soul power? At least a future soul sage? Hiss. Another round of gasps erupted from the audience, but this time it was mixed with countless hearts racing. Damn it, I'm all in. Even if I spend all my pocket money saved for a year, I must win her. Exactly, as long as I can make her completely submit to me. Cultivating her can help me seize the heir position and become the family head. Too small, too small. If she can give birth to a son or daughter in the future, how could her talent be poor? This is a perfect opportunity to improve the family genes. Humph. Even if young Masterby comes down today, I won't let go. 100,000. 110,000. I'll offer 120,000. Zhu Zhuqing looked at the raucous, bidding young masters, gritting her teeth in hatred. This group of guys who think with their primitive instincts only covet my body. They want me to obediently comply and bear their offspring? Dream on. As soon as I regain my soul power, I will resist to the death. Even if I can't find someone to back me up, I will sever my own meridians, never to live in humiliation while you defile me. But just as Zhu Zhuqing's eyes were filled with determination, a clear and cold voice came from the high platform. It was clearly still a bit immature, yet seemed to contain infinite charm and magnetism. It made everyone present fall silent, collectively directing their gaze toward the highest platform of the restaurant, their eyes filled with awe. 1,300,000. Bai Yu slammed his wine glass on the table and stood up to bid. For the final round of bidding, I'll personally raise the price. You all can't possibly not follow, right? The glass crashed on the table. The wine splashed. The sound was deep and powerful. Bai Xian stood beside him, scanning the surroundings with her gaze. In an instant, the venue was so quiet that one could hear a pin drop. Looking around, no one dared to bid anymore. 1,300,000, first time. 1,300,000, second time. The restaurant owner quietly surveyed the surroundings with his eyes, but to his disappointment, those young masters who had been so eager just now all wilted upon encountering the legendary young Master Bai. Their heads drooped like ostriches with their heads buried in straw. Not one dared to show their face. Oh no, this is bad. The grand finale item has slipped through our fingers. With just this little money, don't even think about taking a commission. Who knows, they might even have to compensate the consignor. But there's nothing to be done. Who told young Master Bai to be wealthy, mysterious, and surrounded by powerful guardians? We can't afford to offend him. Not to mention I can't. Those young masters can't afford to offend him either. Even their fathers wouldn't dare. Who would offend a mysterious powerhouse over a female slave used for entertainment at night? Forget it, forget it. Let's just consider it pleasing the wealthy young Master Bai, the god of wealth. I hope this god of wealth remembers our concession and comes here to drink often in the future. And Bai Yu, upon seeing the scene before him, had his expression completely frozen, his mouth twitching. Damn, I miscalculated. You dare to backstab me. What use do I have for you? Listening to the endless flattery in his ears, Bai Yu's smile froze on his face. Like lava solidifying on the ground after a volcanic eruption, with a surface full of pits, it looked quite ugly. Ahem, everyone, actually, you don't have to let me win. Why don't we bid again? Otherwise, the seller would feel so bad. Upon hearing Bai Yu's words, everyone shook their heads in unison. Haha, young Master Bai is joking. How could we dare to compete with you for the beauty you desire? Exactly. Young Master Bai treats us to drinks and meals. His kindness is as heavy as a mountain. How could a son compete with his father? Let us celebrate young Master Bai for acquiring such a beauty. What a joke. You've already stood up and slammed the table. Your guards are already on standby. Are we going to raise the price again? Looking for trouble? Bai Yu. After a brief silence, Bai Yu began to understand their thoughts. This isn't about reluctantly giving up. It's pure fear. Fear of his wealth. Fear of Bai Xian. They completely dared not participate in the bidding. If you don't bid, how am I supposed to spend money? If I don't spend a lot of money, where will the system rewards come from? Just as Bai Yu was feeling a toothache. 1,500,000. The voice came from a luxurious private room. At the entrance of the private room, there were soul master guards in armor, and there were even 2 soul sect members. The people inside were obviously either rich or noble. The atmosphere at the scene, after a moment of immersion, quickly stirred up a wave of whispers. Chapter for you can't hold it back. Let this temple down. No way. No way. Is there really someone who dares to bid against young Master Bai? Who in the entire city doesn't know that young Master Bai's identity is mysterious and his wealth is limitless? Even the son of the city lord wouldn't dare to argue with young Master Bai, right? Hey, what are you thinking? That person just now said young Master Bai is his adoptive father's brother, which means he is the son of the city lord. So that's quite a big deal. But who exactly is in that private room? This kind of scene is not simple at all. I've lived in Fatty City for so many years, and this is the first time I've seen it. This kind of spectacle is even more impressive than the city lords. Fatty City is located on the border of the Tiando Empire and the Xinglua Empire, benefiting from trade. Whether it's the high-ranking officials or the common people in the city, they are quite affluent. This can be seen from the bustling taverns. However, even among the relatively wealthy, they have never seen such a spectacle. The two statues placed in the army could serve as minor generals of the Soul sect. The gold and red carpet at the entrance is even made from the hides of thousand-year soul beasts. Who dares to be this extravagant? Aren't they afraid of going bankrupt? Of course, if this kind of spectacle was arranged by young Master Bai, they wouldn't be surprised at all. After all, it is a well-known consensus in Fatty City that young Master Bai is incredibly wealthy. It wouldn't be Prince Isenua, would it? As soon as this thought crossed someone's mind, the crowd exchanged glances. They vaguely had an answer in their hearts. Fatty City is under the jurisdiction of the Isenua Marquis. The Isenua Marquis is the one in charge here. With the commercial taxes, he has accumulated immense wealth, can afford soul sect guards, and procure soul beast fur carpets, which makes sense. Oh no, since ancient times, the common people don't fight with the officials, let alone when the other party is the son of a marquis. If young Master Bai really insists on bidding against him, he might suffer losses. Should we remind him? Shut up. If you don't want to be beheaded by Prince Isenuo, just keep your head down and don't be the one to stick it out. As for young Master Bai, HMPF, ISNT, it's just that he treated us to a few meals. What is so great about that? If you want to seek death, then do it. Once these words were spoken, the few people participating in the conversation exchanged glances, tacitly retreating. None of them wanted to be the one targeted. Moreover, they were indeed jealous of Bai Yu's wealth and the stir he had caused in the past few days. So what if he has money? So what if his identity is mysterious? Even if the forces behind him are strong, can they compare to the three major sects? If he dares to bid against Prince Isenuo, he could just wait to have his legs broken by Marquis Isenuo. 200,000. The bid from the highest platform of the tavern interrupted their gleeful thoughts. 200,000. 200,000 gold soul coins. He raised it by 50,000 directly? This young Master Bai is too rich. If it were me, I would be red-faced and my heart racing, forced to take out 200,000. That would definitely be just a safe face. Losing such a large sum of money at once would be enough to hurt these young masters. 250,000. The bidding continued, and an old servant walked out from the luxurious private room to announce the price. Bai Yu raised his head with great interest, looking towards the private room, nodding in satisfaction. Good. Finally, someone has the guts to bid against me. I can finally spend more gold soul coins and get a higher reward. Since you helped me raise the bid and allowed me to obtain a higher reward, I'll turn around and give you half of the remaining ginseng wine. It will surely invigorate you, allowing you to be vigorous all night long. Then I'll bid 300,000. One must eat bit by bit and raise the price little by little. If I open my mouth to bid directly by hundreds of thousands, wouldn't that scare the opponent away? Ahem, my lord will bid 500,000. The old servant walked out of the room to quote again. The title my lord was pronounced heavily. The atmosphere on the scene fell into silence. The presence of my lord intensified the tension in the air. This Prince Isenuo is trying to use his identity to force young Master Bai to submit. Young Master Bai can take out so much money. He must be a person of some stature, right? Knowing a capable person is a talent. He should raise the bid anymore, right? But before everyone could react, a familiar voice rang out. 1 million. Tavern owner. Various young masters. Wine-drinking friends. 1 million. This bid is truly bold. It's not that Bai Yu's bid shocked them. After all, Bai Yu, who often takes out 1 million gold soul coins to treat everyone in this high-end tavern, must have the ability to come up with 1 million gold soul coins. It's just that his bidding opponent is clearly the beloved treasure of Count Isenuo, the future heir of the Isenuo Marquis. To have the courage to bid against a prince is truly brave. Even Zhu Zhuqing couldn't help but cast a curious glance at Bai Yu. She didn't expect this guy would risk his life for his own beauty. Haven't you thought that no matter how rich you are, you can't withstand the oppression of power and the siege of military force? Going against a dignified prince of a marquis would expose your vast wealth. An innocent person has no guilt. Possessing treasure is a crime. The other party could easily use the excuse of your offense to arrest you and rob you of your fortune. You still realize the danger and are bidding just to outbid me. You're even more foolish than Bai. You are thoroughly a lustful fool who thinks with the lower half of your body. The old servant was stunned for a moment after hearing Bai Yu's bid, then hurriedly ran back to the private room. After a while, the door to the private room opened, and a young man in his 20s, dressed in a blue and white elegant robe, came out, holding a folding fan, looking quite refined. However, his knife-like eyes and the shadow in them indicated that he was definitely not a good person. When a mastermind finally stepped onto the stage, the observing crowd was completely ignited. Oh no, it really is Prince Isinuo. Young Master Bai's in trouble this time. Yes, even if he has more money. He cannot compete with the Prince of the Marquisate. No, I must send a servant to advise young Master Bai not to let his desires cloud his judgment and to not push it to the end. Otherwise, he will definitely be retaliated against. As soon as Isinuo stepped out of the private room, his gaze fell on Zhu Zhuqing, who was locked in a cage, examining her particularly alluring figure due to the ropes tightening around her. He licked his lips, his eyes filled with desire. This young man, Isinuo, looked up, following the direction the old servant pointed to, and found that the person bidding against him was actually a young boy, and he was momentarily stunned. Frowning, "It was you who bid 1 million? Yes, it's me." Bai Yu replied nonchalantly, putting down his wine glass and standing up. So young. Really doesn't teen know the heights of heaven and earth, daring to bid against a prince? Aren't you afraid that your father will get hit by a carriage outside? The old servant jumped out, pointing at Bai Yu with a clear threat. He had seen many rich young masters like this. Usually, once he mentioned their parents, they would flinch. "Oh, sorry, I have no father." Bai Yu shrugged, looking indifferent. "By the way, don't curse my mother either. I have no mother. I was born and raised by myself." The well-prepared script of the old servant fell apart in his stomach, his eyes wide like copper bells. In his long life, it was the first time he met someone who voluntarily said they had no parents. He turned his head in confusion to look at Isinuo, but was pulled back by him, yanked to the back. The old servant lost his balance, and his head heavily hit the table leg, crimson blood oozing out. "Little brother, heed my advice. This woman's waters are not shallow. You're young, you can't handle it." Isinuo's lips curled into a smug smile as he looked at Zhu Zhuqing with lecherous eyes, as if she was already his possession. "So what?" Bai Yu tilted his head, staring at the prince of the Marquis Kingdom. "So let this prince come down." Chapter 5. Want to put a green hat on me? You have already chosen your death. Isinuo sneered at Bai Yu, not forgetting to gaze at Zhu Zhuqing with a naked eye, excitement flashing in his eyes. Such a prime specimen, not even 10 years old, already has a voluptuous figure. She is destined to belong to me. You shameless merchant, how dare you compete with me? Alas, considering your youthful ignorance, this prince will not pursue your mistakes. This girl, I will keep her for you. Come find me when she turns 18. Don't forget to pay the 100 gold soul coins auction fee, and also give this prince a 1 million gold soul coins custody fee. After all, for the next 10 years, the cost of this girl's food, clothing, and housing, as well as childbirth expenses, cannot fall on this prince, right? Don't worry. You don't have to worry. This prince 1T return her to you. After 10 years, as long as you are willing, I will return her and the child to you with interest. Ha 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 ha. The attendants around Isinuo burst into laughter, their mouths curling into mocking smiles. This is the outcome of competing with Prince Isinuo. You like this girl, and were willing to spend 1 million gold soul coins to buy her, right? Now she belongs to my prince. Kid, this is your first lesson from the prince. Don't covet what you cannot possess. Aren't you going to kneel down and express your gratitude? Ha ha ha. The kid must be green with envy, right? The woman he likes is about to end up in the prince's bed, and will give him heirs. TSK, TSK. Just thinking about it is thrilling. With interest. Ha ha ha. Kid, you're wearing a green hat. Hey, should we tie this kid up and throw him in the prince's courtyard, so he can hear the prince's nightly activities with that girl? Hiss, good idea. This brat dared to bid against the prince. He is simply seeking death. And by doing so, we're sure to win the prince's favor. Hey, still bidding? Didn't you hear that he not only has to pay 1 million for the auction fee, but also 1 million in custody fees? Silly bird, in the end. He gets nothing. Ha ha ha. Ice Nuo, amidst the flattery of his guards, proudly raised his head, arms crossed over his chest. A shameless merchant. Paying for this prince is your fortune accumulated over 8 lifetimes. If you were sensible, I might spare your life. But if you don't understand human language, hee. Ice Nuo's sharp gaze was filled with cruelty as he waved his hand, and the 2 soul guards behind him approached Zhu Zhuqing, who was locked in a cage. A mere commoner with some money. How dare he argue with this prince? This girl is destined to belong to me. I will cherish her body. Hee. The onlookers felt the outcome was already decided. Although Bai Yu is wealthy, since ancient times, commoners do not fight against officials, especially when the other party is a prince. Alas, such a good beauty falling in a Prince Ice Nuo's hands is truly a pity. She probably wanted to live for 3 days, right? Brother. What do you mean by that? The questioner's face was filled with doubt. After all, he is still a prince. Even the dogs around him can eat well. Being a female slave to him. Although she will be served every night, her life surely won't be bad, right? Perhaps when she grows up, the prince, thinking of her beauty, might even give her a status. Alas, you don't know. Prince Ice Nuo loves to collect such young girls as female slaves. After brutally humiliating them, he throws them into the damp and cold dungeon like discarded rags. Just think about it. Those girls are not even 10 years old after going through storms and rain. Half of their bodies are covered in filth and blood, and then they're thrown into a damp environment. How can they not get infected? Within 3 days, they are bound to die. Hiss. Hearing the explanation, everyone gasped. No wonder. No wonder there have long been rumors of young girls being bought into the Marquis's residence, and then never coming out again. It turns out it is Prince Ice Nuo's perverse hobby at work. If subjected to such abuse, losing their purity and then thrown into a dungeon swarming with mosquitoes, even adult girls can't withstand it, let alone those not even 10 years old. Beast. Simply a beast. Zhu Zhuqing shuddered all over. The words of those people did not avoid her and were not whispered. She heard them clearly. She looked up just in time to meet Ice Nuo's gaze. The malice and perversion in his eyes were unmistakable. If she truly fell into his hands, her life would be worse than death, even worse than falling into the hands of a fat merchant or a playboy. Just as Zhu Zhuqing closed her eyes tightly, expecting the worst, the sound of the iron cage being moved did not come. Instead, a gasp filled the air. Someone was killed. Blood was shed. Bai Xiao was bold enough to even kill the prince's guard. Bai Xiao has gotten into trouble. Let us keep quiet to avoid being implicated. Just how strong is that guard in soft armor? One move to kill a soul realm. Is he not a soul king? Ice Nuo watched as his soul realm guard was killed in one move and heard the discussions around him, his smile gradually stiffening. He coldly lifted his eyes to focus on Bai Xian, who stood beside Bai Yu with a blood-red spear in hand, secretly alarmed. It was that girl who, without even using her soul skills, threw the blood spear directly, pinning his soul realm guard to the ground, and then casually summoned the spear back. Such strength was beyond what the few guards around him could match. A layer of cold sweat broke out on the back of Ice Nuo's neck, sticky and making his hair stick together, feeling extremely uncomfortable. Bai Yu, what do you mean? This prince gave you a chance to reform. You didn't cherish it, but instead kill my guard. Are you seeking death? Our Ice Nuo Marquis kingdom explicitly states in the law that anyone under 16 is not allowed to consume in taverns. Otherwise, they can be arrested and imprisoned. Moreover, you have now killed my guard. Do you believe I will report to my father and have you punished for both crimes, ensuring you rot in jail? Hearing Ice Nuo's words, the tavern guests exchanged glances. If one were to insist, the Ice Nuo Marquis kingdom indeed has such a law, but what does that matter? In the tavern, money speaks. Who would adhere to your law? Furthermore, this law has not been enforced for decades. Now that something has happened, you want to bring up this law to oppress others? Shameless. Bai Yu, I admit your guard is very strong, but can you contend with the entire Marquis kingdom? My father has a sole Douluo station at hand. Can you withstand that? This prince will give you one last chance. Hand this girl over to me, and surrender your guard for me to deal with, and I will spare your life. Otherwise, wait to be torn to pieces by my father's soul Douluo. Even your family won't escape. I will have the men conscripted and the women made into prostitutes. I will lock you in a brothel, ensuring you receive special treatment, making you boom, bang. A powerful force pressed down, instantly pinning Nuo to the ground, slamming him into the floor. Even as he desperately tried to push against the ground to stand up, it was all in vain. Clearly, it was Bai Xian who made her move. The tavern fell into dead silence. Bai Yu walked down the stairs unhurriedly, stepping in front of Nuo and glancing at him. Whether it is Zhu Zhuqing or Bai Xian, they are both women he has predetermined. Just this body of only 6 years old simply cannot rise up. Otherwise, do you think Bai Xian would still be a virgin? Now, this brat actually wants to put a green hat on him and throw him into a brothel? Hee. You have already chosen your death path. Bai Yu, what do you want? I warn you, I am the prince of the Marquis Kingdom. Bai Yu gave a signal, and Bai Xian's aura pressing down on Nuo intensified once again, especially focusing on his face, pressing his entire head hard into the floor, making it impossible for him to even speak. Ace Knot immediately let out a series of muffled screams. Chapter 6, Slapping Ace Knot. The first soul ring in hand. Slap. Bai Yu looked at Ace Knot as if he were a dog crawling at his feet. Forget it, since you can't move. Let me help you. At Bai Yu's signal, Bai Xian quietly relaxed the pressure. In the blink of an eye, Bai Yu kicked directly at Ace Knot's head, sending his entire head flying up, bent at a 90-degree angle to his torso. The intense pain and dizziness made Ace Knot unable to help but spit out a mouthful of yellow water. But before he could recover from the pain, Bai Yu had already kicked him in the chin, sending him into the air, and then, without mercy, slapped him. Slap! Bai Yu had at least level 12 soul power, while Ace Knot's soul power had long been sealed by Xian's aura. This slap directly caused Ace Knot's right face to swell up high, with even the blood vessels under the skin faintly visible. My dear Prince Ace Knot, the waters of the martial world are too deep for you to grasp. Let me teach you. This slap will teach you not to look down on others. Straighten your eyelids before you come out to see people. Slap. Another slap landed, this time swelling his left cheek. This slap is to teach you to brush your teeth before going out in the morning, so you don't spray foul breath everywhere. Otherwise, others might think you fell into a cesspit early in the morning. After 2 slaps, Ace Knot's face was swollen like it had been stung by bees. Bai Yu looked at this symmetrical masterpiece, nodded in satisfaction, and kicked Ace Knot hard in the chest, knocking him down to the ground. No more hitting. I admit defeat. I shouldn't have provoked young Master Bai. Please let me go. Ace Knot's words were unclear, feeling that both of his faces had gone from numb to completely insensible. With a swelling pain in his mouth, and even his teeth felt loose. This kind of pain was unbearable for someone who had been spoiled and pampered since childhood. Adhering to the principle of not suffering losses in front of a strong man, Ace Knot smoothly knelt on the ground, begging Bai Yu for mercy, successfully pausing Bai Yu's hand that was raised in the air. Get lost, while I haven't changed my mind. The pressure on Ace Knot and his followers suddenly disappeared, allowing them to move freely. Ace Knot, with blood at the corner of his mouth, hurriedly ran out of the restaurant with the support of his old servant, not daring to look back, fearing that Bai Yu might change his mind and take their lives. My God, he actually dared to hit Prince Ace Knot. Doesn't he know that Ace Knot Marquis is protective of his own? It's over. I think young Master Bai is really messed up today. If he had handed over those 2 women to the prince, Ace Knot would have been happy and wouldn't he have pursued him. But now, Sai, if I were young Master Bai, the last thing I should have done was let that damn prince escape. If I were him, I would have directly taken his head, which would also be a relief for the people. What to do? I see young Master Bai hasn't he realized the seriousness of the situation yet. Should we remind him? After all, he has treated us to meals several times. Sure, do you want to die? If you go up now, and some flunkies see you and tell Prince Ace Knot, do you still want your life? Meanwhile, Bai Xian, who had been guarding Bai Yu's side, stepped forward and lowered her voice. Master, this prince will eventually take revenge on you. Should I teach him a lesson? Hearing Bai Xian's suggestion, Bai Yu shook his head slightly. No need for me to determine. Even if we don't go looking for him, he will definitely come looking for us tonight. A fierce glint flashed in Bai Yu's eyes. The reason he let Ace Knot go was simply because he had Bai Yu, a 98-level super Douluo protector, backing him up. Furthermore, in front of so many people. It wouldn't be good to kill Ace Knot in cold blood. Otherwise, it would be declaring war on Marquis Ace Knot. At the same time, it would also slap the face of the Tiando Empire. He still had to live in the Tiando Empire for a while to pursue various beauties. Therefore, it was not appropriate to fall out with the Empire publicly. But he was certain that Ace Knot would take revenge privately. Since he was looking for death again, why bother with any concerns about how to deal with him? The subordinate understands. As if sensing the killing intent in Bai Yu's eyes, Bai Xian suddenly realized and stopped speaking. Bai Yu stretched, turned around, and planned to return to his seat, but felt Zhu Zhuqing's gaze on him, so he smiled back. This action exposed Bai Yu's youthful yet heroic face completely to Zhu Zhuqing, causing her heart to skip a beat. How old is he? Is this the place he should be? Since the Douluo continent is a world filled with soul power, people of all ages are nourished by the energy of soul power. Therefore, unless the nutrition is insufficient, they grow relatively quickly. Bai Yu, who was only 6 years old, had already reached a height of 1.60 meters, slightly taller than Zhu Zhuqing. His face also faintly showed the contours of a handsome boy, making Zhu Zhuqing unable to help but feel a slight tremor in her heart. This appearance, compared to those lecherous young masters who look at her with lustful eyes, is simply a dimensional strike, a world of difference. If nothing unexpected happens, he should be my future master, right? Just as Zhu Zhuqing was feeling mixed emotions, the restaurant owner finally cleared his throat and raised the auction hammer again. Ahem, gentlemen. The storm has passed, and the auction continues. Is there anyone else who wants to bid against young Master Bai? The audience was silent. After all, it's not have been beaten into a pig's head. What else could Bai Yu have to worry about? If they dared to bid again, did they want to greet Bai Yu's slap with their faces? 1 million for the first time, 1 million for the second time, 1 million for the third time. Deal. The hammer fell. The transaction was completed. The restaurant owner was overjoyed. Prince Ace Knot is magnificent. Young Master Bai is extravagant. Finally, he didn't have to worry about insufficient auction prices and sellers not being willing. It's just that he has offended Prince Ace Knot. Young Master Bai might have a tough time in the future. Thinking of this, the restaurant owner's eyes filled with worry. Ding! Congratulations to the master for spending 1 million gold soul coins in one go, receiving a growth-type 1,000-year soul ring. Huh. Bai Yu let out a long breath. Although some guys chose to stab me in the back, the system still treats me well. Thank you, sister system. A growth-type soul ring can infinitely stack years, as long as the rewards obtained from the system are sufficient. Even if it's stacked into a 1,000,000-year soul ring, like the Sky Dream Ice Silkworm, it is completely possible. Zhu Zhuqing is truly my great fortune. With this soul ring, I can break through to become a soul master and embark on the path to godhood. Bai Yu was overjoyed in his heart, stood up from his seat, stretched, and stored the soul ring, planning to go back and fuse it. Then, he turned his gaze towards Zhu Zhuqing, who was still locked in the cage. Look at that little glare. She looks like she wants to stab me. What? The female slave I bought at high price doesn't listen right away? Chapter 7. First Soul Skill, Gold Falls from the Sky. Zhu Zhuqing looked at Bai Yu's teasing expression and his unabashedly fiery gaze that seemed to want to pierce through her clothes, biting her teeth tightly. Glaring at Bai Yu with fierce eyes. Paired with the cage that trapped her, she looked just like a little wild cat caught, clearly angry but irresistibly cute. Humph. Do whatever you want to kill or cut. But if you want me to submit to you, just kill me. Bai Yu looked at the anger on her face, sneered, and made a gesture to Bai Xian. Bai Xian understood and directly pushed out a palm, smashing the iron cage that trapped Zhu Zhuqing into iron scraps, scattering them all over the ground. The iron scraps shimmered under the light, flickering with an uncertain cold light, making the hairs on the back of Zhu Zhuqing stand up. If Bai Xian hadn't controlled that palm strike, it would have been turned into minced meat. Similarly, if Bai Xian hadn't controlled her strength and caused metal shards to scatter, she would have been right in the center and inevitably turned into a porcupine. Little girl, you need to understand that it was my master's kindness that allowed you to be spared. Right now, your entire being, including your soul and body, is the master's private property. If you were to fall into the hands of those rich young masters, you can imagine how miserable your fate would be. The master saved you, and you still don't appreciate it? In the next moment, Bai Xian's powerful aura erupted, unceremoniously pressing down on Zhu Zhuqing. It made her let out a muffled groan and kneel on the ground, completely unable to get up. Zhu Zhuqing gritted her teeth. Although the iron cage was shattered, the ropes that bound her soul power remained firmly in place. Right now, she couldn't even think about using her soul power to resist, let alone protect herself with it. All right, Bai Xian, take her down. Let her wash up in the bathhouse. I'll wait for you in the room. Bai Yu put down the wine cup in his hand and stretched lazily. He waved Bai Xian off to take Zhu Zhuqing down while he walked back to his room. Such large-scale inns naturally came with luxurious rooms. Of course, Bai Yu wasn't too short on money. He had already bought a large villa in the city as his residence. But considering that sometimes they played late and were too lazy to go back, he had also permanently booked a room in the inn. Zhu Zhuqing watched Bai Yu walk further away, her expression somewhat dazed. He actually didn't touch me? If it were that group of wealthy young masters, she would have been sold off one moment and turned into a plaything the next. Those lecherous rascals would toy with her at will, leaving her with no chance to resist. Unexpectedly, this young master didn't move against me. If he thought I was dirty and wanted me to wash up first, that would be unnecessary. Buyers naturally consider what sellers care about. Before I even went to the auction, I had already been cleaned by the inn's maidservants. As soon as I was sold, I could be directly taken away. Could it be that I misunderstood him? No, impossible. At such a young age, coming to a place like this for leisure, how could he have good intentions? Remember, your life was given by the master. If you dare to harbor malice against the master again, don't blame my gun for being merciless. Clang! Bai Xian used her immense power to distort space and vision. To others, she still appeared to be walking normally in the corridor. But in Zhu Zhuqing's eyes, a blood-red spear suddenly appeared in Bai Xian's hand. It was filled with a murderous aura, with dark patterns emerging on it. Anyone who made eye contact felt their mind go hazy, and their head throbbed painfully. It was as if they were seeing a devil, and even their souls were being pulled to hell. Then, 9 soul rings slowly emerged from Bai Xian. Yellow, purple, purple, black, 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 red, red, red. 3 soul rings over 100,000 years old. A product of the system is bound to be a masterpiece. The blood spear do Bai Xian, who protects Bai Yu, is this extravagant. Zhu Zhuqing looked at the 9 soul rings emerging from Bai Xian, 3 of which were red. Her mind shook, her eyes filled with disbelief, and her shoulders couldn't help but tremble. Seeing that the effect was achieved, Bai Xian silently retracted the soul rings, gave Zhu Zhuqing a cold glance, and walked towards the bathhouse. Zhu Zhuqing, shaken and lost in thought, instinctively followed closely behind. So powerful. What is the identity of that boy? He actually has a title, Douluo, protecting him, and this title Douluo is so strong. If he were in the Star Luo Empire, even the king would have to lower his status to greet him respectfully. By the way, the master's name is Bai Yu. I hope you can remember that. Bai Xian's voice came softly. Bai Yu? Zhu Zhuqing silently engraved this name in her heart. Meanwhile, Bai Yu had already returned to his room. Feeling somewhat tired, he threw himself onto the soft bed, lying in a big character shape, enjoying the comfort for a moment. Sister Tongzi, please help me fuse the soul ring. I hope to obtain a good soul skill. Bai Yu climbed up from the bed, assumed a meditative posture, and focused all his attention. What kind of first soul skill would the golden soul coin martial soul obtain? Bai Yu couldn't figure it out, although he was a long-time fan of Douluo. Having a martial soul based on money was still too rare. Logically, Bai Yu couldn't imagine what kind of soul ring he would obtain. Infinite money? He already had that. Money conversion? What a useless skill. It wouldn't be a soul skill that lets me summon a pile of golden soul coins to crush my enemies, right? Bai Yu looked into the void. Trust me, Sister Tongzi, pure and spotless, as beautiful as she's sure. You definitely want to make me endure the pain of fusing the soul ring, right? Facing Bai Yu's flattery, the system, as a sister, felt quite pleased. That's right, those systems that give rewards, but also make the master endure the pain of washing the marrow and cutting the bones are all defective products bribing quality inspectors. How can they compare to my brand name gentle and meticulous service? Don't say 1,000-year soul ring. Even a 1,000,000-year soul ring would be seamlessly fused by this system. I would never let the energy burst you apart or make you uncomfortable. As she spoke, The system took out the soul ring. The 1,000-year soul ring glowed with a faint purple light, steadily wrapping around Bai Yu. Bai Yu felt as if he were soaking in a warm, hot spring, enjoying the sensation of power pouring into his body. He didn't have to do anything. Even a meditative posture became merely for show. If someone insists on experiencing the hardships of cultivation, wouldn't that be purely a case of having a sick mind? With the system's assistance, in just 10 minutes, the 1,000-year soul ring was completely fused into Bai Yu's body. The contents and techniques of the soul skill were also injected into Bai Yu's mind, as if they were innate. Even the swelling pain from the sudden influx of information in his mind didn't occur. Bai Yu opened his palm, and a shining golden soul coin appeared in his hand. The faint purple soul ring gradually emerged from underneath his feet, circling around him. Is this the power of a soul master? It feels like the soul power that was sealed because I didn't obtain a soul ring has been completely liberated. My strength has increased by more than 5 times. Bai Yu delightedly manipulated his martial soul, feeling the surge of power within him, and nodded in satisfaction. Thank you, Sister Tongzi. Now let us test my first soul skill. This name, Gold Falls from the Sky? Bai Yu's eyes revealed a hint of curiosity. This soul skill probably doesn't really let me summon a huge pile of golden soul coins to crush my enemies, right? If the summoned golden soul coins are infused with dense soul power and their weight skyrockets, they might indeed crush enemies. However, if they're just ordinary golden soul coins, Bai Yu didn't believe that those high-level soul masters could be crushed by a few piles of them, especially a titled Douluo. If a titled Douluo really died from being hit by money, that would definitely become a historical joke, absurd beyond belief, right? Whatever. I'll just try it and see. Bai Yu exhaled a breath of turbid air, unleashed his soul power, and used his first soul skill. In the next moment, countless golden soul coins fell from the sky. Sigh. Is it really that simple? Just as Bai Yu felt disappointed, these golden soul coins suddenly underwent a transformation. They sparkled with golden light, almost blinding. The coins that were freely falling suddenly turned into bullets shot from a sniper rifle. Before Bai Yu could react, his room was filled with a series of bangs and cracks, left in tatters. Bang! The damaged door fell down, revealing Bai Xian and Zhu Zhuqing, who had just arrived at the door, staring in shock. Chapter 8: Shattering Zhu Zhuqing's Worldview. Master your soul skill's power. Bai Xian looked at the room full of holes and the gold soul coins that penetrated the walls, stunned by Bai Yu's soul skill. To destroy the room like this, at least a grand soul master would have to do it, right? Yet her master was just a soul master who had just obtained his first soul skill. Although Bai Xian was the protector assigned to Bai Yu by the system, her understanding of the world was consistent with that of Douluo continent. How could a gold soul coin spirit have such a powerful soul skill? At most, it could summon endless money, purely an auxiliary spirit. Wanting to become a battle soul master? How could that be possible? Moreover, in the theories of certain people, the gold soul coin was considered a useless spirit. Useless compared to blue silvergrass. Bai Xian racked her brain, but could not understand why Bai Yu's first soul skill was so strong. It's nothing. Just practiced a bit with the first soul skill I just obtained. Go tell the bar owner to send someone to assess the damage to the room. I'll compensate him 3 times. Anything extra will be a reward for him being sensible during this time. Bai Yu smiled at Bai Xian. The arrangement of the room was indeed luxurious. Some places were even made of real gold and silver. The simplest furniture was actually a tea table made of golden silk namu. If it were someone else who had destroyed the room to this extent and heard they had to pay an exorbitant sum, they would probably faint. But Bai Yu didn't mind. On the contrary, he was worried he had nowhere to spend money. What a coincidence. Isn't this like a pillow arriving just as one is sleepy? Bai Xian hesitated and respectfully stepped back, leaving Zhu Zhuqing standing awkwardly in place, her fair fists clenched tightly, indicating her panic and unease. Bai Yu couldn't help but laugh at her nervous appearance. Are you that afraid of me? Am I going to eat you? Unexpectedly, Zhu Zhuqing frowned slightly and seriously nodded. You had that sister take me to bathe and then sent her away to leave me alone. Don't you just want to eat me? Zhu Zhuqing gritted her teeth, closed her eyes, and twisted her eyelids. Stop pretending to be nice. If you want to eat me, just come now. However, to her surprise, The scene she imagined of being thrown onto the bed and having her clothes removed did not occur. Instead, a gentle hand was smoothing her slightly messy hair after her bath. "Why you not going to eat me?" Zhu Zhuqing timidly opened her eyes. This 6-year-old girl had mustered all her courage to face her fate's judgment. Yet, unexpectedly, the strong figure she imagined did not arrive. Bai Yu looked at Zhu Zhuqing's confused and timid expression and couldn't help but roll his eyes. What is this little girl thinking? I'm not a copper alchemist. Furthermore, with such a small body that hasn't even developed, I'm not interested. I'd have to wait until she develops to 12 years old, with a chest like a honeydew melon and standing over 7 meters before I'd consider it. Right now, facing a girl who is barely 5 meters tall and only has a chest the size of a bun, Bai Yu really couldn't muster any interest. Besides, the most critical point is that this body is only 6 years old this year. Not even fully developed yet. Can it hold up? You're too small. I'm not interested in you. Bringing you back is just for you to be my sparring partner, understand? Bai Yu crossed his arms and summoned his martial spirit. The dazzling 1,000-year soul ring appeared, completely shattering Zhu Zhuqing's worldview. The first soul ring, isn't it supposed to only absorb yellow 100-year soul rings? How could he start with a 1,000-year soul ring? Impossible. Absolutely impossible. I must be seeing things. Even the top genius of the Star Luo Empire would only dare absorb a little over 400 years. The color of the soul ring, at most, would be a deep yellow. It could never be purple. It must be that I've been living in fear lately, causing my vision to blur. Yes, it must be like that. Zhu Zhuqing rubbed her eyes hard, but she found that her vision was not blurry. The faint purple 1,000-year soul ring was still shining brightly. What lay before her was a concrete fact. The young man in front of her had truly broken the understanding and records of the entire continent for thousands of years. This should be the first person in history to absorb a 1,000-year soul ring as their first soul ring, right? What a remarkable talent to be so bold. However, if it's for sparring, Zhu Zhuqing recalled the gold soul coin martial spirit that she had seen Bai Yu store away when she entered. Forget it. If I injure you, your guardian won't let me off. Before Zhu Zhuqing could finish her sentence, her lips were covered by a large gold soul coin. Even her neck received a slap, causing her legs to go weak, collapsing into Bai Yu's embrace. I don't believe Bai Xian hasn't taught you to call me master. I also don't want my expensive maid to be disobedient. Bai Yu lowered his hand from Zhu Zhuqing's neck and stepped back. When he looked into her eyes again, he noticed they were already filled with wariness. Since you don't like me as your master, I'll give you a chance. If you could defeat me now, I'll let you go free. How about that? But if you lose, you will serve me honestly. You'll be my maid. You have to get involved in the intrigues of the Star Luo Empire. You have to care about that useless coward Dai Mubai's engagement. Bai Yu smiled lightly, casually pacing around the room. After all, Zhu Zhuqing was destined to lose this bet, so what harm was there in saying it? Zhu Zhuqing suddenly raised her head, her lips moving and her shoulders trembling. How does he know? I never told him my identity, and about my engagement with Dai Mubai. In her unstable state of mind, Zhu Zhuqing's gaze inevitably flickered. But before she could react, her neck received another slap. A numb, powerless feeling washed over her, forcing her to collapse again into Bai Yu's embrace. In a sprawled position, her prominent chest stood proudly, stretching her leather outfit tightly, making her feel utterly embarrassed. In battle, being disturbed by a few words is a serious taboo. Bai Yu's hands wandered restlessly over Zhu Zhuqing's body, as if taking interest in front of him. Come again. Recovering, Zhu Zhuqing immediately distanced herself from Bai Yu, her eyes flashing with cold light. This time, I won't be careless. I will defeat you and fight for my freedom. Summon martial spirit. Release soul ring. Use soul skill. She executed these actions in one breath. Zhu Zhuqing was indeed a prodigy, cultivated by a prestigious family, maximizing the advantages of an agility-type soul master. She rushed towards Bai Yu with lightning speed, attempting to prevent him from using his first soul skill, bombarding him with a barrage of gold soul coins to suppress him. Ghostly piercing. Closer. Even closer. Just a bit more. I'll be free soon. Facing the long-awaited freedom, Zhu Zhuqing couldn't help but feel excited. But in the next second, The smile on her face vanished. Bai Yu's soul ring lit up in an instant, and the faint purple light spilled throughout the room. Countless gold soul coins shot out from in front of Bai Yu, launching a carpet-bombing attack on her. Even though Zhu Zhuqing was agile, she couldn't escape from the overwhelming barrage of gold soul coins. The breath of death instantly enveloped her. Chapter 9. The External Spirit Bone, Golden Dragon's Right Claw. The death-seeking ones arrived. The soul of Zhu Zhuqing, locked in a deadly grip, suddenly erupted, her soul power blocked and stagnant, causing her to fall to the ground. It's over. I'm going to die. Zhu Zhuqing tightly shut her eyes, her teeth chattering, her body trembling with fear. But then, the countless golden soul coins in the air vanished without a trace in the blink of an eye, leaving only Zhu Zhuqing, who was kneeling on the ground, paralyzed by the aura of death. How is it, now that you've witnessed your master's strength? Do you still want to escape? A smile spread across Bai Yu's face as he stepped forward and patted Zhu Zhuqing on the shoulder. Master, master. Zhu Zhuqing wore a bitter smile. She had previously thought of defeating Bai Yu and escaping while Bai Xian was away. But now it seemed that even if Bai Xian didn't intervene, Bai Yu could easily handle her. It looks like I am destined not to complete this wager and won't gain my freedom. However, my master is very powerful and has a mysterious identity. Being his female slave means at least I don't have to live in fear every day, worried about being hunted by the Star Luo Empire. With this thought, Zhu Zhuqing let out a long sigh of relief. At least by staying close to Bai Yu, she could survive. Those who disguised her as a female slave and sent her to the brothel for auction must have returned to inform her sister by now, right? A woman like her, with beauty, would undoubtedly face a grim fate if bought by a playboy. Even if she got lucky and wasn't humiliated to death, she would still lose her dignity. How could the Star Luo Empire allow a woman from the Zhu family, who has lost her dignity, to become the future queen? This undoubtedly blocked her path to compete with her sister Zhu Zhuyan. As for the master in front of her, although they hadn't spent much time together, Zhu Zhuqing could sense that Bai Yu had a calm temperament, unlike some rich young masters who could be unpredictable. Compared to being bought by those who only sought her body and becoming a concubine, her current outcome was already very fortunate. Even if in the future Bai Yu wanted to take her body, at least he was decent looking, and she wouldn't feel resentful. Seeing Zhu Zhuqing submit, Bai Yu nodded in satisfaction. This was the effect he wanted, to make Zhu Zhuqing sincerely submit. Perhaps submission gained through force wouldn't be as solid, but he had plenty of time. The days are long, and sooner or later, he would use absolute strength and perfect tactics to make Zhu Zhuqing completely succumb and never be able to leave him. By then, it would be the harem. Knock, knock, knock. Master, the boss said this room has long been yours. Even if it's damaged, he won't charge you another penny. Just as Bai Yu was pondering, Bai Xian knocked and entered, coming back to report. How can that be? I left him 5 million golden soul coins to properly renovate the room. The rest doesn't need to be returned to me. Consider it my compensation to him. After saying that, Bai Yu walked out of the brothel while taking out a black gold card containing 5 million golden soul coins to give to Bai Xian. This scene made Zhu Zhuqing pause for a moment. Aren't these rich young masters usually tyrannical and unreasonable? Her own master seemed to be different. Not only did he proactively compensate, but he also gave extra. Master, the boss also entrusted me to convey a message to you. He said that the Prince of the Marquis is narrow-minded and will definitely seek revenge on you. He wants to ask you to stay in the hotel. He will deal with those coming to retaliate. If he can't handle it, he will ask you to leave through the back door, and he will buy time for you. Otherwise, if you go home late at night, you will definitely be ambushed on the way. Upon hearing Bai Xian's words, a look of surprise appeared in Bai Yu's eyes. He believed he hadn't treated any customer poorly during his month at the brothel, having paid for them countless times. But since he clashed with Ice Snow, those people had avoided him like a plague. Indeed, Ice Snow's power was overwhelming. They were just ordinary merchants and patrons who couldn't afford to provoke him. But if they had given Bai Yu some advice or checked in on him privately, he would have condemned them as ungrateful. In the end, it was still the brothel owner who was kind enough to stand by him, even at the risk of being resented by Ice Snow or even killed. Well, let the waiter in the hallway convey a message to the boss. I appreciate his kindness, but I cannot let someone who is grateful suffer retaliation on my behalf. Once he repairs this room, he can rent it to someone else. We won't stay in this city for long. Bai Yu decided to decline the owner's goodwill. The owner was just an ordinary person with some properties, unable to withstand the retaliation from a prince of a marquisate. Moreover, calculating the time, it wasn't long before Tang San awakened his martial soul and entered the Nodding City Junior Soulmaster Academy. As a transmigrator, he was bound to get involved, and he certainly couldn't stay here for too long. Bai Yu shrugged, packed up his things, and walked out of the brothel with Bai Xian and Zhu Zhuqing, casually placing the black gold card containing 5 million golden soul coins on the counter. Ding! Congratulations to the master for spending 5 million golden soul coins and obtaining the growth-type external spirit bone, Golden Dragon's right claw. Note: most spirit bones provided by the system are growth-type, so it is recommended that the master not fuse other spirit bones hastily to avoid falling behind in strength, as the spirit bones cannot keep up with your growth. Bai Yu's eyes lit up. This was quite generous. External spirit bones do not occupy the space of other spirit bones, are rare and powerful, and their value is self-evident. Moreover, Bai Yu faintly sensed that this spirit bone was extraordinary. Golden Dragon's right claw. Could it be the right claw of the Golden Dragon King? If so, the origin of this spirit bone would be significant. It is known that during the Divine Realm War tens of thousands of years ago, a divine dragon once hailed as having Douluo continent-level power was split in half by the Azura god, becoming the Golden Dragon King and the Silver Dragon King. The Golden Dragon King fell under the siege of the Divine Realm, with only a remnant soul sealed away. The Silver Dragon King, on the other hand, escaped to the human world, hiding in the Star Dove forest to heal, and it is said that it has been many days since becoming the Guyu. Now we later know. Now, I have actually obtained the right claw of the Golden Dragon King as a spirit bone. This is simply amazing. However, this doesn't seem to be the original right claw of the Golden Dragon King. There's no divine power on it. It should be the right claw spirit bone of the Golden Dragon King's descendants. Or perhaps it is indeed the right claw of the Golden Dragon King. But over the long years, the divine power has dissipated. Once I return to the villa, I'll fuse it directly. Bai Yu had a premonition that the enhancement this spirit bone would bring him would be no small matter. But just as Bai Yu was hurrying towards his villa, Bai Xian suddenly stopped in her tracks and summoned her blood spear in vigilance. Bai Yu also halted his steps, a cold smile curling at the corners of his mouth. Good, the Death Seekers have arrived. Come out from the shadows. Old acquaintances, there's no need to hide. Chapter 10. Offering up the maid's family assets, spare you from death. As Bai Yu stopped, applause echoed from a dark alley not far away. A young man with an elegant demeanor but sinister eyes stepped out, accompanied by a group of bodyguards. Clap, clap, clap. The young man clapped his hands, his gaze fixated on Bai Yu, and lewdly drifting towards Bai Xian and Zhu Zhuqing standing beside him. The old servant beside him directly revealed his identity. The newcomer was none other than Prince Iceno. Very good, kid. You seem quite perceptive. Iceno sneered, crossing his arms over his chest. I believe you have so much money. You must also be a clever person, right? I don't want to waste words. Send me that female slave beside you and your bodyguards to warm my bed, and I will spare your life today. Otherwise, don't say it's just your two companions. Even you want to leave here alive. Upon hearing Iceno's threat, Bai Yu merely stared at him with a smile that didn't reach his eyes, slowly raising his gaze. What if I say no? Iceno's pupils instantly widened, as if he had heard the funniest joke in the world, bursting into laughter. What? You dare say no? Kid, look clearly. Behind me stands a Soul King, 2 soul ancestors, and a group of soul masters. Do you think your little female slave and that weak-looking bodyguard can withstand them? The old servant beside Iceno, though hunched over, raised his nostrils and stepped forward. Don't be ungrateful. Our young master is a prince of the Iceno Marquisate. If he wants, there are 1,000 ways to kill you. Now the prince shows mercy, just asking you to offer up 2 servants and let you go back. Why aren't you kneeling down to express your gratitude? The guards behind Iceno also joined in the mockery, their eyes filled with disdain. You need to understand, in this world, it's a fist that holds a truth. What good is your stinking money? Ha ha ha. Kid, my lord has shown you mercy. only asking for a maid as an apology. He hasn't even demanded all your wealth yet. Exactly, our Lord is so benevolent, and instead of thinking of bowing in thanks, you dare to say no? I think the Lord should just kill you directly and execute your entire family, confiscating all your assets as a sinner. Yes, such a young age with so much money. I bet your means are not clean. Please allow the Lord to investigate thoroughly. And in the meantime, your family's assets will be managed by the Lord. In just a few words, Bai Yu became their target of scorn, painted as a heinous criminal. It was as if all the sins of the world were to be placed on Bai Yu alone. Even worse, someone summoned their Bao, an arrow martial spirit, and shot an arrow at Bai Yu as a test. Master, Zhu Zhuqing instinctively summoned her ghostly feline martial spirit to shield Bai Yu. However, the arrow missed, so there was no need for her to block it. Zhu Zhuqing felt the fleeting aura of death, her face turning pale. She was just a soul master, facing a group of soul masters with powers far beyond her own. And seeing the desire in Ice Knot's eyes made her body tremble. If she really fell into Ice Knot's hands, she would surely suffer a fate worse than death. Although she knew that Bai Xian was a titled Douluo who could eradicate these clowns with a snap of his fingers. She was uncertain if Bai Yu would be willing to send her out to curry favor with this Marquis's son. After all, it was clearly not worth it to offend a Marquis for a lowly female slave. Bai Yu looked at Zhu Zhuqing's nervous expression and remembered her earlier bravery, appreciating her enough to pat her shoulder. Then, he smiled and turned his gaze to Ice Knot. So, you mean to say that I should not resist, but rather raise my hands and surrender, respectfully offering my 2 companions and even presenting my wealth to show my loyalty? Upon hearing this, Ice Knot's eyes lit up. The money on this kid was even more than his. Usually, the pocket money from Old Man Seppi and the money he secretly took from the storeroom was far from enough for his expenses. If he could take this guy's wealth, how much more comfortably would he live in the future? Yes, as long as you offer up your maiden wealth. I want to pursue the crime of disrespecting your superior. As for the source of your money, I want to investigate either. On the contrary, I will cover for you. From now on, all the money you earn, just give me 99%. How about that? Don't worry, I want to let you starve. Since your money is my money, I will definitely treat you well. Seeing the righteous expression on Ice Knot's face, Bai Yu couldn't help but laugh in anger. All right, so I'm just a green-haired turtle, offering up everything. In the future, I'll have to rely on others like a dog begging for scraps, right? Master, I can't hold back much longer. Please give the order, and let me kill these brats. Bai Xian's eyes were filled with killing intent, her soul power slowly surging. Anyone who dared to harm Bai Yu would be killed without mercy. This was her red line that no one could cross. Moreover, these were mere trash that couldn't even be considered titled Douluos in front of her. A level 98 super Douluo? These few dared to covet her body and even dared to leer at her figure, simply courting death. Everything I, Bai Xian, have belongs to my master. Only my master can have me. What do you all count as? Go ahead, give him a quick end. Don't make too much noise. We wouldn't want to stir the neighbors. After all, they have to work tomorrow. Bai Yu casually waved his hand, signaling Bai Xian to take action. Out of consideration for Ice Knot's bidding and the fact that Bai Yu had spent a fortune to acquire Zhu Zhuqing for his first spirit ring, Bai Yu refrained from employing the 18 great punishments on Ice Knot, which could be considered merciful. Ha, just because of her, a weak woman without even soul power. She can withstand my guards behind me? Simply courting death. All of you go. After this young master is full, I can still spare some soup for you. Yes. Ice Knot's guards flashed with excitement. Whether it was Bai Xian or Zhu Zhuqing, both were the best of the best, and they had long been drooling over them. Now that the young master had spoken, willing to give them some soup to drink, it only stirred their greed. Without saying another word, they summoned their martial spirits and lunged forward. However, what they didn't know was that they couldn't see through the soul power of the person opposite them. Thinking the other was an ordinary person, which left only 2 possibilities. One was that the other was indeed an ordinary person without even a spirit ring. The other was that the other possessed unfathomable strength. A group of ants could not hope to see the dragon of the heavens. And Bai Xian undoubtedly belonged to the latter. When she blinked, looking at the soul masters charging at her, the strongest among them had only 5 non-matching spirit rings. White. yellow, purple, and black. The others were similar, and for a moment, a hint of confusion appeared in her eyes. She simply couldn't understand what gave these people the confidence to dare to attack her. Open. D. The blood gun emerged, and the soul rings appeared. No need for soul skills, she thrust out a gun. The movement was fluid and filled with grace. In just one move, the deep gun intent pierced through the guards in front of her. At this moment, the guards hadn't even recovered from Bai Yu's soul rings. 9 soul rings. The second soul ring was purple. There were also 3 red 100,000-year soul rings. This, such a powerful title, Douluo. How could she willingly disguise herself as an ordinary person and stay by a young boy's side as a guard? What the hell is this? Playing pig to eat the tiger? But before they could regret or kneel and beg for mercy, they were pierced through the chest, their lives extinguished in an instant. And even that old servant was not spared. The hunched body fell to the ground, looking like a ripe shrimp, his eyes filled with fear, his face stiff with terror, muscles twisted together. Who knows, at the last moment of life, whether he regretted being Ice Knot's lackey and opposing Bai Yu. Looking at the corpses in front of him, smelling the blood in the air, Zhu Zhuqing, held by Bai Yu, turned pale instantly. After all, this was her first time seeing blood. But at the same time, she also breathed a sigh of relief. It seems I still hold some weight in my master's heart. At least I wasn't treated as a casually given gift. However, compared to Zhu Zhuqing's relief, Ace Knot was far from calm. At this moment, he had already collapsed to the ground, his legs trembling. He could only use his elbows to prop himself up, frantically retreating. His legs were already soaked, emitting an unpleasant odor, and his teeth were chattering. You don't come any closer. But Bai Yu still smiled as he walked up to him. My esteemed prince, do you still want me to offer up my maid and wealth now? No. I dare not anymore. Please, my lord, have mercy and spare my life. At this moment, Ice Nu regretted deeply. If he had known that there was actually a titled Douluo on the opposite side, even with 1,000 times the courage, he would not dare to seek death by provoking them. The strongest in their entire marquisate was only a soul Douluo. This was still thanks to his father, who provided him with millions of gold soul coins every year, allowing him to barely remain as a guest official. On ordinary days, he still had to beg like a servant for even a small matter, and the other party might not even agree. Yet, this young master by in front of him actually had a titled Douluo as a bodyguard. Moreover, this titled Douluo had 3 10,000-year soul rings. Goodness, what kind of hidden power's disciple have I provoked to receive such treatment? Alas, that won't do. I still prefer your earlier wild and unruly demeanor, demanding both people and money. How arrogant. Young Master Bai smirked, looking at the wet stains on the ground with disdain and waving his hand dismissively. Not wanting to approach, he casually picked up a twig from the roadside and lifted Ice Nu's chin, which he couldn't raise due to fear. No, don't kill me. I have money. Lots and lots of money. My father controls the border trade between 2 empires, and the money in the storeroom is piled up like a mountain. The copper soul coins are rusty, the silver soul coins are eaten by bugs, and the gold soul coins have lost their luster. As long as you spare me, I can secretly take all this money out for you from the storeroom. From now on, my money will be your money. All my income will be given to you. Following you is the greatest fortune of my 8 lifetimes. Ice Nu trembled, fumbling over his body, ripping apart his collar to reveal a necklace inside. A flattering smile on his face as he took off the necklace to present it. This is a storage soul guide that my father spent a fortune on to buy for me, with a storage space of 3 cubic meters. It even contains 300,000 gold soul coins. Please accept it. Young Master Bai looked at the storage soul guide Ice Nu handed over, silently touched his own bracelet, and then slapped Ice Nu's face with one hand. Young Master Bai, why did you hit me? I sincerely offer my treasure. After all, my treasure is your treasure. If you don't like this, my father also has a 10 cubic meter storage soul guide. How about I steal it for you? Young Master Bai looked at Ice Nu, who got up from the ground and continued to flatter him, his mouth twitching. Hearing his self-sacrificing words almost made him lose his composure. What a filial son. A whole room of filial piety. But young Master Bai glanced at his bracelet and shook his head slightly. Ice Nu was completely dumbfounded. 3 cubic meters. You don't like it. How about 10 cubic meters? You don't like that either. This kind of soul guide is already quite rare. My father spent 500,000 gold soul coins to buy it back then. TSK, so pitiful. It seems that before you die, I still need to open your eyes. My bracelet has a 100 cubic meter storage space, called the Emerald Ring. Upon hearing the name Emerald Ring, Aisnu instinctively froze for a moment. After a brief moment of confusion, he suddenly recalled, his face filled with shock. The Emerald Ring. The Emerald Ring. Isn't that the sky-high price soul guide that was traded at a mysterious trading place just half a month ago? I heard it sold for a full 5 million gold soul coins. The big shot who bought it was said to have waved his hand without blinking and threw down a full 3 million gold soul coins in cash. The golden light illuminated half the night sky, and those present were stunned by the sight of the golden mountain, while those not present thought it was dawn. You were that person. That person, Aisnu trembled, completely shocked. No wonder this person in front of him looked down on the necklace in his hand and his father's ring. It turned out he already had something better. Looking at Aisnu, whose eyes were as wide as copper bells, young Master Bai clicked his tongue in disdain. He relied on the 5 million gold soul coins spent on the Emerald Ring to obtain that resurrection herb. Now that he thought about it, Aisnu's expression was just like the crowd that was stunned back then. All a bunch of unsophisticated bumpkins. It just waving 5 million gold soul coins in cash. What is so shocking about that? How ridiculous. But young Master Bai didn't he know that there were still people on the entire continent who could take out 5 million gold soul coins in one go. But if someone could take out 5 million gold soul coins in cash, that would truly be a fantasy. After all, who would be so bored as to carry all their money with them instead of keeping it in a bank or money house to earn interest? Huh? Do you see clearly now? The money and soul guides you promised are just piles of scrap metal in my eyes. Do you think these things can exchange for your life? As young Master Bai's patience dissipated, Aisnu panicked completely. Wait. I also have beauties, all kinds of them. I'll give them all to you, just spare my life. You don't care about money and treasures. Surely beauties will do. Right? You bought a cute maid for a sky-high price. Don't tell me you're not interested in women. But what shocked him completely was that young Master Bai really cast a disinterested glance at him, showing no interest at all. It's over. This is it. I'm completely finished. Aisnu closed his eyes in despair, waiting for the blood gun to pierce his heart. But he waited for a full minute without experiencing the imagined death. Curiously, he opened his eyes only to find young Master Bai squatting in front of him with a half-smile, instantly giving him a fright. What are you thinking about? My esteemed Aisnu, your life is so precious. How can I let you die so easily? Hearing this whisper that seemed to come from hell, Aisnu felt as if he had fallen into an ice cave, shivering violently. What do you want to do? What can I do? Young Master Bai placed his hands on his hips, half squatting as he spoke. By the way, how much do you think your life is worth, our prince? Aisnu was directly stunned by young Master Bai's question. After hesitating for a while, he timidly replied in a small voice, 500,000? This should be my ransom price, right? If I raise a bit, it should be fine. All right, then I'll give your father 500,000. Thank you, young master. Thank you, young Master Bai. Thank Aisnu's gratitude was interrupted halfway as he suddenly froze. Wait, you'll give my father 500,000? What do you mean by that? Looking at the confusion on Aisnu's face, young Master Bai didn't keep him in suspense and replied cheerfully, Don't be suspicious. Your precious life cannot be easily lost. You must pay enough money for your life, since you offered the sky-high price of 500,000 gold soul coins. I'll add a zero to it. 50 million. What do you think? 50 million? Even if it were 5 billion, it wouldn't matter. This is a prize for your life. Aisnu was so scared that he trembled all over, looking at young Master Bai's angelic smile. Finally, unable to hold back his defense, and he cursed loudly. Young Master Bai, do you really want to toy with me to death? Aisnu spewed out obscenities, centered around his mother and extending to his whole clan. However, the next second, his pupils began to dilate. In his view, young Master Bai slowly raised his palm, revealing his gold soul coin martial soul, with purple soul rings floating around him, making his eyelids twitch wildly. Then the soul rings lit up. The soul skill was unleashed. and hundreds of gold soul coins fell from the sky, instantly turning him into a sieve. Not to mention leaving a whole corpse. Even his bones were shattered, and he was reduced to a mushy mess. Bai Xian, go to Isnu's Marquis storeroom and deposit 50 million gold soul coins. Young master Bai lightly waved his hand, and the bloody aura at the scene was swept away, as if nothing had happened. Master, looking at Bai Xian's confused and troubled expression, Bai Yu sighed gently and patted her shoulder. Silly, can't you just take it back after you finish using it? By the way, also bring back the valuable treasures from the storage room. Consider it a gift for buying this worthless life of mine. The dignified marquis of the wealthy and prosperous trade country can't possibly have no soul bones in the storage room, right? Bai Xian's eyes lit up, deeply impressed by Bai Yu's insight. Yes. Ding. Congratulations, master, for spending 50 million to buy the life of His Highness Isno. Reward obtained. Bloodline of the Golden Dragon King. Bai Yu's eyes instantly brightened. This reward is quite good. Sister Tongzi, I love you. But before Bai Yu could come back to his senses, Bai Xian, who had taken the necklace from Isno's hand, showed a hint of unusual color in her eyes. The master has an unexpected gain. Chapter 12. Soul bones galore cultivating Bai Xian and Zhu Zhuqing the next day. Bai Yu's big villa. Bai Yu looked at the 11 soul bones in front of him, his eyelids twitching wildly. He never expected that the Isno Marquis's wealth would exceed his imagination. Among these soul bones, the most notable was the unexpected gain Bai Xian submitted last night. It was a rare head spiritual system soul bone, the 5000-year-old heavenly dream ice silkworm skull. The name Heavenly Dream Ice Silkworm speaks for itself in terms of value, right? If left unchecked in 10,000 years, Heavenly Dream would undoubtedly become the greatest cheat in the Ho family. Moreover, although the Heavenly Dream Ice Silkworm clan is weak and often regarded as food by other soul beasts, placing them at the bottom of the food chain, this also makes high-year Heavenly Dream Ice Silkworms increasingly rare. Besides, although they are weak physically, their mental strength is not weak. A 5000-year-old Heavenly Dream Ice Silkworm skull is definitely a top-quality item. God knows how much the Marquis Isno dotes on his son. He actually spent a fortune to get such a soul bone for him. However, it was useless to think about this now, as his treasure was already in his hands and could never be returned. Furthermore, there was still a pile of soul bones taken from the storage room in front of him. He couldn't help but wonder how the Marquis Isno would react when he routinely inspected the storage room and found that all the soul bones he had gathered were swept clean. TSK, 11 soul bones. Although none of them were over 10,000 years old, the sheer number was impressive. Well done, Bai Xian. The Marquis Isno should remember this. Bai Yu had already imagined the scene of Marquis Isno throwing a fit in his mind. He reached out to pick and choose among the soul bones, directly taking out the 5000-year-old Heavenly Dream Ice Silkworm skull and stuffing it into Bai Xian's hands. Master, what is this? Bai Xian was momentarily stunned as she looked at the soul bone in her hands. This is a reward for you for protecting me these days. Accept it. Bai Yu would never be stingy with his own people. As Bai Xian was his most capable guard at this stage, she naturally needed to be well cultivated. Although Bai Xian, as a system, had been given the super Douluo with 3 100,000-year soul rings, she had no soul bones at all. While she could easily defeat ordinary titled Douluos, if she encountered a titled Douluo of the same level with soul bones, such as the top few offerings from the Spirit Hall, she might find herself at a disadvantage. Therefore, Bai Yu unhesitatingly handed this rarest spiritual system soul bone to Bai Xian. No, master, you still don't have a spiritual system head soul bone. I cannot accept it. I ask you, master, to fuse it yourself. Bai Xian repeatedly shook her head, pushing the Heavenly Dream Ice Silkworm skull back. But she found a force descending upon her, making it impossible to push the soul bone back no matter how hard she tried. She could only smile helplessly at Bai Yu. Be obedient, just fuse it. My beloved head soul bone has yet to appear. Undoubtedly, Bai Xian's earlier failure was due to Bai Yu's power manifesting. As the master, he had absolute control over Bai Xian, and she could never go against his will. Moreover, to be honest, the skull really did not catch his eye. After all, he had obtained the Golden Dragon God Claw, and facing this soul bone, Bai Yu couldn't help but fall into deep thought. He had just acquired the Golden Dragon King Martial Soul, plus with the previously obtained Golden Dragon God Claw. He couldn't believe there was no connection between them. Who knows, there might also be the Golden Dragon's left claw, right claw, and skull in the future. And these soul bones might not be external soul bones, just like the Golden Dragon's right claw, if he absorbed other head soul bones in advance. What would he do if he really obtained the Golden Dragon skull later? Since he had to cheat, he should pursue the limits of power. After all, with Bai Xian guarding him, he wouldn't encounter danger on a daily basis, so why rush to fuse soul bones? He was still young, with plenty of time ahead, and he wasn't in a hurry. Thank you, master. Bai Xian respectfully bowed to Bai Yu, sat cross-legged, and began to fuse the Heavenly Dream Ice Silkworm Skull. Relying on the foundation of 3-100-000 year soul rings and the power of a super Douluo, the small 5-000-year-old skull was easily refined in an instant. Although the soul power brought by the 5-000-year soul bone was far from enough for Bai Xian to break through from level 98 to the limit Douluo at level 99, it still provided a considerable boost and a good soul skill. Mental focus, passive soul skill, makes it easier to discern the enemy's weaknesses, increasing critical hit rate and critical hit damage. For someone like Bai Xian, the blood gun who primarily focused on direct attacks, this soul skill was quite good. It could enhance their combat capability by a full 20%. Zhu Zhuqing watched as Bai Xian effortlessly refined the 5-000-year soul bone, her eyes filled with envy. When will I have a soul bone of my own to enhance my strength and seek revenge on that scumbag? Sigh, there's no point in thinking about it. I am bound to this young man for the rest of my life. Wherever he goes, I must follow. I might not even encounter that cowardly scumbag. But what Zhu Zhuqing didn't expect was that just as she lowered her head to hide her envious gaze, a leg soul bone was quietly pushed in her line of sight, causing her to be startled. Suddenly looking up, her eyes fell upon a youthful face that was just beginning to show signs of heroism. Master, Zhu Zhuqing was startled. Here, this is for you, a 3-000-year-old ghost cat right leg soul bone. Hurry up and absorb it. Otherwise, you won't even qualify to be my sparring partner in the future. Now that I have a soul bone and you have a soul bone, you can't say I bully you when we practice together. Soul bones are great, but if left unused, they are meaningless and should be given to those loyal to oneself. For a small soul master like Zhu Zhuqing, to instinctively block in front of him when facing an attack from the soul sect is no small feat. Moreover, Zhu Zhuqing's potential is not low. As long as she is well cultivated, she could become a titled Douluo powerhouse in the future. Therefore, Bai Yu would not be stingy with rewards. As soul bones were not a rare commodity for him, aside from the 2 he had given away, there was still a total of 9 left. Looking at Bai Yu's serious expression and then at the 3-000-year-old ghost cat soul bone on the table, Zhu Zhuqing took a deep breath and looked at Bai Yu intently. I will remember this favor. Then she was no longer pretentious, gritted her teeth, sat down, and began to absorb it. However, she was only a soul master now, and absorbing a 3-000-year soul bone was a bit too much for her. Sweat beads began to form on her forehead, her eyelids twisted together like a rope, and her whole body trembled. Her fair skin was already showing veins and blood vessels. Clearly, for a soul master with only 1 soul ring, absorbing an entire 3-000-year soul bone was too strenuous for this girl. Even though Zhu Zhuqing's willpower was strong, having fled from the Xing Luo Empire to the Tiando Empire without shedding a tear, her physical condition was a hard limit that could not be surpassed. As Zhu Zhuqing's body was about to crumble under the pressure of the soul power from the soul bone, Bai Yu let out a long sigh in this critical moment. Chapter 13. Fusion of the Golden Dragon King's Bloodline. Changes in the Divine Realm and Star Dough. Sigh, this foolish girl really is suffering for the sake of her pride. Bai Xian, help her. Yes. Bai Xian's gaze sharpened, and the aura of a super Douluo erupted without reservation. Instantly, it suppressed the resentment of the soul beast attached to the soul bone. At the same time, she helped Zhu Zhuqing lock some of the soul power in the soul bone and gradually release it, allowing her to slowly absorb it. Bai Yu watched as Bai Xian took action. Her strength was truly formidable, and a flicker of envy flashed in his eyes. This is the dominance of 98th level Super Douluo. A little soul master of just over 10 levels can't absorb a 1,000-year soul bone. Is that common sense? Sorry. In the face of absolute strength, common sense is merely a fallacy. Oh no, for ordinary families, this indeed is common sense built on countless lives. But we are not ordinary people. We are exceptional. With Bai Xian's help, Zhu Zhuqing's condition stabilized rapidly. In just 1 hour, she perfectly absorbed the 3,000-year soul bone that she originally couldn't absorb, and even gained a nice soul skill. Netherworld Go Steps greatly enhances the user's speed, with the enhancement ratio calculated based on the user's level, up to a maximum of 50%, and allows for erratic movement, creating ghostly shadows that greatly confuse opponents. It's a low-tier version of the bizarre, elusive steps. Thank you, Master. Zhu Zhuqing made a decision in her heart and half knelt before Bai Yu, completely abandoning her pride as the legitimate daughter of the Zhu family. The master before her saved her from the demon lair and even gifted her a soul bone. How could she maintain her pride as the legitimate daughter of the Zhu family and distance herself from him? Zhu Zhuqing's values were upright, and she understood who treated her well, so she naturally felt grateful to Bai Yu. All right, since you've absorbed well, protect me. Bai Yu helped Zhu Zhuqing up and took out the Golden Dragon King's bloodline from the system, discovering that it was a drop of Golden Dragon blood containing violent power. Hiss! Feeling the aura of the thick blood, Bai Yu couldn't help but gasp. If he absorbed it directly, the power within would ruthlessly explode him without any chance to resist. System, although there's no pain in fusing treasures obtained from you. If I really absorb the dragon blood, I fear I would die without any pain, right? Bai Yu furrowed his brows tightly. This dragon blood could only be absorbed at the level of a title Douluo. With his current strength, he shouldn't even think about it. Just thinking about having to wait for several years until he becomes a title Douluo to use such a treasure made him feel a sharp pain. Master need not worry. I can seal part of the bloodline power for you. You can enhance your ability to absorb the Golden Dragon King's bloodline through absorbing the soul bones of the Golden Dragon clan, gaining blessings from soul beasts, and gradually unsealing it. Phew, that's good. Let's begin. Bai Yu took a deep breath and started to fuse with the Golden Dragon King's bloodline. That violent power surged into his limbs and bones, causing the veins beneath his skin to bulge. Each one flowed with scorching golden liquid, emanating a terrifying aura. Zhu Zhuqing was completely powerless to resist and was instantly knocked to the ground. Even though she had just fused with the soul bone and her soul power had increased by 3 levels to the 15th level, it was of no use. Even Bai Xian, without releasing her martial soul, felt a heavy pressure on her shoulders, making it hard to walk normally. It wasn't until she released her martial soul and enveloped herself and Zhu Zhuqing in her dense blood-red soul power that this strange sensation dissipated. Sister Bai Xian, the Master's aura is so powerful. Zhu Zhuqing finally stood up, wiping the cold sweat from her forehead. If Bai Xian hadn't protected her with soul power, she wouldn't have lasted long before her internal organs would bleed out, leading to her immediate death. Bai Xian nodded in acknowledgement, her gaze never leaving Bai Yu. This is the Master's fortuitous encounter. As subordinates, we should feel happy. Bai Xian's expression was mixed with joy and worry. The joy was that the Master's strength had increased again. The worry was that, unlike her ability to help Zhu Zhuqing absorb the 3,000-year Netherworld Spirit Cat soul bone, the Master could only digest this power by himself. After all, this mysterious power was entirely beyond her understanding. It didn't belong to ordinary soul power, but rather felt like the ethereal divine power. Phew, at this rate of growth, in a few years, the Master won't need my protection anymore, right? One day, he will become a being whose strength far surpasses mine. Bai Xian shook her head, not wanting to think too much. While continuing to use her soul power to protect Zhu Zhuqing, she tightly gripped her blood spear to guard Bai Yu, fearing that his absorption would attract prying eyes. However, the system had thoughtfully shielded Bai Yu from any anomalies, making Bai Xian's concerns unnecessary. If the system hadn't intervened, the following scene would have appeared in the sky: a western dragon shining with golden light, with crimson gold flowing on its wings, emitting a deafening roar that dyed half the sky gold. But even though the system helped Bai Yu shield the anomaly, the brewing luck in the air was enough for powerful beings to sense. And those capable of sensing it were none other than the 5 supreme gods of the divine realm and the one hiding in the star Do Great Forest. The god of destruction and the goddess of life, who were in seclusion in the divine realm mansion, simultaneously broke their seclusion and ran into the coming Shura god. What's going on? Wasn't the Golden Dragon King slain by you? Even the remaining divine power has been sealed. How could the bloodline of the Golden Dragon King appear in the lower realm? Facing this serious inquiry from the god of destruction, the Shura god furrowed his brows and slowly shook his head. I don't know. The god of goodness and the god of evil have already investigated. There is nothing unusual about the seal of the Golden Dragon King's divine power and bloodline. The 2 supreme gods exchanged silent glances. What should make us vigilant is that the Golden Dragon King's bloodline has reappeared in the lower realm without any warning. Yet no anomalies have occurred. The patrolling divine officials can't find out who has obtained the Golden Dragon King's bloodline. Is it a human or a soul beast? And which powerful being is shielding the anomalies for him? The goddess of life, in a rare low tone, raised her head to look towards the core of the divine realm. Is it possible that the fate in the dark is destined to be this way? The Golden Dragon King has appeared, while the Silver Dragon King is nowhere to be found. Once the 2 merge, the Dragon God will return. At that time, the divine realm will surely face an unprecedented war. Countless gods will perish in this war. Investigate, and let all the gods pay attention to the places of inheritance among humans. If he is human, after his strength increases, in search of a long life and powerful strength, he will definitely go to their places of inheritance to participate in assessments seeking divinity. At the same time, send more divine officials to patrol. No matter what, we must root out who has obtained the Golden Dragon King's bloodline. If it is a human, we will cultivate him for our use. If it is a soul beast, we will kill him without mercy, as the divine realm cannot withstand another calamity. The 3 supreme gods present reached a tacit consensus. No matter what, they must root out who has obtained the Golden Dragon King's bloodline and cannot allow him to grow wildly. They might even be captured by the Silver Dragon King to extract the bloodline and merge it, ultimately bringing back the Dragon God. At the same time, in the life lake of the core area of the Star Do Great Forest, a pair of ethereal and clear eyes opened, with dazzling purple hidden in the silver pupils. The owner of those captivating eyes, with silver hair cascading down to her waist, was completely unclothed, her body shielded only by scales. Guided by the mysterious luck, she directed her gaze towards the direction where Bai Yu was. Chapter 14. Gu Yu Na. At all costs, find him. Master, you are awake. You have finally woken up. A steady and authoritative voice came from outside the lake, mixed with joy. Gu Yu Na raised her eyebrows, her slender fingers gently waving in the air, using her soul power to weave a silver-white long dress for herself, and then opened the lake's barrier. With Gu Yu Na's consent, Di Tian, in his black dragon form, stirred his wings and swam into the lake. Di Tian, my injuries have not yet healed. I may need to rest for several tens of thousands of years. I cannot command the soul beasts or eliminate humans and gods right now. Hearing Gu Yu Na's ethereal voice, Di Tian's eyes revealed a sense of loss, but he still forced himself to cheer up, showing a smile to comfort himself. After all, the master had been in slumber for so long, now that she could awaken. Her injuries must be mostly healed, right? Di Tian, I have awakened this time because I sensed the aura of the Golden Dragon King. Di Tian was stunned, disbelief showing on his dragon face. The aura of the Golden Dragon King. The dragon race's unique vertical pupils trembled, and then his whole body shivered, his pupils revealing excitement. Really? Master, does this mean you can fuse with the bloodline of the Golden Dragon King, heal your injuries in advance, and revive the Dragon God? The Dragon God, the supreme deity of all soul beasts, the cornerstone of the master, as long as he returns. Overthrowing the rule of the divine realm and humans would be a piece of cake. After so many years of lurking and resting, just in the Star Do Forest, there are more than 10 soul beasts over 100,000 years old, not to mention a few in the extreme north. As long as the Dragon God revives, They would not be inferior to the divine realm in terms of high-end combat power, and restoring the glory of the ancient soul beasts would be just around the corner. You might be disappointed. The bloodline of the Golden Dragon King has manifested, but it is very weak. Even if I fuse with it now, it would not help my injuries, let alone revive the dragon god. Gu Yuna spoke lightly, wanting to feel the fate in the dimness and explore the whereabouts of the Golden Dragon King's bloodline. But she found that fate seemed to be shrouded in a hazy fog, making it impossible to understand, so she could only sigh in sorrow. I can't find it. Gu Yuna shook her head slightly. Can't find it? Dition trembled all over, his voice shaking. From dawn to returning to the night, it takes just an instant. Alas, I don't know why the shadow of fate has been deliberately concealed. Even I, the one closest to the bloodline of the Golden Dragon King, cannot explore it. But that doesn't matter. You can send a few capable subordinates to explore the major soul beast forests. Yes, Dition replied. With the expansion of humanity, the living space of soul beasts has become smaller and smaller, concentrated only in the major soul beast forests and the extreme forbidden areas where humans have stopped. If they want to search for the bloodline of the Golden Dragon King through thorough investigation, it would take many years, even decades. But for Dition, the king of soul beasts who has lived for over 800,000 years, that is nothing. As for whether humans might obtain the bloodline of the Golden Dragon King, they would have to let them search in the two major empires. Both Dition and Gu Yuna held onto the pride of the soul beasts in their hearts. They assumed that only soul beasts would be favored by the bloodline of the Golden Dragon King. As for humans, with their weak bodies and short lifespans, how could they gain the recognition of the bloodline of the Golden Dragon King? Additionally, since the bloodline of the Golden Dragon King has manifested, we need to plan ahead. I intend to split off a clone, transform into a human form, and travel to the human world to understand our future enemies and prepare for the counterattack. As for my name in the human world, let's call me Gu Yuna. Hearing her master's decision, Dition's heart sank. Master, although humans are weak, they are extremely cunning. I dare to request that you take along a powerful guardian soul beast of 100,000 years that can transform into human form without losing cultivation. Facing Dition's advice, Gu Yuna slowly shook her head. No need, that's just a clone. Even if it is lost, the impact on my power can be ignored. Seeing Gu Yuna's mind was made up, Dition did not insist further, only nodding and retreating back to the lake. How is it? What did the master say? A seemingly ordinary, extremely plump bear rolled over. Beneath its bloated figure and fluffy fur lay terrifying strength. Dition looked around at the gathered 100,000-year soul beasts and took a deep breath. Everyone, the suffering days of our soul beasts are about to end. The bloodline of the Golden Dragon King has reappeared, and the master has made up her mind to counterattack the divine realm. Dition's words made the 100,000-year soul beasts present gasp in shock. How many years has it been? How many years? We, the soul beasts, have been pressured by the divine realm and the expansion of humans, forced to retreat to the major soul beast forests, becoming prey for humans to obtain soul rings. Once the overlords of the continent, they could only curl up defensively now, which was undoubtedly a trampling on the dignity of their high-level soul beasts. Roar. The master is wise. The plump bear, known as Bear Lord, let out a thunderous roar. Other 100,000-year soul beasts also roared in agreement, especially in recent decades. They have been extremely aggrieved. Those humans dared to swagger into the soul beast stronghold, the Stardow Forest, hunting 100,000-year soul beasts, resulting in the death of a 100,000-year soft-boned rabbit. They even came up with shameless tricks like the beauty trap. That bastard with the Haotian hammer, Martial Soul, actually abducted a key member of the soul beast camp, one of the countless admirers of low-level soul beasts. The Blue-Silver Emperor. When the life of the Blue-Silver King dissipated in their perception, the entire core circle erupted in chaos. Countless blue-silver grasses drooped their heads in mourning for their king. Even the gentlest emerald swan, Bai Yu, had a hint of killing intent in her eyes. Humans, you will pay for this. Now, the time has finally come for us to take revenge. Bear Lord, ZG, you will go to the extreme north and the Sunset Forest respectively to find the inheritor of the Golden Dragon King's bloodline. Even if it costs your lives, you must bring him back safely. This is the master's command. Understood. Watching Bear Lord and ZG leave, Dtion's eyes narrowed with a dominating gaze. Umans, it's time for you to pay the price. Meanwhile, Bai Yu is unaware that the movement of absorbing the bloodline had stirred up a huge wave in the divine realm and the Star Doe forest. At this moment, he was playing with the right claw of the golden dragon, examining the flowing golden surface and the powerful aura emanating from it, secretly nodding. Bai Xian's dream ice silkworm skull and Zhu Zhuqing's nethercat skull had brought them powerful soul skills and decent amplifications. So how much surprise would this piece, which bore the greatest expectations, the premium product from the system, the right claw of the golden dragon, bring to him? Bai Yu's eyes narrowed slightly as he directly pressed the soul bone into his right hand. Bai Yu felt waves of violent power ruthlessly crashing against his right hand. Then, it surged up the meridians, instantly filling his entire right arm, causing a feeling of swelling pain. Is this the power of the golden dragon's right claw? Indeed violent. Otherwise, it wouldn't be worthy of merging with the golden dragon king's martial soul. But so what? Calm down. A fierce look flashed in Bai Yu's eyes, and before the system could act, he summoned the golden dragon martial soul without hesitation. Without saying a word, he pressed the supreme dragon race's aura firmly onto the soul bone. Feeling the familiar aura, the originally violent right claw of the golden dragon gradually calmed down. It even revealed a hint of joy, as if a wanderer was returning home, actively cooperating with Bai Yu's fusion. In less than half an hour, this soul bone completely merged into Bai Yu's body. Master, are you okay? Bai Xian walked over with concern. Although she estimated that an ordinary 1,000-year soul bone would be no problem for a seemingly monstrous master. The high rank of the golden dragon soul bone compared to ordinary soul bones was like comparing golden silk nanmu to rotten wooden boards, or bird's nest and shark fin to white face masks. They were simply not in the same league. Therefore, facing her master, who fused without a second thought, Bai Xian was also unsure and had long been prepared to step in to save him. I didn't expect that the fusion with the golden dragon would go so smoothly. It's nothing, just a small hiccup at the beginning. Just then, the system suddenly spoke. Congratulations, Master, you have fused with the right claw of the golden dragon. Your fusion degree with the Golden Dragon King's bloodline has reached 20%. The Golden Dragon King's bloodline will not enhance your soul power, but it will greatly enhance your physical body. Your current physical body has reached the level of a soul sage in the defense-type martial soul, when a martial soul is unleashed. Additionally, when a fusion degree reaches 30%, you can transform into a golden dragon, soul beast form. Bai Yu's eyes lit up, a daily physical body equivalent to that of a defense-type soul sage, in full defense mode? What does this concept mean? Even if Bai Yu stood there and let a powerful attack-type soul sage hit him, he might not even be able to take damage. Strong. Too strong. This doesn't even account for the enhancement from soul bones. Bai Yu moved his right arm, and with a thought, densely packed dragon scales appeared on it, glowing with a golden red light. Just a light punch forward created a sonic boom, instantly shattering a bookshelf several meters away. Is this the power of the golden dragon soul bone? Just by obtaining the right claw of the golden dragon, my strength has surged. What would happen if I obtained a complete set of soul bones? Wouldn't my strength skyrocket? Moreover, this was just a casual punch, and I hadn't even used any soul skills yet. Golden dragon fission. With a single claw strike, 1 becomes 2, 2 becomes 4. The exponentially increasing golden dragon claw will tear enemies to shreds and can cause devastating damage to soul masters whose strength is 10 levels lower than the user. This soul skill is so strong. Bai Yu's expression was somewhat dazed. He vaguely guessed why the dragon god could rampage in the divine realm back in the day. Even after being split into the golden and silver dragon kings by the Shura god with a single sword strike, he could still inflict great damage on the divine realm thanks to part of the golden dragon king's power, leaving countless gods terrified and viewing him as a taboo. This soul skill only inflicts devastating blows on soul masters 10 levels lower than the user. What about the Golden Dragon King, who possessed incomplete divine king power and could unleash divine skills? With a single strike, could he slay a large number of first-level and second-level gods? Just thinking about it is terrifying. Bai Yu smiled with satisfaction. This reward is not bad. thanks to the hotel owner's support and the generosity of His Highness Esno, especially the latter, who even risked his life for his growth. Truly great. Let us go. Considering the time, the encounter between a certain little rabbit and a certain hypocrite is also approaching. If I don't intervene, how can I uphold my identity? Bai Yu stood up and yawned. Although many people don't like Xiao Wu, what does it have to do with him? Such a beautiful girl, and you're just letting her go? That doesn't align with the principles of an old lecher. Moreover, he truly despises that hypocrite Tang San for deceiving Xiao Wu into becoming his sister and then failing to protect her, causing her to be sacrificed. In the end, Xiao Wu also didn't have a good outcome, becoming Tang San's Shura sword sheath. Every moment, she has to contend with the cold aura of the Shura god sword. It's important to know that once you become a god, your lifespan is over 10 million years. For millions of years, she has to endure the invasion of that cold aura. Xiao Wu's pain is self-evident, but it's okay, since I've crossed over. Then Xiao Wu is already predetermined for me. That hypocrite with distorted values should roll as far away as possible. Bai Yu reached out to pack away his favorite items from the villa, leaving everything else behind. After all, he is not short on money, and he has no emotional attachment to a villa he barely lived in for less than a month. It's no loss to throw it away. Master, are we leaving? Zhu Zhuqing blinked, her eyes filled with confusion. Such a nice villa, such a great environment, and you're saying to just abandon it? Little sister, it's best not to pry into the master's matters. Just know that as maids and guards, we go wherever the master goes. Bai Xian glanced at Zhu Zhuqing and followed behind Bai Yu, who was walking towards the door. Seeing this, Zhu Zhuqing hurriedly followed. Right? I am already the master's training maid. I cannot leave the master's private property even a step. But just as Bai Yu was feeling grateful for His Highness Esno's great sacrifice while on his way, a series of crashing sounds suddenly came from the Marquis's mansion in the Esno Marquisate. Bang! A delicate porcelain bowl smashed to the ground, shattering into pieces. Marquis Esno sat in an armchair, his expression dark enough to drip water, his eyes filled with ruthlessness and killing intent. The guards and servants kneeling below trembled in fear, not daring to breathe. So you're saying that my son is dead, and the murderer even took all the soul bones from my treasury as provocation. Useless trash. Another porcelain bowl smashed down, hitting a soul respect guard and causing his head to bleed. But he didn't dare to make a sound, only kneeling there, wishing he could bury his head in the ground. A soul king, 2 soul sect members, and they couldn't even protect my son's life. The enemy even ransacked the treasury without alerting anyone. This is no ordinary murderer. Marquis Esno's gaze was icy as he angrily flipped over the table in front of him. All treasury guards, 6 months of salary deducted. Those guards who didn't go out with my son that day will be executed without mercy. The guards kneeling on the ground for various reasons, who hadn't gone out with Esno, instantly raised their heads, their expressions filled with fear. My lord, my mother fell ill, and I had to serve her by the bedside. That's why I didn't go out with His Highness. My lord, I lost an arm protecting the young master a few days ago, and you specifically approved my recovery. It's not that I didn't want to protect His Highness. My lord, please see clearly. We weren't on duty that day, and we didn't expect His Highness to be killed by a villain. A chorus of cries followed, but it was all for naught. Soon, soul masters with strength far exceeding theirs stepped forward and with a wave of their hand pierced through their chests, ensuring they met their end. The smell of blood filled the large room, causing the remaining people to shiver, not daring to lift their eyelids. But just then, several spies, resembling soul masters, suddenly entered from outside. Their report interrupted Marquis Esno's killing spree, slightly easing the atmosphere in the room. My lord, we have confirmed that the murderer is a young man named Bai Yu, who is quite wealthy. He has fled with his 2 maids and is currently untraceable, leaving only a villa behind. We seek your instruction on whether we should burn down the villa to avenge His Highness. Hearing his subordinate's report, Marquis Esno's expression grew even darker. He runs pretty fast. After contemplating for a moment, Marquis Esno ultimately shook his head. Forget it, my son is dead. Burning down his villa won't bring him back to life. It's better to keep it. Perhaps one day, that scoundrel will foolishly return and stay in the villa. When that time comes, I will make him pay for my son's life. I will personally use a whip soaked in salt water to beat him until his skin is torn and his flesh is lacerated, locking him in a damp and cold dungeon. As for those two maids, since I've lost one son, let them accompany my other sons. I will certainly vent today as anger on them, listening to their pleas for mercy and watching them cry. Additionally, dispatch personnel at any cost to find their whereabouts across the entire continent. I refuse to believe they can hide forever. Hearing Marquis Esno's orders, the spies quickly responded and then hurriedly retreated. They did not wish to remain there, lest the temperamental Marquis take their lives like he just did. However, Marquis Esno would never have imagined that the person he wanted to hunt down had a super Douluo among them. At this moment, Bai Xian had already used her soul power, taking Bai Yu and Zhu Zhuqing, crossing half the empire in less than half a day, and arriving in Notting City. Quite fast. Thank you for the compliment, master. To keep a low profile, Bai Yu had Bai Xian land on the outskirts of the city, then hired a car straight to the Notting City Academy. To his relief, the timing was just right. As soon as they arrived at the entrance, they heard a commotion. An elderly man dressed in a brown coarse sweater, with gray-white hair, was leaning on a cane, holding a piece of paper, arguing with the gatekeeper. Beside him stood a slender boy with jet-black hair, dressed in blue, whose palm glimmered with a cold light, presumably a hidden weapon. What proof in the spear hall? In this remote place, a blue-silver grass martial soul, and he still has innate, full spirit power? I bet your proof is forged. Chapter 16. You want me to help but give me a cold shoulder? I see you're just deliberately making things difficult. The gray-haired old man hunched over, striking the ground heavily with his cane, producing a loud thud. Making things difficult? Am I wrong? A poor kid from a rural area, with a blue-silver grass martial soul. How could he possibly have innate, full spirit power? A phoenix flying out of chicken coop? The gatekeeper wore a mocking expression, and without saying a word, he snatched the martial soul proof from the old man's hand, crumpled it into a ball, and tossed it aside, letting it roll away with the wind. You, shameless! The old man was startled and hurriedly moved his legs and came to chase after the martial soul proof. Seeing this scene, Bai Yu had already sensed the murderous intent in the boy's eyes. He also vaguely caught a glimpse of the cold light in the boy's sleeve, which was clearly a hidden sword. The identities of the three people before him were evidently clear. The pure and noble Tang San, the reclusive Douluo Old Jack, and the nameless cannon fodder gatekeeper. Master, do you really want to enroll in this academy? Forgive me for speaking bluntly, but if you wish, I can directly approach the royal family of the Heaven Do Empire. I believe with my strength, they would definitely let you enroll in the best junior soul master academy in the entire empire. Bai Xian thought that Bai Yu was going to Notting City because there were rare treasures emerging, which was why it attracted her master so much. She never expected that her master only wanted to enroll in an obscure junior soul master academy. She couldn't understand what was so good about this academy. The faculty there was as poor as it could get. The strongest was merely a soul zone. If her master really wanted to learn, practice secret techniques and combat skills, he could completely come to her, so why go there? It's fine, I have my own plans. I'm just new here, and will temporarily stay in the academy dormitory for a couple of days. You inquire around and buy a mansion as our residence for the next 6 years here. Understood. Hearing Bai Yu's words, Bai Xian finally breathed a sigh of relief. As a personal guard, she not only had to ensure Bai Yu's safety, but also guarantee his comfort. Earlier, she had scanned the academy's dormitory with her spiritual power. The environment was hard to describe, only that it was dirty, chaotic, and foul-smelling, and extremely cramped. Of course, the reference point was the villa they had lived in before. Zhu Qing, you will handle the enrollment procedures with me. For the next 6 years, we will attend school here. Yes. Zhu Zhuqing, like Bai Xian, was puzzled by Bai Yu's choice of this academy. However, as a maid, she should not ask too many questions. She just needed to learn to obey. Unless Bai Yu made a very unfavorable principled mistake, she wouldn't speak out. Oh dear. Young master, look, my eyes are truly blinded. Just arguing with these two country bumpkins has left you waiting on the side. Are you here to enroll? Quickly. This way, please. The gatekeeper hadn't even finished mocking old Jack for chasing after the martial soul proof when he suddenly spotted Bai Yu standing not far away. dressed in splendid clothes, and was instantly startled. Respect is shown first by the attire. Bai Yu's outfit had already proven his extraordinary identity. Even if he had 100 times the courage, he wouldn't dare offend him. Otherwise, what awaited him wouldn't just be dismissal, but possibly a beating and being kicked out of Nodding City. After working as a gatekeeper for many years, he had seen enough of the nature of those noble lords. No worries, we just arrived as well. What happened with all the noise? Upon hearing this, the gatekeeper's face turned pale. He thought his loud voice had disturbed Bai Yu's enjoyment, and he almost buckled at the knees. I was just following the rules, trying to drive away 2 deceiving country bumpkins. The gatekeeper rubbed his hands, wearing a fawning expression, vividly demonstrating what it meant to bow and scrape. You're talking nonsense. Grandpa Jack is not a fraud. Tang San took a couple of steps forward, his gaze cold, the hidden arrow poised to strike. According to the teachings of the Xian Tian Bao Lu, anyone who disrespects elders will be killed without mercy. Grandpa Jack, as the village chief, personally sought Su Yuntao to help him awaken his martial soul, and personally sent him to this academy. He was already his most respected elder. Anyone who dares to insult Grandpa Jack must be dealt with. Bah, you little brat, if you say you have innate full spirit power, then why don't you show me a spirit ring? Let me give you a piece of advice. Country bumpkin, don't think you can eat swan meat. Before I call someone, you better get lost. The gatekeeper spat on the ground, his disdain fully evident, which made Tang San furious. And he looked ready to draw his hidden sword. Just at that critical moment, old Jack rushed over, holding the crumpled martial soul proof, leaning on his cane, and quickly restrained Tang San's arm. Xiao San, enrolling is important. Don't be reckless. Under old Jack's calming influence, Tang San finally calmed down a bit and withdrew the hidden sword into his sleeve. This gentleman, old Jack, noticed the gatekeeper and respectfully approached Bai Yu, saying, "This young brother insists that our martial soul proof is fake. You have good eyesight. Could you please take a look and confirm it?" Old Jack was a wise elder and immediately lowered his stance, bending his body to offer the martial soul proof, making Bai Yu feel a bit embarrassed. "My lord, don't believe him. This old scoundrel is just a fraud. This martial soul proof is an insult to your eyes." The gatekeeper pretended to interrupt midway. A bloody shadow suddenly slammed onto his arm, causing him pain as if his eyes were about to pop out, and he gasped for breath. "My master's actions don't need your guidance." The gatekeeper turned around to find Bai Xian staring at him with a cold gaze. The blood gun in her hand emitted a powerful aura, as if he would lose his life on the spot if he acted rashly. I wouldn't dare. Please forgive me, my lord." Seeing the gatekeeper admitting his mistake, Bai Xian then sheathed her blood gun. But just as Bai Yu was about to take the martial soul proof, a young hand suddenly flickered and snatched the martial soul proof away. "Xiao San." Old Jack was in a panic. "I finally got someone to help verify the truth. What is this kid doing?" "Grandpa Jack, let us go back. You are the elder. How can you bow to a child?" "I'd rather not enroll." The jade color in Tang San's hand gradually faded, revealing that the ultimate skill he had just used was, without a doubt, one of Tang San's 6 ultimate skills, the Xianyu hand. "Xiao San, behave. Quickly give the martial soul proof to this gentleman. He has already promised to help us." "No, you are the elder, and he is the junior. It wouldn't do for him to help you willingly, and you still have to beg him?" Dressed in splendid clothes. Yet you don't even understand respecting the old and cherishing the young. Didn't your parents teach you? Bai Yu, who initially felt awkward about being polite to old Jack, silently withdrew his hand after hearing Tang San's words. "Oh dear, my lord, this child has been without a mother since a young age. Hence his character is a bit stubborn. Please don't hold it against him." Old Jack's face turned pale as he saw Bai Yu's stern expression. This gentleman before him might very well be the only opportunity for Xiao San to enroll in the academy. If he couldn't gain his help, Xiao San wouldn't be able to attend school. In a fit of emotion, old Jack coughed continuously, causing Tang San to feel a wave of panic. He quickly supported old Jack and patted his back. "Grandpa Jack, are you okay?" He then raised his head and looked at Bai Yu with a cold gaze. "If it weren't for your disrespect towards elders, insisting that Grandpa Jack ask you for help, would he be coughing in anger now? You have such a high status and wealth. What's wrong with helping an old man voluntarily? You have already chosen the path to your own demise. The last trace of Bai Yu's willingness to help vanished under Tang San's furious stare. You wanted to help, but you still give me a cold shoulder? Who do you think you are? The Pope Bibi Dong, or the Snow Night Emperor? Just as the atmosphere reached a stalemate, a middle-aged man dressed in a black robe with a buzz cut and a deep, magnetic voice walked in from the academy gate. May I see that soul certificate? Chapter 17. The master's calculation. This voice was extremely familiar to Bai Yu. His master, who in the finale was seen sobbing over Bibidong's corpse, shedding crocodile tears while mourning for his cousin and lover, Lu Erlong. Master, Yu Xiaojang, the #1 scumbag of Douluo continent. Without a doubt. Of course. Please take a look. Seeing that pleading for Bai Yu's help was hopeless, old Jack placed his last hope on the arriving Yu Xiaojang. He believed that with the other's refined demeanor, he wouldn't deliberately make things difficult, right? Master, why are you here? This soul certificate is genuine. If there is a next time, you won't need to work anymore. The flattering smile on the gatekeeper's face froze, and he instantly turned to stone. Is it really true? Humph. Are you surprised that the certificate is real, or are you happy about being dismissed? The gatekeeper trembled upon hearing Yu Xiaojang's words. Over the years, he had taken advantage of his position as a gatekeeper to extort countless poor students seeking admission. The reason Tang San did not gain admission smoothly was also partly due to not giving him gifts. He relied on accepting bribes to live a lavish life, and certainly did not want to lose this job. You should leave quickly. Yu Xiaojang's command of get lost swirled on his lips, but ultimately was swallowed back down, replaced with leave to maintain his refined persona. Then, Master, I entrust Xiao San to you. Xiao San, once you enter the academy, you must listen to the Master, study hard, and take good care of your depressed father in the future. Understood? Facing old Jack's heartfelt reminder, Tang San nodded seriously, not forgetting to glance at Bai Yu. Look, this is the attitude one should have towards elders. When meeting elders, one should take the initiative to help. Old man, you can rest assured. I will help this child with the admission procedures. As Master saw old Jack and Tang San directing respectful gazes at him, he felt delighted inside. This was the effect he desired. Since leaving the Golden Iron Triangle, he had also stayed in Nodding City for nearly 10 years and had become a close friend of the principal of the Nodding City Junior Soul Master Academy. Having some connections within the Spirit Hall, he had long heard that in the nearby Holy Soul Village, there was a child with innate full soul power whose martial soul was actually blue silvergrass. The news was outrageous, but Su Yuntao, who was responsible for soul awakenings, was always steady and would never joke about such matters. Therefore, he had been wandering around the academy gate for the past 2 days, and today he finally caught this genius. He believed that his recent good deed must have moved him, right? As long as he could take this genius as his disciple and cultivate him into a titled Douluo, he could validate his theory of the top 10 martial souls. By then, who wouldn't know the name Yu Xiaojang across the world? Humph, second uncle, the old fool. Just as Lu Erlong is about to be in my grasp, I can rely on this relationship to enter the upper echelons of the blue electric Tyrannosaurus family and be respected. Yet you have to meddle. And that Fred, relying on his big brother status, actually looks down on me and plans to compete with me for Erlong. Once I achieve fame and fortune, I will make you regret it. Hey, who is this Xiao San? Yu Xiaojang suddenly noticed Bai Yu and the others standing behind Tang San, his gaze instantly drawn to Bai Yu's unique temperament and splendid attire. The guards following him also faintly exuded a powerful aura, making him unable to help but ask curiously, "Oh, who is this rich young master? Not only does he not help Grandpa Jack, but he also makes him cough in anger." Upon hearing this, Yu Xiaojang's eyes lit up. It was truly a stroke of luck, as he had just been thinking about how to increase Tang San's favorability. And now the opportunity had arisen. Child, is what Xiao San said true? Yu Xiaojang's voice was low, carrying an interrogative tone, making Bai Yu uncomfortable. The elder just now was a senior. As juniors, we should take the initiative to help. How can you make an old man plead with you? Yu Xiaojang's face hardened, displaying a righteous expression, even intentionally raising his voice to attract passersby. Sir, are you being unreasonable? It was that person next to you who blocked that elder, preventing him from seeking our help, and even gave us a cold shoulder. How can you turn the blame around? I must say, Zhu Zhuqing, as a girl educated in nobility, spoke elegantly when reasoning with others. However, she did not realize that reasoning with a rogue was utterly useless, especially when dealing with a cunning old fox standing on a moral high ground. That's your problem. If it weren't for you looking down from above, waiting for Grandpa Jack to lower his dignity and seek you out, would I have stepped in to stop it? Tang San crossed his arms and glared coldly at Zhu Zhuqing, but was suddenly stunned by her beauty. This girl is so beautiful. Even the stunning senior sisters of the Tang sect or the village girls of Holy Soul Village were completely overshadowed. Such a good girl. Why should she be possessed by this scoundrel rich young master? It's so unfair. Tang San stared at Zhu Zhuqing, focusing on her most outstanding feature, her ample bosom. The lewdness in Tang San's eyes infuriated Zhu Zhuqing. She thought to herself, during her escape, many had coveted her body, but none had such a heavy lust and were so young. Zhu Zhuqing was very angry and directly released her martial soul. A yellow soul ring rose from beneath her feet, and her imposing aura bore down on Tang San, causing him to involuntarily take 2 steps back. A yellow ring? Why don't I have one? Perhaps this is the reason I cannot break through with my Xiantian skill? Tang San's eyes flickered as he stared at the soul ring on Zhu Zhuqing. Although he hadn't studied martial soul knowledge, he could guess a thing or two. Just as Zhu Zhuqing was about to unleash her soul skill and charge forward, she was suddenly grabbed by Bai Yu. Master! Zhu Zhuqing glared at Bai Yu in displeasure. Bai Yu shook his head at her, signaling her with his eyes. Following Bai Yu's gaze, Zhu Zhuqing realized that the master had already revealed his own soul ring, 2 yellow rings. A great soul master. Zhu Zhuqing was shocked. If she had rushed forward just now, she would have definitely been injured. The argument finally attracted the attention of those around, who turned their gazes toward them. Seeing that a master from the academy was in conflict with a rich young master, many rushed over to watch the drama unfold. Hey, isn't that the master? Why is he in a conflict with the rich young master? TSK, TSK, TSK. There's a good show to watch now. I wonder who the principal will help? Who knows? Anyway, the principal is a soul emperor and the strongest in Notting City. His stance is decisive. However, it seems like it's once again the young master bullying the lower class. They had clearly seen Zhu Zhuqing summon her soul ring, and it looked like she was about to unleash her soul skill. Meanwhile, the master had almost simultaneously summoned his martial soul. Looking at the master next to the shabby-dressed Tang San, who had patches on his clothes, they naturally imagined that Bai Yu was humiliating Tang San and the master. This group of nobles is outrageous. They even won't spare a child from a poor family. Isn't this a common occurrence? But this young master is likely to run into trouble. The dean of this academy even has to show some respect to the city lord. Running into trouble is even better. It serves as a lesson for this scoundrel. After hearing the discussions around her, Zhu Zhuqing's face turned red with anger, and she looked at Bai Yu with a guilty expression. She didn't expect that her moment of impulse would put her master in a difficult position. The master felt very pleased upon hearing the whispers around him. No matter how wealthy you are or how noble you are, you still have to consider public opinion. No matter how rich you are, what of it? With so many people present, a mouthful of spit from each one could drown you. I believe that under my influence, Tang San's favor towards me will definitely rise to another level, right? The master thought, protecting Tang San behind him, resembling an old bird shielding a chick. He also established a strong persona in front of the onlookers. In the end, he looked at Bai Yu with a pitiful gaze. Child, I believe you're also blinded by the consciousness of wealth. Your true nature is not like this. As long as you admit your mistake to Xiao San and bow to me in apology, I will not hold it against you, and I will help you with the admission procedures. How about that? Chapter 18. Return the favor by their own means hearing the master's words. The onlookers erupted into another wave of whispers. Hiss, what's wrong with the master this time? In the past, when he had conflicts with nobles, he would directly ask the dean to intervene. The master is kind-hearted. The dean is the strongest in Notting City, and if he intervenes, even the nobles in the city will face severe consequences. Yes, the master is a good person, giving this young man a chance to reform. All he has to do is apologize, and everything will be fine. That's right. Not only will he not pursue the matter, but he'll also help him with the admission procedures. with the master's help. He won't even have to pay a bribe. Sure, how dare you say this outside? Have you eaten too many red beans and want to die? These voices reached Zhu Zhuqing's ears, making her unable to stop her shoulders from trembling, her teeth chattering. You all clearly know that it's Tang San who is in the wrong. He not only refused our help, but also spoke harshly to us. Why do we have to apologize? But her words, amidst the tide of discussion, caused no ripples and instead attracted disdainful looks. Girl, daring to do, but not to take responsibility is not a virtue. Exactly, you just summoned your martial soul. If it weren't for the master protecting that child, you would have probably beaten him to death. You nobles are always overbearing. Hey, little maid, your master hasn't spoken yet. It's not your turn to interrupt. Just focus on your duty of serving at night. Hee, a ragged little maid. What qualifications do you have to show your face? Aren't you ashamed? Disdainful looks and accusatory words came pouring in, even with lewd remarks and whistles. The law does not punish the crowd, even if Bai Yu is a wealthy young master. Can he kill them one by one? When the matter escalates, will the city lord agree? Moreover, some people gradually realized that although Bai Yu was dressed luxuriously and appeared wealthy, they had lived in Notting City for so long and had never heard of him. He was likely a young master from outside, so why should they be afraid? Coming from outside means he has no power in Notting City. Such nobles are often the least to be feared. Some unscrupulous rascals might take the opportunity to humiliate him. Zhu Zhuqing's eyes glistened with tears, her fists tightly clenched. Just when she was about to burst into tears, a hand suddenly rested on her head, gently stroking her hair. Master, I know. It's always like this with unruly people. Bai Yu merely shrugged, his eyes flickering. He considered himself someone who would repay any grievance. And he had quietly noted who had been the first to provoke. He would settle the score later. As for the shameless master, he had his own ways. Since you want to use public opinion and reputation against me, I will return the favor in kind. Silence. At Bai Yu's behest, Bai Xian shouted sternly. The voice, carrying soul power, had a piercing quality that instantly silenced everyone present. No one dared to speak. Those who had been shouting earlier also sensed Bai Xian's extraordinary strength, and all closed their mouths. A good man does not suffer immediate losses. They had no need to seek trouble for themselves. Master, I must say, you are very clever to use such underhanded tactics. But if I don't apologize, what will you do? Yu Xiaojiang was momentarily stunned, but then a mocking expression emerged on his face. Not apologize? Then just wait to be drowned in spit. Once your reputation is ruined, I can ask the dean to punish you, and it will be smooth sailing. By then, I can make you pay compensation to Tang San as your apology. That way, I will be held in even higher esteem in Tang San's eyes. Yu Xiaojiang looked at Bai Yu with satisfaction, as if he had him all figured out. Ahem! Bai Yu cleared his throat, glancing around. Everyone, I know you all have a sense of justice and think I am bullying others, feeling disdain for me. But let me ask, am I really the one bullying others? If this had been said earlier, Bai Yu would have been drowned in a storm of criticism. But the aura released by Bai Xian had already intimidated everyone present. And for a moment, no one dared to respond. Yes, it's you bullying Grandpa Jack. Not only did you not actively help him, but you also made him ask you for help. Tang San stepped forward without hesitation, glaring fiercely at Bai Yu while looking gratefully at Yu Xiaojiang. Huh, you made it difficult for Grandpa Jack. Just wait to be drowned in spit. However, his words, when they reached the ears of the onlookers, stirred their thoughts. What does this kid mean? When asking someone for help, one should lower their posture, right? If it were me, I wouldn't help a stranger for no reason. That's very normal. You can't say that even for a 60-year-old man, even if he is paralyzed, when asking for help, he has to temporarily set aside his dignity. No problem. Asking for help while being high and mighty? Who do you think you are? As the crowd began to lose control, Yu Xiaojiang felt a bad premonition rising in his heart. He looked at Tang San with a resentful gaze. Why are you interrupting? The reason I didn't ask you to require others to help you voluntarily in front of everyone is that you are not in the right. I finally drew everyone's attention to how Bai Yu is bullying the weak. Why do you have to bring it back with one sentence? Can't you see that he is setting a trap for you, deliberately making you fall for it? Respecting the old and cherishing the young is a virtue. Shouldn't it be upheld? Tang San, unaware of the change in atmosphere, sneered and continued speaking. But this one sentence made the surrounding people burst into laughter. Ha! After all, he's just a child, respecting the old and cherishing the young. Who set that rule? The law of the jungle is the truth of the world, right? The Douluo continent is a world where extraordinary powers exist. The strong bully the weak, and the rich devour the poor. This is already etched in everyone's hearts. They might resent the strong and the rich, but they absolutely recognize this set of principles. The respecting the old and cherishing the young that Tang San spoke of was merely a joke to them, a naive child's folly. You all, Tang San's eyes showed confusion. He didn't understand why his usual method of gaining support through moral high ground and reasoning was not working this time. In the past, he had endured humiliation while caring for his depressed father, gaining old Jack's sympathy and helping him awaken his martial soul, sending him out to study. Bai Yu noticed the shift in the atmosphere and nodded in satisfaction, continuing to speak. Moreover, my maid releasing her martial soul was really meant to bully that child. She was just defending herself. Self-defense? The master was stunned, Tang San was stunned, and the onlookers were also stunned. The scene fell into silence, and one could hear a pin drop. Everyone, that guy's resentment towards us, did you all feel it? If he had the chance to take revenge on us, do you think he would act? With that one sentence, the people on site exchanged glances. Even the master had his right eyelid twitching wildly. He looked at Tang San with an uneasy gaze, but suddenly thought of something and felt relieved. Child, Xiao San is just a soul master without a soul ring. A newcomer who hasn't even enrolled yet. What power does he have to take revenge? The master smiled and stared at Bai Yu. After all, he's just a kid. He can't even find an excuse to justify himself. Yet he found such a flawed one. No, master, you are wrong. He truly has the power to take revenge. Moreover, his means could seriously injure even a soul master who has obtained a soul ring. Huh? The master was stunned. The surrounding people looked confused. What means could a child possibly have? This young man, could it be that in his haste he spoke without thinking? Unbelievable, right? You can just check Tang San's sleeve. Hidden there is a hidden sword, incredibly powerful. If he doesn't release his martial soul, even a one-ring soul master could be severely injured with one strike. Boom! Tang San suddenly felt as if struck by lightning, his face turning pale. Off balance, he stumbled back several steps. Hidden sword, a concealed weapon. That was his trump card. Since coming to this world, he had never told anyone about it, not even his father. How could this person know? Everyone. Whether Tang San has the means to take revenge, just check his sleeve and you'll know. Bai Yu looked at Tang San with a teasing gaze. The master's heart sank when he saw the reactions of Tang San and Bai Yu. Xiao San, you wouldn't really. Chapter 19. The Reversal of Public Opinion. Master Tang San is harshly criticized. No way, after all, this kid is only 6 years old. He wouldn't really be so malicious as to hide a blade, right? Hiss, I don't think so either. How old is he? Even if he wanted to hide a blade, could he afford it? That's right, kid. Don't be afraid. Just lift your sleeve and show us. Prove your innocence. Tang San's face gradually turned pale upon hearing the discussions around him, his eyes fixed intently on Bai Yu. Impossible. How could he know my deepest secret? Could it be that he's also a traveler from the same world as me? Also a disciple of the Tang sect? Lost in thought, Tang San's hand trembled slightly, attracting the attention of some people. What is wrong with this kid? Is he really hiding a blade? Oh, don't say that. I heard from an adult in a martial soul hall that a weaker soul master, without releasing their martial soul, could indeed be harmed by a concealed weapon. Yeah, that girl is probably around 6 years old, right? How strong could she be? She definitely wouldn't be able to defend against a hidden blade. The master saw that the situation had completely spiraled out of control. Those who had originally stood by his side now looked at Tang San with suspicion, their hearts panicking as they quickly held down Tang San's wrist. Xiao San, don't be afraid. The teacher believes you are a kind-hearted child and would never hide a weapon in your sleeve. Just lift your sleeve and prove your innocence. Tang San felt like cursing in his heart when he heard the master's words. Didn't you see that I was nervous? My hand is not even steady. What's the difference between what you're doing and putting me on a roasting spit? In fact, the master wasn't sure either. All he could do was take a gamble. He was betting that Tang San came from a small place and was just scared by such a big scene for the first time. How could he know that Tang San having lived 2 lives, had an excellent psychological quality. How could he feel nervous surrounded by a group of ants? I said, Tang San, you wouldn't really be afraid to lift your sleeve, would you? Don't worry, if there's no concealed weapon in your sleeve. I will apologize to you right now and sponsor you 1,000,000 gold soul coins. How about that? Hearing this, the onlookers gasped in shock, their eyes wide open. 1,000,000 gold soul coins, what does that even mean? Most of the people present were ordinary folks, with only a few being soul masters. But even if they spent their entire lives, it would be impossible for them to gather 1,000,000 gold soul coins. Even searching all over Notting City, whether it be hereditary nobles, wealthy merchants, or the corrupt city lord, it would be impossible to suddenly come up with 1,000,000 gold soul coins. That's a lifelong dream for them. No way, just by lifting a sleeve can one get 1,000,000 gold soul coins? Where does such a good thing come from? I can't take it anymore. I'm running out of oxygen. I'm going to faint. 1,000,000 gold soul coins. That's 1,000,000 gold soul coins. Wait, this gentleman can take out 1,000,000 gold soul coins in one go. Doesn't that mean what we just said is over? This gentleman must have considerable power. Did we just offend him? Are we finished? What are you panicking about? This gentleman has millions, no, billions in assets. Surely he wouldn't hold a grudge against us for small matters? Exactly, kid. Just lift your sleeve. As long as there's no hidden blade, you could get 1,000,000 gold soul coins. Whether they were thugs, itinerant merchants, or commoners, everyone cast envious glances at Tang San. Just by showing an unthreatening sleeve, he could get a huge fortune of 1,000,000. What kind of virtue did this kid accumulate in his past life to be hit by such a big pie? The master is brilliant. Bai Xian stifled a laugh, whispering her admiration. She had just scanned Tang San's sleeve with her mental power and discovered that it indeed hit a sleeve arrow. For her, the threat was negligible. But without releasing his martial soul, it could completely threaten Zhu Zhuqing's life. However, how did her master know? Did the master have prophetic abilities? Thinking deeply, Bai Xian's impression of Bai Yu became even more mysterious, and her awe deepened. Zhu Zhuqing was also stunned. She expected that the negative public opinion directed against her just moments ago could be completely reversed by Bai Yu's few words. She immediately cast an amazed glance at Bai Yu. If I had the same eloquence as the master, I wouldn't have suffered such a crushing defeat against my sister. Right? Oh no, the one who caused my terrible defeat and forced me to escape was that coward who abandoned me. Xiao San, you really don't have any hidden weapons, do you? Yu Xiaojing leaned over and whispered to Tang San. Teacher, you guessed right. Facing Tang San's Xiao, Yu Xiaojing's heart trembled. Cursing is bad luck. What kind of good kid hides weapons? There are no bandits between Notting City and Holy Soul Village. Are you planning to hide a knife for self-defense? Teacher, I'm sorry for disappointing you. The words by his ear woke Yu Xiaojing up. No, this inherently full soul power genius, coming from a poor background, is the easiest for me to win over. Only by being his teacher and guiding his training can I validate my 10 theories in front of the world, then gain both fame and fortune. Then I can slap those bastards in the face. If I miss out on Tang San, who knows how long it will take to find another genius? It's okay. Leave it to the teacher. From now on, you don't need to speak, understand? The master was already scared by Tang San's reverse operation. He had clearly stood on the moral high ground. Yet Tang San insisted on shifting the topic, causing him to lose control of the situation. If Tang San spoke a few more words, who knows where things would go? All right, thank you, teacher. Tang San looked at Yu Xiaojing with grateful eyes. He expected that a teacher he had never met could do this much for him. In return, once I cultivate the Xiantian skill to the maximum level and dominate this world, I will give you that good job of taking care of my hopeless old dad. But just as Tang San was lost in thought, a street rogue suddenly lunged forward, grinning as he pulled at his sleeve. Tang San was taken aback, instinctively waving his hand to activate the hidden sleeve arrow in his wrist, and in an instant a cold light flashed. The rogue, grinning, was about to make a quip when he suddenly felt a heat on his scalp, and blood began to pour down. Help! I've been killed. The rogue had only intended to make a joke for a few tips. He never expected Tang San to unleash a cold light with a wave of his hand. Before he could react, the hair along with the center of his scalp was cleanly sliced off. The hot blood flowed down his forehead, trickling into the corner of his mouth, tasting salty. The onlookers finally snapped out of their daze and erupted into a chorus of condemnation. A sharp blade. He actually hit a sharp blade. Help. He has drawn blood. Drawn blood. Where are the guards? The patrolling guards. I spit. I thought he was just a bullied kid. But it turns out he is so vicious, hiding a knife in his sleeve. Exactly. Who would have thought a kid from another place could have such a vicious heart? Hiding a knife in his sleeve, not even knowing who he would stab. That master really is something, speaking up for such a little demon. Even helping him with enrollment procedures. Oh my, no wonder that young master said his maid was just defending herself. If this arrow hit the little girl's face, it would ruin her looks. Such a person with a crooked heart is of no use. Why should he enter the Soul Master Academy? He should be driven out of the city. That's right, people like this, if cultivated, will become a disaster that bullies us. Drive him out of the city. Drive him out of the city. Drive him out of the city. Amidst the shouts of condemnation, Tang San turned pale, staring blankly at the rogue, rolling on the ground in pain, feeling a wave of panic. He roughly understood that his inability to break through the second layer of Shantian skill was because he had not obtained that strange halo. And how to obtain it, where to obtain it, he knew nothing. Only by joining the Soul Master Academy could he gain this knowledge. If he were driven out of Nodding City and returned to Holy Soul Village, he would not only face old Jack's disappointed gaze like a judgment, but also have to serve his hopeless old dad for a lifetime. How could I, a talented member of the Tang sect, waste my life in a mountain gully? Wait, I have an objection. Just when Tang San was in despair, Master Yu Xiaojiang suddenly stepped forward, lifting Tang San's wrist to reveal the sleeve arrow. Chapter 20 Master, Xiao San, don't be afraid. I'll shoot for you. Master, do you have any objections? Bai Yu, seeing Yu Xiaojiang suddenly speak up, looking as if he was going to protect Tang San, was not surprised and did not stop him, instead smilingly asked. Yu Xiaojiang, in a deep voice, replied, This young master, I still don't know your name. Bai Yu. Bai Yu casually uttered 2 words, looking calmly at Yu Xiaojiang. Yu Xiaojiang nodded, a hint of cunning in his eyes, and said, Oh, so your name is Bai Yu. If I'm not mistaken, you and the 2 beside you are all soul masters, right? And the one who was injured just now was just an ordinary person. This weapon can only injure ordinary people. How could it possibly harm you soul masters? Upon hearing this, Tang San's eyes lit up, wanting to echo him, but was stopped by a glance from Yu Xiaojiang. The words he was about to say were forcefully swallowed back down. However, unlike last time, none of the onlookers responded this time. Instead, they all watched Tang San and the gleaming sleeve arrow on his wrist with caution. Oh yes, we are indeed soul masters. But master, how can you be so sure that this sleeve arrow poses no threat to us? Upon hearing Bai Yu accurately name the hidden weapon he carried, Tang San's face paled a bit more. His expression was keenly captured by the onlookers. To them, who were both fearful and angry at Tang San, they instinctively felt this was a sign of guilt and immediately took a few steps back. Of course it poses no threat. We have soul power protecting us. How could we be harmed by this small arrow? Yu Xiaojiang felt the rhythm was back in his control, his eyes filled with pride, as if everything was under control. All right, since Master says so, then please personally verify the power of this sleeve arrow. Bai Yu, seeing Yu Xiaojiang take the bait, held back a laugh and made a gesture of invitation. Yu Xiaojiang. Oh, Yu Xiaojiang, you brought this upon yourself. Don't blame me for leading you into a trap. Tang San's hidden weapon can pose a significant threat even to unprepared soul masters. Although you are a great soul master, do you really think you can defend against the sleeve arrow with that useless martial soul of Luo San Pao and your physical quality? If you take a hit from a hidden weapon, you might just ascend to heaven on the spot. Teacher, do you really want to try? Tang San was shocked. Watching Yu Xiaojiang already circulating his soul power, preparing to summon his martial soul. He had already offended everyone he could. If he offended this master in front of him, there would truly be no one to guide him into school. At that time, wouldn't he have to return to Holy Soul Village and serve his hopeless old dad? Xiao San, don't worry. The teacher is a great soul master with 2 soul rings, a top figure even in Nodding City. That little bow, an arrow in your hand, cannot possibly harm me. Yu Xiaojiang forced a smile on his face, his expression gaining a few more hints of arrogance. His power, though unknown across the continent, could still be considered among the best in this backwater nodding city. Otherwise, why would the dean treat him like a guest of honor? With his strength, stopping that tiny arrow wouldn't be a problem at all. The awkward smile on Yu Xiaojiang's face, which looked more like a cry than a smile, made Tang San feel uncomfortable. But seeing that Yu Xiaojiang had made up his mind, he couldn't stop him any longer and could only nod. The crowd that had been frightened off by Tang San's sleeve arrow, seeing Yu Xiaojiang willing to test it himself, gathered around, adhering to the principle of enjoying the spectacle. Bai Xian, get ready. Just as Bai Yu was about to watch the show, he suddenly thought of something and nodded at Bai Xian, signaling her to release her soul power to create a layer of protection. At the same time, he took out the perfume from the jade ring. Come out. Luo Sanpao. Yu Xiaojiang stomped his right foot, and 2 yellow soul rings rose from below, showcasing his status as a distinguished great soul master. No matter how much the bystanders looked down on Yu Xiaojiang's protective behavior, seeing his 200-year soul rings, they all revealed expressions of respect. Those were 200-year soul rings, symbolizing strength and status. Ordinary civilian soul masters only had white soul rings for their first ring. How could they have the strength to hunt 100-year soul beasts to obtain a yellow soul ring? But the next second, a creature that looked neither like a pig nor a dog, half of its face and chin white, the rest an ugly purple-black, jumped out. It had a bright purple crystal on its forehead and a pair of ears that were larger than pig ears. Its appearance could not be described as ugly. It was simply chilling. It was simply hard to look at. Finally, someone couldn't help but laugh out loud. Ha! The master's martial soul. Ha! I can't take it anymore. I'm going to die laughing. Oh no, this laugh is going to ruin my 80 years of good karma. Next time I go to the Yellow Springs Road, I won't even have the capital to be reborn. Hey, brother, come rub my belly. I'm laughing so hard I can't breathe. No way, the master of Nodding City, a guest of the Soul Master Academy, has a martial soul that looks like this? It's not even as fierce as my kitchen knife martial soul. Even Tang San, upon seeing Luo Sanpao, felt his mind go blank for a moment. He looked at the master with a doubtful gaze, desperately trying to hide the smile at the corner of his mouth and the disdain in his eyes. This martial soul was probably worse than his blue silvergrass martial soul, right? If it weren't for hoping that the master would take him into school, he wouldn't even want to pay attention to this guy in front of him. The concept of survival of the fittest has long been engraved in Tang San's bones. With such little ability, do you really think you're worth me calling you master? Bah! The master's face turned ashen, his fists clenched tightly. If it weren't for the need to protect this genius in front of him and take him as a disciple, he wouldn't have shown his martial soul in front of everyone. His old and unworthy parents actually gave their son such a martial soul, ruining the child's life. But then, the ruthlessness in his eyes vanished without a trace, returning to a gentle and elegant demeanor. Forget it. Wait until I become famous across the world, and you won't be able to reach me. You will regret not flattering me when you had the chance. As long as I have fame and fortune, even if Luo Sanpao is ugly, there will still be people who say he is cute, say he is mighty, say he is like a divine dragon, more powerful than the blue lightning tyrant dragon. Xiao San, come on, hit me. Even if you shoot me to death, I won't blame you. Yu Xiaojiang's spirit was tense. His gaze fixed on the sleeve arrow in Tang San's hand, his tension reaching its peak. He may say that, but he is a soul master and wouldn't be harmed by the sleeve arrow. However, he had witnessed the earlier scene of the rogue being injured up close. Half of his scalp had been sliced open, making his heart race. If it weren't for trying to gain Tang San's favor and have him take him as a master voluntarily, he wouldn't have taken such a risk. All right, master, be careful. Tang San took a deep breath, flicked his wrist, and a sleeve arrow shot out of the mechanism, aimed directly at the master's shoulder. In order not to offend this master, the only one who could possibly take him into school too badly, Tang San had already avoided the vital points. Moreover, to give the master time to react, he deliberately used the hidden weapon techniques from his previous life to slow the speed of the sleeve arrow slightly. Each shot of the sleeve arrow was spaced out enough. This master in front of him was at least a great soul master, stronger than himself, and had soul rings he didn't possess. With so many advantages, He couldn't possibly fail to defend against even the most basic sleeve arrow, right? The smiles on Tang, San, and the master's faces froze simultaneously. A sharp pain engulfed the master's entire body. Scalding blood flowed down from the wound on his shoulder. Because Tang San had lowered the difficulty, all the sleeve arrows were shot towards a non-vital shoulder. This allowed all of the master's energy to focus on one area for defense. But this also created a new problem. If the master couldn't defend against it, his shoulder would be shot into a beehive. Not good. The master turned pale. If he took a few more shots from the sleeve arrow, he would either bleed to death or die from the pain. There was no time to think about that anymore. It seemed he could only use that move. The master widened his eyes, gestured with one hand, and the first soul ring was placed on Luo Sanpao. Bai Yu also instantly became alert, grabbing Bai Xian's wrist and nodding to her. In an instant, Luo Sanpao's belly rapidly swelled. First soul skill, earth-shattering Luo Sanpao. Chapter 21. The Master Faces Ruin. Seeking help from the arriving Dean? In an instant, Luo Sanpao's indescribable has exploded, releasing an indescribable yellow gas. If one were to smell it, it would definitely be like throwing overnight yellow urine into a bucket of fermented slop for 2 days, then mixing it with human excrement and 3 days' worth of garbage. Truly, Luo Sanpao lived up to his name. With one fart, all beings are equal. Tang San was so disgusted that he fell to the ground, covering his mouth and nose, but still couldn't suppress the nausea in his stomach, retching by the roadside. Others were no better off, immediately rolling their eyes and fainting. For a moment, the foul smell in the air was mixed with the fragrance of vomit. Ugh, you Xiaojing, I curse your ancestors. I curse your 18 generations. I curse all your women. You Xiaojing, you bear. I hope you fall from a high building and your head bursts open. Ugh, ugh, ugh. I can't take it anymore, crawling in darkness. Help me, choking, ugh. Save me, squirming, I must say. The master's first soul skill indeed had the power to shake heaven and earth. Not only did it knock out the curious onlookers, but even the shops on the street were caught in the crossfire, suffering unwarranted disaster. Especially the food shops, they suffered the most. The bread inside was covered with a layer of yellow, mysterious stickiness. If it weren't for other food shops still being open, Bai Yu had no doubt that the price of bread in Notting City would skyrocket to 500,000 gold soul coins tomorrow. Sigh. Bai Yu looked at the half-dead crowd with pity. Curiosity killed the cat. Then, with a face full of compassion, he took out hundreds of incense sticks from the jade ring in his storage and lit them all. He also had Bai Xian use soul power to disperse the foul odor, making the originally yellow-tinged air fresh again. With the help of the incense, the air gradually returned to normal, adding a hint of the fragrance of grass and trees. It was that young master who took action. It was he who helped us disperse the foul smell and burn the incense for us. Hiss! Isn't it too extravagant to burn hundreds of incense sticks just to purify the air? How much gold soul coins would that cost? At least several 100,000, right? To save us, young master Bai Yu actually spent so much money. How kind of him. Is he still a noble? I admit, I was too prejudiced before. There are indeed kind people like young master Bai Yu among the nobles. We misunderstood him. A young master who is both wealthy and kind. Oh no, my heart is melting. I want to dedicate myself to him. Hey wait, didn't you forget about that scoundrel Yu Xiaojing, whose shoulder has turned into a beehive and still used that harmful soul skill? Just as the crowd was grateful for Bai Yu's kindness, praising his generosity, and shocked by his wealth, ready to shift the topic, finally, a discerning person jumped out, pointing directly at the key issue. Instantly, the atmosphere on the scene changed. Hundreds of eyes glared angrily at Yu Xiaojing and at Tang San, who was still on the ground, retching beside him. That's right. Under Bai Yu's suggestion, Bai Xian dispersed the foul smell from other places, but the area within a 5-meter radius of Tang San remained the same. Even the incense didn't spread over. What do you want to do? The master's face was filled with panic. He had just taken who knows how many sleeve arrows and forced himself to release a soul skill while heavily injured. His body was already drained. Even Luo Sanpao couldn't maintain it and went back into his body. What do you want? Do you want to hit you? A burly man charged up without hesitation, his fist the size of a cantaloupe, smashing hard into Yu Xiaojing's face without saying a word. That gentle and elegant face transformed the moment it came into contact with the fist, quickly swelling up. If you weren't a man, I would make you experience why women scream in the middle of the night. Another big man rushed over, his size 45-foot, unhesitatingly smashing into Xiao Zhang's nose. The intense foul smell made him feel nauseous immediately. His nose was even broken by a kick, and the scalding blood mixed with the intense stench surged up to his brain, nearly sending him to the skies. I spit. Young Master Bai Yu is so kind. To save us, he even dared to burn hundreds of thousands worth of incense. How could he be the kind of person who bullies others? I see it's you and that little beggar who are slandering young Master Bai. Eat my kick. When Xiao Zhang heard this, he actually breathed a sigh of relief. A girl's foot would never be powerful, right? And it wouldn't smell bad, right? At most, it would be neither heavy nor light, just sweet-smelling feet stepping on his face. In his youth, he had also been stepped on by Donger and Erlong. That feeling was quite nostalgic. Unexpectedly, he could taste it again now. TSK, TSK, TSK. Just as the master was imagining those sweet little feet, what came into view was a high-heeled shoe. What the hell? Xiao Zhang's pupils instantly widened. That sharp shoe sole covered in dirt made him feel as if he was seeing his great-grandmother. Bang! High heels are practical. With one stomp, they crush Master S' mouth, breaking his two front teeth. The nauseating blood, mixed with the smell of dirt, rushes into his organs, making his pupils dilate. What's worse is that the one stepping on him is a 200-pound fatty wearing makeup. Ack! The excruciating pain. It's unbearable. Xiao San, save me. Xiao Zhang, with the last ounce of strength, trembles as he raises his hand towards Tang San, who is still gagging. Without his front teeth, the Master's speech is slurred. His breath faint. These damn lowlifes. Once my soul power recovers, I will make you pay. I will throw you into a sealed room filled with the stench of rotting garbage for 3 whole days and nights. Xiao San still has hidden arrows in hand, which could easily deal with this bunch of scoundrels. He believes that as long as Xiao San strikes, these lowlifes wouldn't dare to act recklessly, right? Xiao Zhang comforts himself in his heart, holding on to the last shred of hope, continuously waving at Tang San, finally catching the attention of the crowd. Oof. I almost forgot about that little brat. Not only forcing young Master Bai Yu to help, but also colluding with Xiao Zhang to slander. Exactly. Young Master Bai Yu's maid only released her martial spirit for self-defense. We've seen the power of those hidden arrows. Don't say anything. If I don't kill this little brat today, Lu will write my surname backward. Just as Tang San, barely recovering from the stench, was about to breathe a sigh of relief, he saw a group of people charging at him with fierce momentum, instantly turning his face pale. You don't come over. I have hidden arrows. In panic, Tang San instinctively raised his wrist. The dark mouth of the hidden arrow was aimed directly at the crowd. For a moment, the crowd hesitated, genuinely afraid to advance. Tang San realized the deterrent power of the hidden arrows, and his expression became smug. Oof, just a bunch of lowlifes from another world. How could they be a match for my Tang sect's genius? Once my strength increases, I will definitely capture you. I will use my newly developed poison on you. Let go of my teacher. Tang San looked at Xiao Zhang, who was pinned down by the crowd, and beneath his seemingly respectful gaze lay contempt. Weak like this, and still has the nerve to call himself a great soul master. If it weren't for your uselessness, unable to withstand my released hidden arrows and that disgusting soul skill, would I be retching in disgust? If it weren't for the fact that you still have use, being able to bring me into school, you have long been on the path to death. But just as Tang San, with a mindset of playing around, intended to control the hidden arrows to take down 1 or 2 lowlifes as a warning, he suddenly realized in horror at the moment of pulling the trigger that he was out of arrows. All the arrows had been shot towards Xiao Zhang. He didn't have a single arrow left. To shoot again, he would need to retrieve and reload the hidden arrows. But Xiao Zhang's current state obviously didn't allow him to retrieve the hidden arrows. And all of Tang San's little movements were seen by everyone. Realizing Tang San had no arrows, they were overjoyed. Great, this little brat is out of arrows. Let us go. Tang San's face turned pale, trembling. He asked himself, a Tang sect genius, but he hadn't even broken through the second level of his Xiantian skill. Facing such a crowd-s assault, even a genius would fall. Moreover, after gagging for so long, his physical condition was far from peak. With so many people wanting to beat him up, he could be disfigured or worse, dead. Before he could react, a palm as big as a fan heavily slapped his face. I let you lie. I let you slander. Not learning well at such a young age. Spit. Tang San felt the stickiness on his face and the foul smell at the tip of his nose. Incredulously raising his head. I was spat on? I, the unparalleled genius of the Tang sect in 100 years, was actually humiliated and spat on. You're already on the path to death. But in response, there was another heavy slap. His delicate cheeks visibly swelled, and it hurt. Whoa! Just as the master and Tang San were both sinking into despair, a sudden gleam appeared in the master's eyes as he glanced towards the academy's entrance. His expression shifting from despair to joy. Dean, save me. Chapter 22, I spent $1 million to buy the academy. Tang San bowed to me. Yu Xiaojiang's words had an immediate effect. 1 second, the furious crowd was still stomping their feet at him, and the next second, after a moment of stunned silence, they dispersed to the side. The timid ones even looked down, not daring to meet the gaze of the dean who had stepped out. This is the pressure of a soul master. Xiaogang, are you okay? Dean Mark rubbed his eyes, hardly believing what he saw. This beggar-like figure is truly the illustrious master from before. His clothes are torn, his front teeth are gone, his face is covered in big footprints, and his nostrils are leaking a mix of blood and mucus. Hiss! Mark gasped. Cough, cough, Mark, I'm fine. The master forced himself to sit up, gently tidying his clothes, which were covered in footprints, but the movement directly aggravated his shoulder injury, causing him to grimace in pain. Fine beads of cold sweat appearing on his forehead. Xiaogang, how did you get hurt like this? Who did this? Mark's eyes filled with anger. Who in Notting City didn't he know his relationship with Yu Xiaojiang? Wasn't he this a slap in his face? Cough, cough, Mark. It's like this. Yu Xiaojiang exaggeratedly recounted what had just happened, selectively omitting the part where Tang San had foolishly asked a stranger for help. In short, he and Tang San were innocent. The fault lay with Bai Yu. Dean, you must stand up for us. That group of lowlifes for no reason. Beat me and the teacher. Look at my face. They did this to me, and my clothes are torn. Before Mark could come to his senses, he felt a tug on his clothes. When he looked down, he was shocked to find a bruised and battered little beggar, covered in dirt, tugging at his hem. Mark instinctively felt disgusted and swatted away Tang San's muddy hand. Master, this is? Facing Mark's question, Yu Xiaojiang hurriedly stepped forward to explain, Mark, this is the innate full soul power genius I told you about. After hearing this, Mark's eyes lit up. Innate full soul power? He was already half in the grave, yet he could still encounter someone with innate full soul power? This kind of genius, as long as they grow up. Just a casual word. His Junior Soul Master Academy would have him enrolled. The benefits brought about are unimaginable. Looking back at Bai Yu, although he exuded an air of nobility, he was still an outsider. In Notting City, he shouldn't have much power. Young master, your name is Bai Yu, right? I admit, this was our academy teacher's mistake, and I will compensate all your losses on behalf of the master. The master and this child will also apologize to you. Does that sound good? Mark's tone was full of negotiation, but Bai Yu, who understood the underlying meaning, allowed a cold laugh. Actively compensating for everyone's losses? That is undoubtedly to appease the crowd. Politely apologizing to him? That is to control the moral high ground. But the master and Tang San wanted to use public opinion to put him to death, making him notorious in Notting City. Now the situation has reversed. These two guys only need to give a light apology to turn the page. What a good move by the dean, so polite. I truly don't know what to say. Hearing Bai Yu's mocking tone, Mark's old face turned red, wishing he could cover his face with his hands. To protect this innate, full soul power genius, he had put his old face on the line. In the future, who knows how many people would secretly scold him for not understanding right and wrong. Meanwhile, Yu Xiaojiang had regained his former calm, standing up and brushing off the dust. His eyes filled with pride. Even if you can talk smoothly, what of it? Even if you are good at manipulating hearts, what of it? Even if you make us endure a beating, so what? In the end, It's still just a word from the dean that can seal your fate. Once you enroll, I have plenty of ways to make your life miserable. I don't believe that a kid like you will be able to solve the 6th grade problems of the academy by the end of the term. As long as you fail the exam, you'll be held back and never graduate. Even if you beg me, I won't let you pass. Making sure you can never attend the Intermediate Soul Master Academy for the rest of your life. By then, will your family still be willing to support a useless person who can't even graduate from the Primary Soul Master Academy? And Mark's attitude made those around him feel indignant. No way, right? That bastard is going to make young Master Bai suffer in the storm of public opinion. And in the end, all he has to do is apologize? Humph. The dean, who is usually respected, turns out to be just a monkey in a crown, unreasonable and unreasonable. Hee. Don't you see their true colors? Mark has dealings with the city lord and many nobles, while young Master Bai is just an outsider. He's bound to suffer losses. Alas, what can we do? After all, this guy is the strongest in Loading City and also the dean of the Soul Master Academy, right? Let's see how young Master Bai responds. But what left them dumbfounded was that Bai Yu not only wasn't angry, but also casually played with Zhu Zhuqing's shoulder-length hair. What if I don't agree? Mark's smile disappeared, and his brows furrowed. If Bai Yu really insists on going after that master in Tang San, he would also have a headache. After all, Bai Yu is from outside and doesn't know the details. If he offends the wrong person and their influence is far beyond his own, what then? He knows how to navigate the waters and adapt to the winds. That's how he became the dean step by step. So what do you want to say? Mark lowered his posture and continually prayed in his heart, hoping Bai Yu wouldn't make things too difficult. Otherwise, the innate full soul power he had would fly away. Bai Yu didn't respond, just glanced at the academy and frowned. The environment of your academy isn't very good. The facilities are outdated, the buildings are peeling, and there seems to be vegetables in the garden. This environment, TSK. After hearing this, Mark's face instantly darkened. This academy is the source of his benefits. He can't let anyone touch it. Ha. So what do you want to say? Mark took a deep breath, trying to appear calm. The crowd, which was about to disperse, was once again attracted by the conversation between the two. No way. Young Master Bai can't be this fierce. Not only did he confront the master, but he also wants to confront Dean Mark. I want the 51 stake in the academy. That's 10 million gold soul coins. Take it and properly renovate the academy. The garden should be planted with medicinal herbs for 10 years. The teaching building should be brand new. The dormitory beds should be made of agarwood. And the chalk should be dust-free. Bai Yu listed them one by one, casually tossing a black gold card towards Mark. Impossible, you don't. Wait, how much? Mark instinctively rejected it, but after realizing, his pupils exploded in shock. He trembled slightly and rushed forward, hugging the black gold card tightly. This. The black gold card. The universal currency for all pre-installed items on the continent. Only depositors with over 100 million gold soul coins can enjoy it. He is actually this rich. Reflecting on how the academy hadn't been renovated for a long time, the facilities were outdated and had already affected his reputation. Some even said he pocketed the educational funds sent from above and got rich on his own. Only he knew that the hole was too big. Even a tiny bit of money couldn't cover it. With a damaged reputation and fewer students, his earnings would decrease. The 10 million gold soul coins in front of him were not just timely assistance. They were like pulling down the sun to melt away all the snow. Soon after, he regained his senses, and a hint of clarity appeared in his eyes. Young Master Bai, this money is not easy to take, right? 10 million gold soul coins for just over half the stake? What a joke. Behind everything given for free, there is a clear price. Mark understood this principle. Seeing that Mark was catching on, Bai Yu nodded in satisfaction. It's easy to take. Bai Yu crossed his arms over his chest, letting go of Zhu Zhuqing's hair. You let Tang San give me a bow and apologize, and this card will be yours. Boom! Tang San's head instantly exploded. Chapter 23. Tang San bows. Thank you, Tang San. Tang San felt like the sky had collapsed. A once-in-a-century genius of the Tang sect, the existence of the hand-rolled Buddha's Fury Lotus. I actually have to bow to a little nobody from another world? Why should I? Just because he has money? Mark, you can't be serious about making Little San bow to Bai Yu. He's just a kid. Have you thought about how much trauma this will cause to Little San's heart? Hearing the master's words, Mark snorted coldly, feeling very displeased. You son of a leg, this lord in front of you is the Academy's cash cow. You, an unseeing bastard, have offended him terribly. Fortunately, he is magnanimous. Not only does he not hold a grudge, but he also made a huge investment. All little Tang San has to do is bow his head. As for Tang San having innate full soul power, to hell with innate full soul power. The cash in hand is the truth. Rather than gamble on how much feedback will come from innate full soul power as it grows, it's better to believe in the 10 million gold soul coins that he could never earn in his lifetime. Master, during work, please use your title. Mark coldly glanced at Yu Xiaojing and kicked Tang San, who was lying on the ground, to his feet. You go give young Master Bai bow. As Mark turned around, a flattering smile was plastered on his face, as if Bai Yu were his reborn father. I won't. Why should I? Why should I apologize to him? Clearly, he didn't help Grandpa Jack. Clearly, he made me take this beating. Why? Tang San gritted his teeth and looked up, his fierce expression resembling a hyena, his eyes filled with killing intent, making the onlookers shiver. My God, is this still the gaze of a child? If my son looked like this, I would directly break his legs. I used to think that children were innocent. Now it seems I was shallow. This child will either be a villain or a thief when he grows up. It was originally such a big mistake. He only needs to bow his head to get past it. This kid not only doesn't show gratitude, but also roars here. When he grows up, he'll be an ungrateful wolf. Let's disperse, it's meaningless. Anyway, if he doesn't bow his head, he won't think about enrolling today. Just as Tang San was about to resist, the murmurs reached his ears, tightening his heart. Suddenly looking up, what greeted him was Mark's cold gaze and the aura emanating from him. Although Tang San was reincarnated and cultivated again, his Xiantian Kung Fu hadn't broken through the first level yet. His soul power was just that of a soul master. How could he be a match for Mark, a soul sovereign? He was instantly suppressed. The intense, killing intent made him feel as if he had fallen into an ice cave. He had a premonition that if he didn't yield, he would die today. Even a master couldn't save him. No, I haven't succeeded in establishing my career yet. I haven't embraced beautiful women on both sides. I haven't used the ultimate skills from my previous life to live a life of luxury. I can't die. Little San, don't say any more. Teacher, I'll bow. Tang San shook off Yu Xiaojing's hand, his eyes filled with bloodshot anger as he glared fiercely at Bai Yu, and with a thud, he knelt down. Bang, bang, bang. Not more, not less, 3 loud knocks. As soon as Tang San bowed, the killing intent Mark had placed on him dissipated, and he then looked at Bai Yu with flattery. Young Master Bai, is this okay? Bai Yu nodded, his face relaxing slightly. Here is a slip of paper. This is the card's password, and from now on, it will be yours. Mark trembled as he took the slip of paper, unable to hide his joy. If it weren't for so many people watching him, he would have loved to kneel down and give Bai Yu 3 loud knocks. Thank you. I'll have my secretary bring you the equity transfer document right away. Ding, congratulations, Master. You spent 10 million gold soul coins in one go and received a reward. A pair of shadow guards, a total of 20 people, life sharing, all are soul Douluo. Captain Virgil, level 89. Bai Yu's eyes lit up upon hearing this. He hadn't made a major purchase in a long time, and the rewards he had received were all scattered odds and ends. Unexpectedly, today's investment brought him a huge surprise. Although his protector, Blood Gun Douluo by Xian, was very strong, being a 98 level super Douluo and possessing 300,000-year spirit rings, she was just one person. Usually, as his personal bodyguard and caretaker, she was already stretched thin and had little energy to handle other matters for him. But now, he had gained shadow guards, who were also quite powerful, each being soul Douluo, with a total of 20 people. This configuration, aside from the 2 major empires and the Spear Hall, would be a bit challenging for even the upper 3 sects to provide. Thinking of this, Bai Yu's gaze towards Tang San softened a lot. No wonder it's you, the pure and innocent Tang San. Before participating in your main storyline, my highest expenditure was only 1 million. The moment I encountered you, I broke through the 10 million barrier and gained such a powerful tool. You are truly my lucky star. Bai Yu smiled and pondered for a moment, choosing not to let the shadow guards reveal themselves just yet. They would mostly be handling some dirty business for him in the future. Showing up under everyone's gaze would be too high profile and too exposed. Bai Yu stored the shadow guards in the system space, then slowly moved in front of Tang San, lowering his gaze. What do you want to do? Tang San's face turned pale, and the excruciating pain in his body prevented him from standing up. He could only use his elbow to support himself and crawl backward. Mark also glanced over, but had no intention of intervening. Offending someone with innate full soul power who had already made an enemy of his boss would be incredibly foolish. Bai Yu, if you can spare him, spare him. We'll all be classmates in the future. Just let him go. Unlike Mark, the master could not sit idly by. He had already invested too much in bringing Tang San in, even losing his front teeth. Whether they would grow back was uncertain. If he gave up now, wouldn't that mean he took a beating for nothing? Master, you can rest assured. I Bai. Always keep my word, and will never make things difficult for classmate Tang San because of this matter. I just want to remind him of something. Remind him of something? Yu Xiaojing sighed in relief and stepped back. Tang San's gaze also showed some curiosity. We have already settled our score. What could he possibly remind me of? Alas, classmate Tang San, how could you be so impulsive? Impulsive? The master was stunned. Mark was dumbfounded, and Tang San's lips moved, wanting to speak but hesitating. What did I act impulsively about? I only asked you to give me a good kowtow. How did it turn to 3? Alas, although I understand you have realized your mistake and are eager to apologize, your body and skin were given to you by your parents. How could you belittle your own body and kowtow 2 extra times? Look, you've even made your forehead bleed. Zhu Zhuqing, help me get some bandages. Tang San stood there dumbfounded, motionless, watching Bai Yu take the bandages from Zhu Zhuqing's hands. Bai Yu casually dampened them in the filthy water on the ground to wipe the blood off Tang San's head. Then he was enveloped in a terrible stench. The water on the ground had mostly absorbed the dust from Luo Sanpeo's fart, making it unbearable, a pollution source that hadn't been encountered in 1,000 years. But in Bai Yu's eyes, it was just right to match his once-in-a-century genius. Ugh, Yu. Tang San's face turned red, and his whole body trembled. Were you doing this on purpose? Or was it an accident? Ha! Look at what you're saying. I did it on purpose and accidentally. You. Tang San knocked over the bandages in Bai Yu's hand, letting out a frantic scream and pouncing on Bai Yu. Bai Xian. Slap. A slap sent Tang San flying away. Bai Yu stood up with a look of pity, brushing off the large gray handprint on his body, letting out a long sigh. His benevolent action also successfully earned him some reputation. Alas, why doesn't that kid appreciate it? Young master buys a rich heir, lowering himself to help him with his wounds. And he actually hit someone? TSK, TSK, TSK. No wonder they say he's a white-eyed wolf. Don't help him, lest he holds a grudge against us in the future. Let us go, let us go. Anyway, I've remembered this little beggar, and I'll spit at him whenever I see him. As everyone dispersed, Yu Xiaojing breathed a sigh of relief. Although Tang San was beaten to the point of not recognizing his own mother, at least he didn't lose his life. Moreover, Tang San getting beaten wasn't entirely a bad thing. I could take the opportunity to comfort him and smoothly take him under my wing. But just as the master stood up, he suddenly felt a sharp pain in his stomach. His vision went black, and he collapsed to the ground. Teacher, after being knocked down and questioning life, Tang San instantly woke up. Seeing Yu Xiaojing unconscious, he panicked. If you die, who will take me to school? Chapter 24. Tang San kowtows again. Ultimate Green Hat? At this moment, the master's face was ashen, blood gushing down his shoulders, and his eyes rolled back. Teacher, what's wrong with you? Please speak, teacher. Mark watched the scene before him with a blank expression. He had already given up on the master. This idiot had offended his wealth god. For an illusory title, he gave up the 10 million gold soul coins that were within reach, unless his brain had rusted. Alas! Child, the master fainted from excessive blood loss. You need to quickly bandage his wounds and feed him some blood-replenishing food. It would be best to invite a healing spirit master. An elderly kind woman, seeing the crying and shouting, couldn't bear to watch and offered her suggestion. Then she left without looking back, fearing that this white-eyed wolf would turn around and bite her. After hearing the old woman's suggestion, Tang San was stunned for a moment. Just as he wanted to reach out to grab her, he found that she had already disappeared. What to do? What to do? The only person who could take him to school was going to die. If he didn't recommend him, Wouldn't he just be bullied by the gatekeeper and sent back to Holy Soul Village to serve his drunken father, earning money for his wine every day? No, I don't want that. I'm a Tang sect genius. I can't stay in Holy Soul Village for my whole life. I must save the teacher, no matter how useless he is, no matter how much suffering he has caused me. Bandages to stop the bleeding, blood-replenishing food, and ideally a healing spirit master. Yes, I must find these. But soon, the light in his eyes dimmed again. He touched his shriveled pockets and managed to pull out 4 copper soul coins. Placing them on the ground, 1 copper soul coin could buy 1 bun, but it was clearly not enough to buy bandages and medicine, let alone to invite a healing spirit master. Suddenly, Tang San's body froze as he recalled the bandages Bai Yu had used to wipe his blood. That's right. Bai Yu must have more. Remembering this, Tang San didn't care about anything else and hurriedly jumped up, stumbling as he rushed to Bai Yu. Bai Xian and Zhu Zhuqing immediately became alert, summoning their martial spirits. As long as Tang San showed even the slightest movement, they would not hesitate to take his life. Bai Yu, help me, please help me. The teacher is going to die. Just as Tang San reached out to grab Bai Yu's sleeve, he easily dodged, startling him. I used ghost shadow mysterious steps and Xian Yu hand. My speed is incredibly strange, and ordinary people can't possibly dodge. Bai Yu, a spoiled rich kid obsessed with money. How could he possibly dodge? Doubting his luck, he tried to reach out again, but Bai Yu clearly lost his patience. Directly stepping down with his right foot, and a purple soul ring suddenly rose, revealing a shining golden soul coin in his hand. Tang San's soul immediately fled. The halo. He has that strange halo on him. How is that possible? I have been training hard for 6 years and still haven't gained a halo. Why does he, a guy who indulges in pleasure and definitely hasn't trained, have a strange halo that I don't even have? Tang San felt like his heart was about to explode. As the crowd dispersed, Bai Yu's purple soul ring didn't cause much of a stir. However, Mark, who hadn't left yet, was just as shocked as Tang San. Ordinary people might be ignorant and not understand what a purple soul ring signifies. But as a soul respect, how could he not know? 1,000-year soul ring. That 1,000-year soul ring. If Bai Yu's 3rd soul ring were 1,000 years, he wouldn't be surprised at all. The forces behind him must have found him a good soul ring. But the problem is his 1st soul ring is also purple. He has lived for so long and has never seen a 1st soul ring that is purple. Could it be that Bai Xiao is also an extraordinary talent that only appears once in 100 years, no 1,000 years? Innate full soul power. How many have emerged in 100 years? A 1st soul ring that is 1,000 years. Even looking at the entire history of soul masters, it's hard to find, right? What does this mean? He has witnessed history. Just as the two were shocked to the core, Bai Yu calmly sat on a nearby stone, enjoying the expression of Tang San questioning his life. Tang San, did you forget why I should help you? Tang San was stunned, looking at Bai Yu's cynical smile. Then glancing at the master who was half dead and about to ascend to heaven, he gritted his teeth. What do you want? Upon hearing Tang San's words, Bai Yu just smiled and said, It's nothing. I just want you to beg me. I am soft-hearted. I can't stand others crying. As long as you beg me, I would still be very willing to lend a hand. Hearing this, both Mark and Zhu Zhuqing looked at Bai Yu with admiration. To be fair, Bai Yu is the kindest, most generous, and most benevolent noble they had ever seen. In the face of foes who continuously offended him, not only did he not take advantage of their misfortune, but he was also willing to lend a hand. Where could they find such a person? This is the true, noble demeanor, right? All right, I beg you. Tang San's teeth trembled, swallowing several mouthfuls of saliva, forcing himself to say this. What left him dumbfounded was that after Bai Yu snickered, he got up and left. Hey, I have begged you, help me quickly. Isn't my begging enough? Why are you so cold-blooded? Feeling Tang San chasing after him from behind, Bai Yu slowly turned his head and glanced sideways. It seems you haven't figured out the situation. Your teacher is about to die, and you still want to order me around? Hearing Bai Yu's reminder, Tang San panicked even more. He turned to look at Yu Xiaojing and found that his breathing was extremely weak. Sigh. Tang San, seeing that Tang San was not getting it. Mark stepped forward as Bai Yu's mouthpiece. Don't you understand? When you beg, you need to have the attitude of someone begging. How did you apologize just now? Boom. Tang San's head exploded again. Bow down? Do I have to bow down to this guy? Tang San felt like he was going crazy. Bowing once, people would only think he has thick skin. Bowing repeatedly, people would think he is soft at heart, shameless. Am I not an innate, full soul power genius? Don't I need face? Now it's still on the street, in public, bowing to Bai Yu? Zhu Zhuqing, seeing Tang San struggle, also sighed. Tang San, once a teacher, always a father. You should understand this principle. Since you call Xiao Zhang your teacher, he could be considered your father. If your father is about to die, would you hesitate to bow your head to save his life? Tang San suddenly shook his head, his shoulders trembling. My father is going to die. Let him die. A drunkard. And I still have to bow to save him? But the master is his only hope for enrollment. If he doesn't save him, he will really be finished. All right. I will bow. Tang San desperately shouted, kneeling down with a thud. Without saying a word, he bowed to Bai Yu 3 times. Then silently, he stared into Bai Yu's eyes. Implicitly, this should be enough, right? Bai Yu, after generously receiving Tang San's loud bows, nodded in satisfaction. Then, he reached into his jacket, but suddenly frowned, looking at Tang San's eyelids twitching. He isn't going to go back on his word, is he? Who knew? Bai Yu walked up to Mark and handed him a gold soul coin. Dean, do you have change? Help me break it. Mark was stunned, feeling envy and jealousy. Good heavens. Do rich kids usually start spending amazing soul coins? They don't even have change prepared. But while he thought this, his body honestly took out 10 silver soul coins and handed them to Bai Yu. Bai Yu used his fingernail to pick and choose, finally selecting a silver soul coin that wasn't greasy or unclear, disdainfully flicking it to Tang San. Bai Yu are going too far. Tang San watched the silver soul coin rolling under his knee, his pupils wide like copper bells. Hey, what are you looking at? Enough for you to buy alcohol and bandages. Don't blame me for not reminding you. If you don't go, your teacher will really die out there. Just as Tang San was about to erupt, he saw Xiao Zhang's condition was not good, so he had to grit his teeth and turn away. He stuffed the silver soul coin into his pocket, carried Xiao Zhang, and headed to the medical clinic for treatment. Bai Yu watched Tang San's back, which darted away like a mouse and spat on the ground. Bah, even if I have gold soul coins, I want to give them to you. A scoundrel with distorted views. Let you use the remaining money to buy some clothes, food, and live a decent little life. At the same time, the system girl's voice came through. Ding, congratulations to the master for setting a new low in consumption. 1 silver soul coin. Reward, a beautiful hat. A hat? Just this? Bai Yu felt a bit disappointed. He thought completing a new achievement would bring a surprise. However, when Bai Yu looked at the hat in the system space with his consciousness, he was almost blinded. Green, very green, an indescribably oily green. And the hat's description was even more explosive. Chapter 25, A Combo Attack on Tang San. Xiao Wu appears, beautiful hat. Very green, isn't it? This must be the shiniest green in the world. As long as you wear it, you will be continually green, a lifetime of cow head, a lifetime of happiness. Bai Yu, dangerous. Bai Yu's pupils widened. This hat, let alone touching it. He didn't even dare to look at it, afraid that just looking at it would cause the hat to inexplicably end up on his head. He came to Douluo, a continent, and gained a golden finger. Not just to be in a mess and be perverted, right? Once this hat is placed on his head, what else is there to live for in his life? Wait, I can't wear it, but it will be just right for certain people. If I give this hat to the master, then he can reconcile with Lu Erlong or Bibi Dong, and with his divine assistance, I can perfectly win both women. Moreover, this hat has no level restrictions. It is completely a conceptual weapon. In other words, if he wants to sleep with the goddess of life, he just needs to give this hat to the god of destruction. Thinking of this, Bai Yu's mouth curled into a meaningful smile. This hat is definitely the first choice for causing trouble. However, if he wants to implement torturing San, the owner of this hat is self-evident. Bai Yu signaled to Bai Xian to have her take Zhu Zhuqing and mark away while he walked into the shadows, and had Bai Xian use her powerful spiritual power to conceal his form. After ensuring that no one could see him, Bai Yu waved his hand. In the blink of an eye, 20 people of various shapes and sizes appeared before him. There was a white-haired, chubby old man who looked quite fortunate. There was also a woman, posing and showing off, with legs that could play all year long, resembling a tavern's adopted daughter. and there was a well-dressed, handsome man, very much like a successful person. Your subordinate greets His Majesty. The seemingly fortunate old man stepped forward, accompanied by others, and respectfully knelt before Bai Yu. Clearly, he was the leader of the Shadow Guard, Virgil. Rise. Bai Xian extended his hand to help the fat old man up. Thank you, Your Majesty. After standing, Virgil again crossed his hands over his chest in salute. Your subordinate is the leader of your Shadow Guard. May I ask, Your Majesty, what orders do you have? Virgil and the others were also beings created by the system, with genes deeply inscribed with submission to Bai Yu. Even if Bai Yu commanded them to commit suicide, they would do so without hesitation. Virgil, use your soul power to sketch out Tang San's appearance. Remember this person. Whenever you have time, mess with him a bit, just for fun. If he gains any opportunities, bring them to me, but don't go overboard and let him die. Bai Yu remained vigilant regarding the correction force of Douluo continent. He had made Tang San eat the turtle, but who knew if he would turn around and seize other opportunities. Therefore, he had to maintain a high level of attention on Tang San and the other protagonists. If the man does not submit, then press him down into the mud. All the women should enter the harem, especially Tang San, the original protagonist of Douluo continent. Bai Yu would not allow him to develop and seek revenge. However, killing him was also inappropriate. Heaven knows if the will of the world would support a new protagonist, causing him to lose the advantage of foreseeing the plot. Thus, following the original main storyline and controlling Tang San in his hands was the best solution to dominate Douluo. As you wish, as long as we are here, he won't have it easy. Virgil respectfully accepted the order, just about to leave to carry it out when Bai Yu called him back. Wait, take this hat with you. When the time is right, put on Tang San's head. Remember, it must be reasonable. Just thinking about Tang San later having a green pasture on his head, Bai Yu couldn't help but chuckle. Tang San, oh Tang San, who told you to go against me, rather than leaving you to oppose me? It will be better to make you half dead. Your subordinate understands. Watching Virgil leave, Bai Yu then satisfiedly walked out from the shadows. He believed in the efficiency of the Shadow Guard. With this combination of moves, if Tang San doesn't die, he should at least be left with half his skin, right? Hee. Master, you're back? Upon seeing Bai Yu return, Zhu Zhuqing, while keeping Mark steady, hurried over. You performed well just now. I'll find you a suitable soul bone later. Hearing Bai Yu's praise, Zhu Zhuqing's face flushed red. This is my duty, you don't need to say that. Moreover, that Tang San is indeed hateful, colluding with that master to frame you. Fortunately, you were clever and made them suffer the consequences. Bai Yu, like petting a cat, stroked Zhu Zhuqing's hair and smiled non-committally. There are rewards for merit and punishments for faults. I'm clear on that, so don't refuse. Seeing Bai Yu's determination, Zhu Zhuqing didn't insist any longer and gratefully accepted. Bai Xian and Mark also noticed Bai Yu's return and hurried over. Young Master Bai, you finally returned. Since you're the largest shareholder of the school, I would like to invite you to stay in the best teacher's dormitory in our academy. What do you think? Mark wore a fawning smile on his face. He was eager to make progress. Only by building a good relationship with Bai Yu could he gain greater support from him. But just then, a secretary suddenly jogged over, handing a sheet of paper to Mark's hand, which turned out to be a stock transfer document. Dean, the teacher's dormitory is fully occupied. We really have no rooms left. Mark's smile froze, resembling basalt solidified from lava, full of pits and bumps, his mouth twitching crazily. You, bastard, who said I had no rooms. I remember there's a garden and a standalone villa in the academy's backyard. That was prepared for young Master Bai. You should go tidy it up. The female teacher was dumbfounded, her mouth opening and closing, her eyes full of confusion. Dean, isn't that your villa? Upon hearing this, Mark nearly felt like choking the secretary. Exposed, he could only turn around reluctantly, displaying a fawning smile. Young Master Bai, I'm so sorry. I'll clear out the villa right away. You are the largest shareholder of the school. Such a nice villa should belong exclusively to you. All right, Bai Yu interjected, cutting off Mark's flattery. I don't plan to stay in the villa, nor do I want to stay in the teacher's dormitory. Just arrange for me to stay in the work-study student dormitory. I dare not. Mark thought Bai Yu was speaking sarcastically, and he quickly waved his hands in fright, stammering. Hey, it's more lively with more people. Isn't it fine to change things up after getting used to luxurious rooms? According to plan, he still needed to win over Xiao Wu, so he had to take a trip to the 7th dormitory. It was better to find a random reason to directly go to the 7th dormitory to avoid trouble. Hearing Bai Yu's explanation, Mark finally let out a sigh of relief, wiping the cold sweat off his forehead. So, it turns out, he just wanted to try something new. That makes things much easier. No problem. I'll arrange it for you right away. Bai Yu then turned to Bai Xian. You go check out the mansions in the city. Don't worry about me. Virgil will send someone to protect me in secret. The moment Virgil was summoned out by Bai Yu, information about them was also injected into Bai Xian's mind by the system. She naturally knew the strength of the Shadow Guard, and, upon sensing the Shadow Guard as protection in the dark, obediently clasped her fists and retreated. Bai Yu then followed the secretary's lead toward the work-study student dormitory and specifically chose the 7th dormitory. However, before he even entered the dormitory, sounds of chatter and noise came from inside, causing the secretary to frown, looking worriedly at the half-open door. If these reckless work-study students offended this esteemed guest, wouldn't she be done for? Fortunately, Bai Yu did not make things difficult for her, smiling as he dismissed her, saying that everything from now on was none of her concern, which finally allowed her to breathe a sigh of relief. Master Zhu Zhuqing was similarly concerned. She had already activated her soul power, ready to protect Bai Yu. Although Bai Yu's strength surpassed hers, and he didn't need her protection, if anything happened, it would require the master to personally intervene. Wouldn't that be too degrading? It's fine, just a temporary stay. Bai Yu pushed the door open, and with the creak of the door, the 7th dormitory fell silent. The scene before him was engraved in Bai Yu's mind. A girl with rabbit ears on her head, dressed in pink, a cute rabbit bag at her waist, her delicate jade legs covered in white silk, and her eyes sparkling like red crystals, was stepping on a boy several years older than her. Hey, is there a newcomer? Chapter 26. Win and get gifts. Lose and call me brother. The cute girl lifted her foot to the side, and the boy beneath her was like a pardoned prisoner, immediately rolling away, scrambling to get up. Since there is a newcomer, I want to hold it against you, so as not to scare her. Hearing the girl's forgiveness, the boy quickly bowed. Yes, boss. But when he raised his head and glanced at the door, he froze in place. Not only him, but the others also exchanged glances, momentarily speechless. Hey, what are you all staring at? Boss, this. The boy was momentarily at a loss for words. Bai Yu looked at the scene before him and merely smiled slightly. The girl was naturally Xiao Wu, while the boy was the former leader of the 7th dormitory, Wang Sheng. Xiao Wu had just transformed and arrived in the human world, and since she hadn't formed a view on wealth and poverty yet, she must have found it strange. Just because he had intervened, Tang San enrolled late, and the leader of the 7th dormitory directly became Xiao Wu instead of Tang San. Bai Yu thought to himself, young master, did you perhaps take a wrong turn? This is the work-study student dormitory. You should be going to the noble dormitory instead. How about I take you there? As Bai Yu and Zhu Zhuqing walked in, Wang Sheng, despite his general dislike for nobles, forced himself to smile and offered to help. He understood, well, that one should not easily offend nobles. Otherwise, it would be a disaster for families like theirs who are in poverty. Thank you for your kindness. But I haven't made a mistake, Bai Yu said as she took out a prepared mattress from the jade ring and walked to the empty bed. Zhu Zhuqing hurried over to help arrange the bedding. Although she was a young lady, the Zhu family's rules were strict, and even the legitimate second young lady had to be self-sufficient, so tidying up the bedding was not a problem. At the same time, she remained vigilant about Xiao Wu. The moment she saw Xiao Wu, Zhu Zhuqing felt a strange pang in her heart, an indescribable feeling, as if this girl would compete with her for something very important in the future. Just then, newcomer, how about a match? Whoever wins is the boss. Xiao Wu posed with her hands on her hips, puffing out her cheeks adorably. However, her words frightened Wang Sheng and the other work-study students. Wang Sheng immediately grabbed her hand, which was pointing at Bai Yu and Zhu Zhuqing, and desperately tried to push it down. He lowered his voice and said, Boss, we can't afford to offend them. The noble children of Luoding City generally disliked cultivation, unless their parents forced them, they wouldn't be seen in training grounds. This led to the situation where, despite the noble children being able to cultivate with abundant resources over the years and eventually overpowering them, their strength was about the same at the beginning of school, or even weaker than the work-study students. If they were too rough and injured and noble, this new boss would surely be sold off to vent their anger. Wang Sheng had to be commended for his loyalty. Instead of holding a grudge against Xiao Wu for beating him and taking his title, he reminded her. But he was destined to be disappointed. Xiao Wu's personality would not allow her to back down easily. In this world, there is no one that Xiao Wu cannot offend. Besides, a spar is a tradition in our dormitory. If you lose, the betting will be mine. How about that? Xiao Wu, being a 10,000-year-old spirit beast and backed by the powerful De Ming and Air Ming, had been accustomed to being unruly in the Stardow Forest. Furthermore, her rank had not yet qualified her to meet the top spirit beasts like Di Tian and Xiong Jun, so her rebellious character remained unchanged. Even after transforming and entering human society, it was still the same. A fight would not only solidify her newly acquired position as boss, but also get her a brand new mattress. What a great deal. Xiao Wu, please. Wang Sheng looked at the tar on his elbow, knowing that he could not stop Xiao Wu no matter what, and helplessly withdrew from the battlefield. I just hope that Xiao Wu will hold back a bit. Master, let me fight him. Zhu Zhuqing also stepped forward, sensing that this girl who looked like a rabbit was not weaker than her and felt a sense of urgency. But unexpectedly, Bai Yu pushed her hand away and shook his head. I'll handle this myself. Otherwise, if you win, who will sit in the boss's position, me or you? Hearing Bai Yu's words, Zhu Zhuqing couldn't help but smile wryly. She never expected that her usually composed and mature master would have such a childish side. Wanted to be the boss of the work-study dormitory? Forget it. I'll just help my master set the stage. Bai Yu took a couple of steps forward, smiling as he looked at Xiao Wu and pointed at the freshly laid, snow-white bedding that Zhu Zhuqing had just arranged, asking knowingly if I lose, of course. The betting can go to you, but I still don't know your name? My name is Xiao Wu, as in dance. All right, Xiao Wu, if I lose, I'll give you the betting as a gift, but what if you lose? If I lose, I'll give my position as boss to you. Bai Yu chuckled and shook his head. The stakes of the bet were not equal. A set of valuable betting could not be balanced against a mere title. After hearing this, Xiao Wu realized her proposal was biased, so she asked back, then what do you think we should do? Bai Yu's eyes glinted with a hint of cunning. Well, if you lose, you'll have to call me brother. How about that? Ahem. Wang Sheng hurriedly coughed twice, signaling Xiao Wu with his eyes to refuse. Call you brother? Are these nobles playing such twisted games? After playing rough, now they want to play something even weirder? Xiao Wu, you must not agree. This group of nobles was no good. He was setting a trap for you. Once you call him brother, you'll gradually fall into his trap. Okay, I agree. Of course, if you lose, you must call me Sister Xiao Wu. Boom! Wang Sheng felt as if a thunderclap had struck him. It was over. Sister Xiao Wu had fallen for it. Calm down, calm down. Sister Xiao Wu is capable. We don't know who will win yet. Wang Sheng tried to calm himself down, nervously watching Xiao Wu, his not-so-bright mind racing to think of ways to salvage the situation if Xiao Wu lost. By the way, you know my name, but I don't know yours, Xiao Wu said casually, putting her hands behind her back and lowering her chin, raising her bright and captivating eyes as she walked toward Bai Yu. My name is Bai Yu, as in white and jade. Nice name. Huh. With a loud shout, no warm-up, she launched an attack from a standstill. A pink long leg, carrying a gust of wind, mercilessly kicked toward Bai Yu, seemingly aiming to knock him over. Master, Sister Xiao Wu, Zhu Zhuqing, and Wang Sheng both turned pale. Chapter 27. Wang Sheng is shocked. Xiao Wu plays the little sister. Zhu Zhuqing is grateful no one expected Xiao Wu to break the rules and attack unexpectedly. Not only did she not say, please advise, but she also took advantage of the casual chat to get close and suddenly strike, shocking Wang Sheng and Zhu Zhuqing. One was worried that Xiao Wu would offend the nobles, while the other felt guilty for not fulfilling his duty as a protector. So close, so sudden, who could stop her? But the next moment, a shocking scene unfolded. Xiao Wu's kick aimed at Bai Yu's chin was firmly grasped by Bai Yu with one hand. Unable to break free, no matter how hard she struggled, as if she were shackled. First soul skill, waist bow. Xiao Wu's face turned pink. It was her first time having such intimate contact with the opposite sex. Previously in the Stardow Forest, Deming and Erming had never done this. Seeing that she couldn't break free, Xiao Wu decided to use her first soul skill, trying to use the inertia of her body rotation to throw Bai Yu off. Bai Yu, haven't you heard of the physical body becoming a saint? No matter how many techniques one has, they are useless in the face of absolute strength. Bai Yu smiled. Indeed, Xiao Wu's soul skill was impressive. However, having fused with the bloodline of the Golden Dragon King, his physical quality alone was already at the soul saint level. Not to mention that Xiao Wu was currently a soul master, even if she were a soul emperor. Using just her first soul skill would not harm him in the slightest. As Xiao Wu spun in the air, not only did she fail to use her body's inertia to throw Bai Yu, but instead, because Bai Yu held her ankle tightly, the muscles in her legs tensed, and she felt a wave of sharp pain. Ow, it hurts! Bai Yu, how can you be so strong? Xiao Wu looked at Bai Yu in disbelief, unable to comprehend how this seemingly frail and refined noble boy could possess such terrifying strength. Earlier, Wang Sheng had complained to her about how rich kids slacked off on cultivation, and that even if their innate soul power was stronger than theirs when they first entered school, they generally couldn't compare in strength. How could this person? Before Xiao Wu could gather her thoughts, Bai Yu tightened his grip on her calf, twisted his waist, and threw Xiao Wu into the air. This scene left Wang Sheng and the others stunned. Many of them had sparred with Xiao Wu and were very clear about her combat skills. Often, before they could even think, their bodies would be kicked away, and few could keep up with Xiao Wu's battle rhythm. As a result, Bai Yu, the new young master, not only kept up easily, but also forced Xiao Wu to maneuver in midair to gain leverage. Zhu Zhuqing blinked, her lips moved, and her pupils flickered. The master had never shown his strong physical qualities during his previous sparring with me. How many trump cards does the master still have? It's not over yet. Watch out. Xiao Wu's delicate shout pulled them back to reality. In their sight, Xiao Wu descended from the sky, her body spinning, channeling all her power into the soles of her low-heeled shoes. It made their eyes nearly pop out, especially for those like Wang Sheng, who had poor strength. They asked themselves if they were to take a solid kick, they would end up with bruises at best, or fainting for days at worst. Just imagine. What kind of power would the hard shoe soul have with the enhancement of soul power and speed? Master, quickly dodge. Bai Xiao is in danger. Zhu Zhuqing and Wang Sheng stretched out their hands in unison, fearing for Bai Yu's safety. But what responded to them was Bai Yu's bright smile. Then, he raised his arm, intending to take Xiao Wu's kick head-on. Oh no, I know you're not like other young masters. I know you have strong physical qualities, but you must not underestimate your opponent. Wang Sheng was as anxious as an ant on a hot pan, cold sweat dripping from his forehead. If Bai Yu got hurt, then Xiao Wu would definitely not have a good time. Bang! Dust rose from the ground. Everyone's attention was drawn to the center of the battlefield. When the dust settled, the scene before them once again refreshed their worldview. Xiao Wu's heel landed squarely on Bai Yu's arm, but it only made a heavy muffled sound and nothing more. The scene fell into silence. What's happening? Are they still fighting? Bai Yu lifted Xiao Wu's shoe sole and tossed her into the air, allowing her to use the momentum to do a backflip and land on the ground. No more fighting, you monster! Xiao Wu was somewhat shocked, but her shoe couldn't withstand the strain anymore and broke with a snap, causing her to lose her balance and fall towards the ground. Xiao Wu, Wang Sheng, and the others, who had just breathed a sigh of relief, had their hearts leap into their throats. Thud! The imagined pain did not come. Xiao Wu slowly opened her eyes and found that Bai Yu, who had been 5 or 6 meters away just a second ago, was now beside her, catching her steadily. This speed is so fast. No wonder he can keep up with my battle rhythm. Xiao Wu stared blankly at Bai Yu, then quickly reacted and broke free from his embrace. Brother, from now on, you're the boss of the 7th dormitory. Seeing Xiao Wu willing to accept defeat, Bai Yu nodded with satisfaction. At least in front of him, Xiao Wu was not as unreasonable and annoying as some had said. Master, you should change your clothes. Your clothes are covered in dust. I'll help you wash them later. Zhu Zhuqing hurried over, seemingly trying to make up for her failure as a guard. However, her title caused waves of surprise among those present. Master? Hiss, does he need to bring a maid to school? truly the son of a rich family. Even Xiao Wu cast a curious glance at Zhu Zhuqing. One gaze after another landed on Zhu Zhuqing's face, making her feel quite embarrassed, and a blush appeared on her cheeks. To be fair, although she accepted the identity of Bai Yu's maid, she still had the pride of the star Luo Zhu family deep down. Even though she felt no discomfort serving Bai Yu privately, being the center of attention in public still made her instinctively shy. No need, I'll hire someone to wash it later. Your main duty is to practice with me. Bai Yu's words made the curious gazes retract. Practice with you? That's no problem. Many families would raise some geniuses as sharpening stones for their children, which was quite common. But speaking of which, regardless of the duty, it is only natural for a maid to serve her master. Bai Yu not only actively sought practice partners to improve his combat skills, but also gently declined the girl. Perhaps this young master was not like the typical arrogant and domineering noble, looking down on others. Just now, when Xiao Wu attacked him fiercely, he didn't even hold it against her. With this thought, Wang Sheng and the others looked at Bai Yu with a bit more respect and a little less fear and distance. Feeling the gazes on her disappear, Zhu Zhuqing finally lifted her head, softly murmuring a thank you, her eyes filled with gratitude. Thank you, master. Gurgle a sound that was out of place rang out. Bai Yu initially thought it was Zhu Zhuqing, but seeing her curious expression, he realized it wasn't. Looking around, he discovered Xiao Wu's face was flushed with embarrassment. Brother, I think I'm hungry. Xiao Wu scratched her head shyly. Since leaving the Stardow Forest, she had only been eating the fruits and carrots she brought with her. After several days of travel, her food ran out yesterday, and she had no currency from the human world, which meant she hadn't had breakfast. Now that it was noon, it was only natural that she was hungry. It wasn't just her. Wang Sheng's stomach also made an untimely gurgling sound. This made the former boss of the 7th dormitory, under the astonished gazes of his younger brothers, unable to help but clutch his belly. Bai Yu then realized that almost everyone in the room were work-study students. Although they could work for the academy and receive a meager salary, it was only enough to support their studies. To eat well was simply impossible. Often they would go hungry one meal and be full the next, barely managing to ensure their basic needs. This made Bai Yu's expression flicker. Do you think I'm feeling pity? Wrong. What I see is a golden opportunity to spend money. Isn't this just giving me a new chance to spend? Hee hee. I'm coming to reward with money. Cough, cough. Since you're hungry, let's all go to the cafeteria and have a meal together. As a welcome gift, it's on me. Bai Yu waved his hand grandly, treating everyone. After all, he wasn't short on money and could use this opportunity to bond with Wang Sheng and the others. Wow, the boss is so generous. Hey, the boss is the best. This is our dormitory's boss. Awesome. Everyone instinctively changed their titles from young master to boss. Just as Bai Yu excitedly led everyone towards the cafeteria, a harsh sound of the door being pushed open rang out again. And the one who entered was actually an old acquaintance, making Bai Yu freeze for a moment. Tang San? Chapter 28. Tang San was dumbfounded. Did he catch Bai Yu's attention? Tang San? Do they know each other? Wang Sheng and Xiao Wu, who were following Bai Yu with excitement, showed confusion on their faces. Could it be that he is Bai Yu's friend? But when they saw the indifference in Bai Yu's eyes and Zhu Zhuqing's undisguised disgust, they quickly realized. What the hell? A friend. This kid must have offended young master by somewhere. At this moment, Tang San could only be described as unfortunate. His forehead was bruised, and his hair was wet. He walked with a limp, and his hidden sword was nowhere to be found. He slipped on a banana peel when he went out and got hit by a bucket when he came in. He tripped on flat ground and stepped on nails around the corner. Tang San was convinced that someone was secretly working against him. Otherwise, it was statistically improbable for all these unfortunate events to happen in a single day. Even worse, he had no idea who was messing with him. And that nail had developed a patina of green and red, its surface covered with a layer of moss. This lady, I'm Zhu Zhuqing. Oh, Zhuqing. Do you know what happened? Wang Sheng asked cautiously. After all, he had been the boss of work-study students for several years and was well aware of human affairs. If he wanted to avoid offending the great Buddha that was Bai Yu in the future, he needed to quickly understand his relationships to avoid offending Bai Yu while still being oblivious. This Tang San once framed his master. He even wanted to use hidden weapons to put his master to death. What? Wang Sheng's heart was filled with righteous indignation, and the other work-study students were also filled with killing intent. They had witnessed Bai Yu's previous actions, both his friendly demeanor and his efforts to help Zhu Zhuqing. Although they couldn't say they fully understood Bai Yu's character, they all knew that Bai Yu was definitely not a noble who bullied the weak. On the contrary, he was filled with grace. Now, with Bai Yu treating them to a meal, it undoubtedly garnered a lot of goodwill. Yet you say that this rat-like, short, and shabby guy in front of them actually framed young Master Bai? Unforgivable. At this moment, Tang San was still unaware of the malice directed at him. He was staring at Xiao Wu with infatuation. This adorable rabbit girl, this feeling of destiny. I must have an indescribable connection with her. However, his gaze only drew Xiao Wu's disdain. There were indeed male soul beasts who were infatuated with her. Any soul beast that dared to leer at her with lustful eyes had met a bad end. Those who had been beaten by Deming and Erming had grass on their graves 3 feet high. Unexpectedly, upon entering the human world, there was still such a lovesick fool. This classmate, you seem very familiar. Have we met somewhere? Tang San finally couldn't help but ask. However, before Xiao Wu could answer, she was pulled behind Zhu Zhuqing. Zhu Zhuqing coldly stared at Tang San and whispered into Xiao Wu's ear. Xiao Wu, don't pay attention to this kind of person. Just ignore him. I've seen this kind of pickup line many times before. It is well known that in this era, the upper-class nobles of the 2 empires are corrupt. Zhu Zhuqing, living in the Star Luo Empire, had seen countless lecherous nobles trying to flirt with girls like Tang San, attempting to control their curiosity and then discarding them after playing with their bodies like old shoes. Now, facing the same kind of flirtation, Xiao naturally couldn't just sit by and do nothing. After Zhu Zhuqing's explanation, Xiao Wu's disgust for Tang San deepened further. No, don't overthink it. Xiao Wu's indifference pierced Tang San's heart, further confirming his belief that he and this rabbit girl had some fateful connection. No, that's not right. Tang San clutched his head, desperately trying to recall. This girl in front of him must be related to him. You, Tang San, if you continue like this, we might have to call the teacher. Harassing female classmates, the academy has the right to expel you. Zhu Zhuqing stepped forward, interrupting Tang San's words. This guy is slippery and unreasonable. Last time, he almost put Bai Yu in an irrecoverable situation. How could she give him the chance to continue speaking? Expelled. These 2 words were like a sharp iron hammer, crashing heavily on his heart, making him involuntarily gasp. In order to enroll, he not only bowed to Bai Yu, but also carried Yu Xiao Gao around the city, looking for a doctor to heal his injuries. In the end, the silver soul coin Bai Yu gave him was not enough, and he had to add 4 copper coins of his own. That was the last bit of money his grandfather had left him. Now he was completely broke. Fortunately, the master agreed to take him as a disciple, and he heard people discussing that this master had a vast knowledge reserve. Now, to be expelled over a small matter, he couldn't accept it. Thinking of this, Tang San forcibly suppressed the turmoil in his heart, took a deep look at Xiao Wu, bypassed the crowd, and prepared to find his own bed. But then he frowned. Gone. All the beds were full. What troubled him even more was that it seemed other dormitories were also full. After thinking for a while, Tang San turned around and asked sweetly, "Classmates, do you know if there are any available spots?" This sweet demeanor was in stark contrast to his earlier accusations. If it weren't for Bai Yu being the party involved, he would even suspect that Tang San had become a different person. In Tang San's eyes, however, hope sparkled. As long as someone replied that there were no beds available, he could logically ask if they could squeeze in together, allowing him to share a bed. Not only could he logically snag a new mattress, but he could also monopolize a bed. As for the person sharing a bed with him, what level they are at depends on whether they can give up their blanket and bed for him, which would be a privilege earned by their ancestors. At most, when he becomes rich in the future, not wanting to deal with his decadent old man, he could offer them a job to empty his old man's chamber pot, paying them 1 copper soul coin a day, and they should be grateful. But to his disappointment, no one responded, and no one showed any willingness to share bed with him. Everyone stared at him with cold eyes, especially Wang Sheng, who had finally managed to get Bai Yu and Zhu Zhuqing to eat together, was being dragged along by Tang San, seeing that mealtime was about to pass, and there would be no good food left in the cafeteria. Look, do you see that corner? There's a bed full of wormholes. You can sleep there from now on. Wang Sheng, unable to bear it any longer, pointed directly at the discarded bed, which had not seen the sun for a year and was covered in dust and insect corpses. Tang San turned to look and found that the bed Wang Sheng was pointing at was indeed a rotten one, and his face changed instantly. What do you mean? Tang San's face turned as green as if he had eaten half a moldy cookie, staring coldly at Wang Sheng. That gaze seemed to want to tear him in half. What do you mean? You scum only deserve a discarded bed. There's no room for you on a good bed. Wang Sheng retorted without hesitation. What did you say? Tang San's eyes turned red in an instant, filled with killing intent. He was about to shake his sleeve darts, only to realize that his darts had been lost during the beating, so he could only glare angrily. Why? Why do you all target me when you meet? You all have chosen the path to death. When I have money to buy poison and prepare toxins, none of you will survive. I will make you die quietly, reasonably, but in excruciating pain. Skin ulcers, eye sockets bursting. Brain death, kidneys failing. These are all child's play for the Tang sex poisons. Tang San thought of the famous 7th dormitory in the academy, where there were rules for dueling to be the leader, and the winner took all. His gaze swept around the room and locked onto Bai Yu's luxurious bedding, instantly invigorating him. Hey, who's your boss? Everyone unanimously turned their gaze to Bai Yu. The smile on Tang San's face vanished without a trace. Bai Yu. Again, it's Bai Yu. Tang San looked left and right, finding that besides Zhu Zhuqing, there were no other guards around Bai Yu, revealing a sinister smile. The Shantian treasure record teaches, cut the grass but not the roots, and the spring wind will blow again. Letting me leave the dean and guard's sight is the greatest foolishness. They are not here. Let's see who can protect you today. All right, Bai Yu, I challenge you. Tang San sneered, his lips curling into a wicked smile. A guy who is spoiled by money is obviously useless, unable to lift a shoulder or carry a hand. How could he be my opponent, who has trained hard since childhood, has the shadowy figure's blessings, and has practiced iron forging for strength? Boss, what a great title. As long as I win, not only can I snatch his bedding, but I can also make him kneel and step on his head, making him lick my shoe soles. Bai Yu, oh Bai Yu, I want to see you rage helplessly and appreciate the frustration on your face. Chapter 29. Tang San. Do you know our difference? Upon hearing Tang San's title, the faces of everyone present turned cold, with Wang Sheng and Zhu Zhuqing being the first to take a stance. Especially Wang Sheng. Although he had not obtained a soul ring, his momentum was not lacking at all, his fist cracking ominously. Get lost. You are not worthy to be my opponent. Tang San looked arrogantly at Wang Sheng and Zhu Zhuqing. A being less capable than his own waist, a fragile bitch, is even worthy of being his rival. A genius of the Tang sect, especially Zhu Zhuqing. Tang San looked at her with disdain. Clearly the same age as him, with an extra soul ring. Yet willingly acts as someone else's dog, must be very comfortable serving at night, right? As he examined Zhu Zhuqing's beauty, he became even more jealous, gritting his teeth and glaring at Bai Yu. Why? Why would such a beautiful girl willingly be your servant? Oh, I forgot, with your nature. She must have been coerced by you, right? Or perhaps she was seduced by your sweet words? Thinking of this, Tang San's gaze towards Zhu Zhuqing softened again. Don't worry. Once I beat this bastard and trample him underfoot, when you see him begging for mercy, tears streaming down his face, you won't be infatuated with him anymore. Tang San, the genius of the Tang sect, with innate full soul power, and the master you should follow. And that tall guy beside her must have been tempted by Bai Yu's golden soul coins to call him boss, right? Bai Yu, you waste. Can only move your lips and spin some soul coins. The position of boss should be earned with strength. Tang San seemed to have Bai Yu figured out. Looking around with pride at a group of weaklings, even unable to hold a horse stance, and 2 frail girls. With the principal and guards absent, Bai Yu. Oh, Bai Yu, let's see who can protect you. The shame of the morning must be avenged now. Boss, you rest aside. I'll deal with this guy. Don't dirty your hands. Wang Sheng looked at Tang San, who was a few years younger and didn't even reach his shoulders, with the same disdain. Master, Sister Bai Xian is not here, so leave this to me. Don't worry, he has no hidden weapons left. Zhu Zhuqing's martial spirit visibly emerged, her soul rings flickering, indicating her soul power was brewing. but their words sounded so ridiculous and harsh to Tang San's ears. Huh, just the two of you can deal with me? What a joke. My Tang Sec's ultimate skills include more than just poison and hidden weapons. There are also Go Shadow Phantom and Xin Yu Hand. Even without poison hidden weapons, I can still toy with you. However, the next second, brother, you rest aside. Let Xiao Wu teach him a lesson. Xiao Wu rubbed her fists, her eyes fixed on Tang San. She had no good feelings for this lecherous man who had maliciously flirted with her, especially after Zhu Zhuqing informed her about certain dirty deeds of some playboys. Tang San looked at Xiao Wu's cute beauty, his breathing quickening, and seeing her stand up for Bai Yu caused even more pain in his heart. He sensed that such a girl was naturally meant to be his wife. Why was she taken by Bai Yu and had to call him brother? Upon this thought, his gaze towards Bai Yu added more killing intent. You only have a bit of money, right? That's why this group of girls revolves around you. Don't worry when you're trampled under my feet, crying and licking the soles of my shoes. Let's see which girl will still be willing to follow you. What surprised him even more was no need. I'll take care of this insect quickly. Don't delay my meal. Bai Yu actually pushed everyone aside and planned to step up himself. Ha ha, heaven is helping me. If everyone protected you, I might have a hard time, but you actually want to take the stage yourself. Seeing this, Tang San's disdain for Bai Yu increased a few more degrees. This rich kid really couldn't position himself properly, clearly is useless as a dog, yet fantasizing about being invincible. Little did he know, the training partners at home always let him win, afraid of offending the young master. Against such an ignorant waste, Tang San could take on 10. Then boss, be careful. Master, I will clear the way for you. Brother, there is no need to hold back against such a lecher. Seeing Bai Yu's resolve, the others could not persuade him further and could only remain vigilant on the sidelines. As long as Tang San showed any signs of abnormality, they would charge in without hesitation. Don't worry. Bai Yu took a deep breath, his bright eyes opened, shining like gold. The golden soul coin martial spirit slowly emerged in his hands, and a purple soul ring rose from beneath his feet, causing Wang Sheng and the others to gasp in shock. It was their first time seeing Bai Yu reveal his martial spirit and soul ring, and they were completely stunned. Not just them, even Tang San was dumbfounded, fear written all over his face. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. How could his first soul ring be purple? The teacher had taught that the first soul ring could at most be yellow, with a lifespan of only 400 years. How could he start with a 1,000-year soul ring? But soon, he noticed Bai Yu's martial spirit. Was it a golden soul coin? In an instant, all his panic and cowardice disappeared without a trace. Ha ha ha, Bai Yu, I thought you were so powerful, but it turns out your martial spirit is a useless one. My blue-silver grass can still entangle. What can your golden soul coin do, trade? I see your family has no real ability, just relying on the golden soul coin martial spirit to summon some soul coins to survive, right? TCH, this kind of useless martial spirit and this kind of useless family is nothing but worms crawling under the feet of the strong, living off the scraps they lick. Tang San's lips twitched as he laughed maniacally. If it weren't for the teacher's advice to hide the Haotian hammer martial spirit, I would directly blind you with it. He could already imagine the jealousy in Bai Yu's eyes upon seeing the continent's #1 assault-type martial spirit. As for the golden soul coin, can it even be considered an auxiliary martial spirit? Even if your useless martial spirit has a 1,000-year soul ring, what can it do? Summon golden soul coins? Oh, that's not bad. As long as you submit to me, be my lackey, and give me your maid and sister. From now on, provide me with 100,000 golden soul coins every day, and I'll spare your life. How about that? Tang San had already begun to envision a beautiful life ahead. As for whether Bai Yu would escape his control, Tang San never even considered it. The first thing he would do upon obtaining the golden soul coins is to purchase various expensive poisons and concoct excellent toxins. As long as he forced Bai Yu to ingest them, he would forever be his servant. Even the two girls beside him would become his slaves. He could kill or do whatever he wanted, and they would never be able to turn back. By then, with the rice already cooked, he believed that the forces behind Bai Yu would be helpless. When he stood at the peak of the continent, he would offer Bai Yu a good job guarding the place of reincarnation. That would be a reward for having been my lackey for so long. Little did he expect the response to be Bai Yu's long sigh. Sigh. Tang San, do you know what the biggest difference between you and me is? Difference? Tang San was taken aback. Bai Yu paced, gesturing to the work-study students in the room. The difference between you and me is that I see those weaker than myself, or those who depend on me, as real people. Whether it's Zhu Zhuqing, Xiao Wu, Wang Sheng, or these work-study students, they're all living beings, independent individuals. And my partners, they have the right to make choices that align with their true selves, rather than being treated as objects, allowing us to place bets or give them away to others. These words struck each person's heart like a hammer. Douluo continent is a world where the strong are respected. A shadow of feudalism. How many high-ranking individuals have never regarded their subordinates as human beings, only as tools for profit or gifts to be given away at will? Even the gentle and easygoing master of the seven-treasure glazed tile school, name.Fortunately, is the same. He casually arranged the cat girl he bought at the auction for his family's children to serve as a servant. With Bai Yu's wealth and status, a casual gesture from him would force them to serve him, no matter how unwilling they might be. But Bai Yu, however, calls them partners? Don't say it's Wang Sheng and the others who were so moved they cried. Even Zhu Zhuqing, who used to be in high society, lowered her head in contemplation. Have I said enough? Tang San watched Bai Yu's actions, his heart blazing with anger. The one who should be saying these beautiful words should be me. It was I who defeated you and sought to win people's hearts. Bai Yu, since you insist on seeking death, then I will fulfill your wish. Under the watchful eyes of everyone, Tang San suddenly struck while Bai Yu was looking towards Zhu Zhuqing and Xiao Wu, with both palms exerting force. He fiercely struck at the vital point on Bai Yu's back. Shameless. Master. Brother, be careful. Chapter 30. Tang San gets beaten and still apologizes. His mindset erupts. Tang San stepped into the ghost shadow, mysterious steps, and approached. His hands had taken on a milky white jade color, mercilessly gripping towards Bai Yu's throat, deliberately controlling the strength. Yes, he did not intend to kill Bai Yu, because he understood that if he killed Bai Yu, the principle and the forces behind Bai Yu would definitely not let him go. He only needed to knock Bai Yu out, take the money on him, buy medicinal materials, concoct poison, and then give it to Bai Yu. Let him appear as his partner on the surface. Behind people's backs, he would be his slave. A lifetime crawling under his feet was the right path. Bai Yu, pay the price for your stupidity and arrogance. Tang San's fist heavily smashed towards Bai Yu's face. His eyes filled with contempt. Leaving your back to the enemy, fool. But just as his fist was about to hit, it was unexpectedly wrapped in a strong hand. His entire body was frozen in midair, unable to advance further. The smile on Tang San's face gradually stiffened, and there was also shock in his gaze towards Bai Yu. My ghost shadow mysterious steps was actually seen through by him. The Xianyu hand that could leave palm prints on trees was also blocked by him? No, impossible. You worthless trash. How could you possibly block me? Tang San trembled all over. Just as he was about to continue punching, a swift fist struck hard at his abdomen. In an instant, a piercing pain swept through his nerves, leaving his mind blank. Before he could regain his senses, his whole body was heavily smashed into the wall. The originally sturdy wall was instantly cracked in large areas. A mouthful of fresh blood splattered into the dust, bright red. Roar! It was as if a dragon's roar echoed in everyone's ears, leaving Zhu Zhuqing and the others in a daze, instinctively trembling. It felt as though they were facing a prehistoric beast about to lose their lives. Especially Xiao Wu, her pupils trembling wildly, staring in disbelief at Bai Yu. She felt the pressure of a superior soul beast over a subordinate from Bai Yu. It was unrelated to years. It was a suppression rooted in the bloodline. It was as if the one standing before her was not her newly recognized brother, but a king among soul beasts. No, this is the human world. Brother is also human. How could he give me the feeling of a soul beast? Xiao Wu did not know that since Bai Yu fused with the Golden Dragon King's bloodline, he had become half a soul beast. Look, the boss's arm. Everyone's attention was instantly drawn to Bai Yu's right arm. They saw it covered in dense golden dragon scales, with a layer of gold plating, exuding a majestic aura. Bai Yu appeared like a king from the heavens, making them unable to help but kneel and worship. That looks like a soul bone. As the oldest student in the 7th dormitory, Wang Sheng had been at the academy for several years and understood some theory about soul masters. The boss's martial soul is the shock coin. Logically speaking, he shouldn't have such strong physical qualities. But if he fused with a very powerful soul bone, everything would make sense. Looking at Wang Sheng's wise expression of realization, Bai Yu could only twitch the corner of his mouth and smile helplessly. Forget it. Since the Golden Dragon King's bloodline can't be explained clearly, it's better not to explain it. Their misunderstanding that my strength comes from the soul bone is also fine. However, Wang Sheng's words were like a big rock smashing into a pressure cooker, causing the 7th dormitory to explode in an uproar. My God, that's a soul bone. The rarest existence in the world. Good soul bones are even rarer than a 100,000-year soul ring. No wonder our boss is so extravagant. Not only rich and powerful, but also has a soul bone that we wouldn't even dare to imagine. What? Are you still doubting the boss's financial power? With the boss's capabilities, buying a good soul bone is a piece of cake. Yes. I shouldn't doubt the boss's extravagance. I slapped my own mouth. But I really can't hold back. It's too dazzling, too amazing. Mom, your son saw a soul bone. Your son didn't waste his school years. Your son is worth it in this life. A soul bone is something countless poor families wouldn't even dare to dream of for generations. But today, a soul bone is right in front of their eyes, and the owner of the soul bone is their newly recognized boss. Just imagine how strong that sense of pride is. Facing the shock and admiration of the crowd, Bai Yu casually waved his right arm, scratching an itch he felt. Just now, he hadn't even used the soul skills brought by the soul bone, and he had only exerted less than 1,000th of the soul bone's power. But even this little power almost sent Tang San to his doom. TSK, being too strong, is also a kind of trouble. Every time he sparred with someone, he had to worry about whether he would accidentally kill them. Bai Yu's tone carried impatience. Ahem. In the ruins, Tang San, upon hearing this, coughed out another mouthful of blood, his eyes filled with shock and terror. He barely stood up, feeling as if all his bones were about to fall apart. When the term soul bone rushed into his ears, his mind went blank again. Damn it, he actually has a soul bone. I said he has a worthless martial soul. How could he have such strong power? It turns out it was the enhancement of a power-type soul bone. Damn it, does having money mean you can do whatever you want? A worthless martial soul can also suppress me by fusing with a soul bone. No, he doesn't deserve to suppress me. If it weren't for the loss of my hidden weapon and not having enough money to prepare the poison, I would definitely make him pay with his life. But before Tang San could muster the strength to stand up, a shadow had already appeared in his low-angle view. Tang San abruptly looked up and found that the dust in front of him had already cleared. Bai Yu was rubbing his right wrist, smiling at him. What are you doing? Tang San's body trembled, an ominous premonition swelling in his heart. Classmate Tang San, may I ask, are we still fighting? Under everyone's gaze, Bai Yu actually showed a kind smile and reached out to help Tang San up. Everyone exchanged glances, all captivated by Bai Yu's magnanimity. Wang Sheng, seeing this scene, felt even more resolute in his heart. Boss Bai Yu is the person I, Wang Sheng, will follow for a lifetime. Not only does he respect those below him, but he is also gentle and amiable, even willing to smile and let go of those who slander and insult him. What kind of magnanimity do the nobles possess? Bai Yu, Tang San's teeth were grinding. Don't pretend to be kind here. If I hold your hand, then what? You will swing me up and smash me into the floor, right? Upon hearing Tang San's words, Bai Yu's face showed disappointment. The looks Wang Sheng and the others gave Tang San were filled with even more disgust. If it weren't for Xiao Wu being mindful of her image and Zhu Zhuqing being mindful of her upbringing, they would have wanted to spit at Tang San. How could someone so uncouth grow up? Didn't his father drown him in the cradle? Sigh, Tang San, I genuinely want to help you up. Look at you. After that smash, your leg is broken, your hand is dislocated, and your clothes are torn. Can you stand up decently by yourself? Mind your own business. Tang San was about to stubbornly bite his teeth and get up despite the pain. But then he heard a crack, and his face instantly turned green and pale. Ah! The stubborn Tang San let out a scream like a slaughtered pig. TSK, TSK, TSK. Bai Yu looked at Tang San's uncontrollable calf and the sunken knee, shaking his head in pity. Tang San, at this point, Just admit defeat. Boss, it's just a title, and the quilt isn't a rare item. If you want it, I can give it to you. Just apologize to Xiao Wu and Zhu Zhuqing, and apologize to everyone for shouting recklessly and treating us like objects. In fact, you were born in a humble family and come from a small place like Holy Soul Village. Logically, we are all the same. So why do you look down on others? But it doesn't matter. We are all grown men. Just apologize, get some sleep, and tomorrow we can still be good buddies. Don't take it to heart. Bai Yu continued to reach out to Tang San, and Xiao Wu, Zhu Qing, and Wang Sheng were also happy to give Bai Yu face. Tang San, although you harassed me, my brother said it. As long as you apologize, I won't pursue it. Tang San, even though you slandered the master, I listened to the master. You must apologize. Tang San, the boss has forgiven you. Why don't you hurry up and thank him and apologize to the boss? I curse your mother. Tang San's eyes bulged, and the corners of his mouth nearly tore from shouting. I curse your ancestors. How infuriating. Clearly, I was the one who got hurt. I still have to apologize to this hypocrite. Tang San's face turned blue with anger, and his throat felt sweet. Wow. Blood spurted from his lips. Bai Yu, I curse your grandpa. Alas, stubbornness. Bai Yu shook his head in disappointment. Then you just stay here. Xiao Wu, Zhu Qing, and everyone, let's go eat. It's okay, this guy Tang San will eventually give in. He can't possibly stay here forever, can he? But just as Bai Yu was leading people to the door, a commotion arose at the entrance. Master, young Master Bai Yu is still inside. You can't go. Master, please wait. Hey. You. The door of the 7th dormitory was pushed open. Yu Xiaojiang, with a gloomy expression, walked into the room. Chapter 31. If you don't want to be disciplined, just apologize. Yu Xiaojiang was startled when he saw Tang San lying in the ruins with blood at the corner of his mouth. He hurriedly stepped forward to help Tang San up from the debris. Teacher, seeing Yu Xiaojiang arrive, Tang San's eyes brightened as he grabbed his arm. Why you beat me up like this? You must uphold justice for me. At the very least, he should be disciplined and expelled. Yu Xiaojiang looked at Tang San, who was beaten so badly that he didn't even dare to recognize himself, and wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth. Then he turned his face darkly and stared at Bai Yu. Bai Yu, we are all classmates. Do you really need to be so ruthless? Besides, didn't you promise that after Tang San apologized to you, the matter at the school gate would be wiped clean? Feeling the cold gaze of the master, Bai Yu simply shrugged. Master, I kept my promise and did not pursue the matter at the school gate. But that doesn't mean I won't pursue the matter of him provoking me as soon as he entered the dormitory. The master's brows furrowed as he helped the barely standing Tang San and asked, Little San, you are a good kid. I don't believe you would take the initiative to provoke someone. What exactly happened? Teacher, Yu Xiaojiang's concern moved Tang San deeply. His throat choked a bit. There are new students coming into the 7th dormitory to spar, and the winner becomes the boss. I was just following the dormitory rules and sparred with Bai Yu. I didn't expect he would beat me up like this. Hearing Tang San's words, Yu Xiaojiang's face grew colder, as if it could freeze. Is that so? Bai Yu? Yes. Bai Yu couldn't be bothered to argue with Yu Xiaojiang, even to defend himself. All right, then according to school rules, I order you to compensate Little San for 100 gold soul coins for medical expenses, and take care of him during his recovery. Do you have any objections? Yu Xiaojiang was momentarily stunned. He didn't expect Bai Yu to readily accept this without any denial, causing him to ponder. Yes. Bai Yu stretched lazily, choosing his words carefully. Yu Xiaojiang's brows tightened. Bai Yu, you were born into a wealthy family and should have the upbringing of a rich family. If you injure a classmate, you should apologize, not continue to make mistakes and refuse to repent. Bai Yu nonchalantly looked at Yu Xiaojiang. The master really does favor him. Those who don't know might think you are distant relatives. Hearing Bai Yu's sarcastic tone, Yu Xiaojiang's face twitched, his expression tightening further. Bai Yu, before entering school, we were strangers and I could not control you. But once you enter the academy, I am the teacher and you are the student. You should learn to respect your teachers rather than argue with them. Now apologize to Tang San immediately, or I will tell Mark that you violated school rules and give you a punishment. I believe no intermediate Soul Master Academy would want to accept a student with character issues who has been disciplined. Yu Xiaojiang, wearing new clothes. Although his gap-toothed smile was somewhat comical, he undeniably regained some elegance, and his words carried a bit of authority. Yu Xiaojing looked at Bai Yu with eyes filled with renewed pride. Yes, I admit you have money, but once you enter the academy, you must listen to the teacher. That is the academy's rule. In the future, as long as you do not follow my arrangements as a guest tutor of the academy, I have every right to discipline you. I will make sure you cannot graduate, and even if you do, you won't be able to enter the Intermediate Soul Master Academy. Do you have any sense of reason? Clearly, it was Tang San who provoked my brother first. He also tried to steal my brother's quilt and insulted us. My brother only acted to teach Tang San a lesson. So why is it all my brother's fault? Xiao Wu huffed angrily, hands on her hips, defending Bai Yu. Meanwhile, the master merely glanced at Xiao Wu before turning his head back to Tang San. Little San, did this girl also lay hands on you? Tang San was about to deny it, but suddenly thought that this girl, who seemed to have a fateful connection with him, couldn't stay by Bai Yu's side. So he nodded. Very good, the master said, turning to Xiao Wu. You are a new student and didn't know the school rules, so I won't punish you. But you must take care of little San during his recovery. Why should I? Just because I am the teacher and have the right to impose discipline on you. Xiao Wu was about to argue, but was interrupted by Yu Xiaojing. I hope everyone understands that once you are out of the academy, I cannot control you. But once you are in the academy, I am the teacher, and you must obey my management. The master raised his head. This is a great opportunity to establish authority. Killing the chicken to warn the monkey. Putting Bai Yu, the biggest troublemaker, in check. Won't the others respect me? As long as I establish authority. In the future in the academy, who would dare to say my martial soul is waste? And my good disciple, Tang San, should also be grateful to me in his heart, right? Hey, do you really think I can't guess your little thoughts? Your gaze at Xiao Wu reveals everything. I saw that same look in Dong Air and Air Long back then. Now, as your teacher, punishing her to take care of you due to your injury is actually creating an opportunity for you. Sure enough, after realizing Yu Xiaojing's good intentions, Tang San felt even more moved, increasingly admiring this clear-minded master. I see you were just deliberately looking for trouble, right? Not even asking for the truth, and just favoring your own student? It's a shame you still consider yourself a teacher. Xiao Wu's face turned red with anger. If Bai Yu wasn't around, she would have rushed up to teach Yu Xiaojing a lesson. This classmate, the master's expression remained calm, but the pride in his eyes could not be hidden. I have never favored my own students. I only judge based on facts. You indeed injured little San, and you should apologize to him, as well as apologize for contradicting me. As for you, slandering the teacher adds another charge. I will record a demerit for you. Whether it can be revoked in the future depends on how you perform while taking care of little San during this period. As long as little San thinks you're qualified, I will revoke your demerit. Hearing the master's words, Xiao Wu was so angry she couldn't take it anymore. I'm here to serve this lecher? This lecher who looks at my body with lustful eyes? Xiao Wu's fists were clenched tightly. And you all, watching your classmates get beaten without doing anything, not knowing to step up and stop it, you all have to bear responsibility as well. Yu Xiaojing looked at the others in the 7th dormitory and slowly said, since you don't understand the principle of harmony among classmates, then you could do Xiao San's work for these days. Xiao San needs to recover from his injuries, so you all can gather some money to buy him some medicinal materials. Hearing the master's words, Wang Sheng and the others exchanged glances but lowered their heads, not daring to argue. They were all ordinary people, and although most of them couldn't get into the Intermediate Soul Master Academy, they longed for it. With a disciplinary record and no connections to get into the Intermediate Soul Master Academy, it was just a dream, but they were all working students, struggling to pay tuition fees, and sometimes could only afford to eat one meal a day. How could they have spare money to buy medicinal materials for Tang San? Yet they didn't dare to refute the master's words, fearing he would pin another charge on them, and they would end up with a disciplinary record. Tang San, do you have any other requests? The master turned his head, the coldness on his face instantly transforming into a smile as he looked gently at Tang San. Teacher, if possible, I would like the girl in the leather outfit next to Bai Yu to serve me together with Xiao Wu. As soon as Tang San opened his mouth, he had everyone obediently under control. Even Bai Yu did not oppose, astonishing everyone. He looked at Bai Yu with a smug smile. Aren't you concerned about that girl? Then I want her to come and serve me. I want her to massage my shoulders, wash my feet, and warm my bed. How disgusting. No problem. You and Xiao Wu will have to serve Tang San until he recovers from his injuries. This is also a way for you to atone for beating a classmate. Seeing you Xiao Zhang's calm judgment, Zhu Zhuqing's hands pressed against her sides were already clenched into fists. Only the master is worthy of my service. That lecher with ulterior motives has no qualifications. Bai Yu, the master finally turned his gaze to Bai Yu. Do you have any significance left? As soon as these words were spoken, everyone turned their eyes to Bai Yu, their expressions full of hope. Bai Yu was their backbone, and they all hoped he would speak up and teach this master a lesson. Clap, clap, clap. Bai Yu applauded, with a smile that seemed to mock, causing the master's heart to skip a beat. He slowly raised his head, his mouth crooked. Master, there's one thing I've never understood. Bai Yu paced slowly in the room, suddenly turning his head to meet Yu Xiao Zhang's gaze. Who made you think you have the right to judge me? Chapter 32, Master, you wouldn't want to be expelled, would you? Just because I'm a teacher, a guest lecturer at the Nodding City Junior Soul Master Academy. Yu Xiao Zhang looked at Bai Yu with a cold sneer. No matter how rich you are, once you enter the academy, you must obey me. He glanced at Xiao Wu and the others, snorting coldly. What are you all standing there for? Hurry up. Don't forget, whether or not to give you a disciplinary record is in my hands. I hope you remember the principle of harmony among classmates in the future and take good care of Xiao San. Before he recovers, your service to him is a must. Xiao Wu, Zhu Zhuqing, Xiao San is now covered in blood. You go fetch a basin of water to give him a bath. Wang Sheng Bai Yu. You go to the market to buy medicinal materials. I only want the best. If Xiao San ends up with after effect from his injuries, then you won't escape the disciplinary record. And you working students, don't just stand there. Go do Xiao San's work. Yu Xiao Zhang crossed his arms and raised his nose, giving orders. Finally, he did not forget to add, due to the severity of today's incident, whether to give you additional disciplinary records will still need to be discussed and considered by me and Xiao San. The implication was that the mistake you made today would make Xiao San suffer for a lifetime. As long as you don't want to be given a disciplinary record by me, you will obediently become Tang San's little brother and serve him continuously. As long as Tang San is around, you will have to lower yourself for that long. If Tang San encounters any unpleasantness in the future, just tell me, and I can bring up this incident again and give you a disciplinary record so that you cannot advance in your studies. Even if things escalate and you enter society, you won't be able to find a job. This is the power of a guest lecturer. But contrary to Yu Xiao Zhang's expectations, when he spoke, no one responded. This made him feel a bit embarrassed, and he shouted angrily, What? Do you want to be recorded for a disciplinary action? To be looked down upon for the rest of your life? By you, especially you. Don't think that just because you have money, you can do as you please. If your family behind you finds out about your misdeeds at school and you get a disciplinary record, think about it. Will they still support you financially while you continue to cause trouble? Bai Yu was so angry that he laughed, slamming his hand heavily on the bedside table, attracting everyone's attention. So, in the coming months, we all have to unconditionally serve Tang San, right? That's right. As long as you don't want to be given a disciplinary record. Yu Xiaojing bit down on the words disciplinary record heavily, making it clear. Even if Tang San makes some unreasonable requests, we still have to comply. Looking at Bai Yu's seemingly mocking expression, Yu Xiaojing's tone remained unchanged. That's right. Even if in a while, Xiao Wu and Zhu Zhuqing give Tang San a bath, and if Xiao San wants them to help him bathe together, they must agree. They participated in the violence against Xiao San, and they must atone for their mistakes. It's only right. Hearing the master's words, Xiao Wu and Zhu Zhuqing could no longer sit still. Don't even think about it. Don't you know that men and women shouldn't be intimate? Making us two girls give Tang San a bath. If this gets out, how will others see us? Xiao Wu glared fiercely at the master. Give a lecturer who is always eyeing my body, who won't miss any opportunity to get close to me, a bath? I can't do it. If there's going to be a disciplinary action, then so be it. After all, I came to the human world just to improve my strength and avenge my mother, with the foundation of 100,000 years of soul beasts. Even if I don't attend some Soul Master Academy, I can still cultivate to the title Douluo through self-study. Besides, even if I don't get into a school in the future, what will happen? Even if I enter society and am looked down upon, what will happen? Xiao Wu looked at Bai Yu, her eyes filled with tenderness. This person in front of her could be considered her first friend in human society, right? He is so persistent in wanting her to call him brother. Although their time together was short, being with him brought a comfortable feeling like a spring breeze. In the world of soul beasts, places like Daming and Erming are home. In the human world, wherever there is a brother, that is home too. After her mother passed away, she still had two homes to return to. She was not an unanchored, wild child. On the other hand, Zhu Zhuqing did not speak, but the murderous intent in her eyes could not be concealed. As a woman from the Zhu family, which has produced empresses for generations, she valued her own chastity greatly. Wanting her to give Tang San a bath, that undoubtedly crossed her bottom line. When she was convinced by Bai Yu, she was prepared to give herself to Bai Yu, but only to Bai Yu, her own master. Other men touching her? No way. The master looked at Xiao Wu and Zhu Zhuqing's angry reactions, and his face broke into a flower-like smile. The pleasure of revenge made the wrinkles on his forehead relax a bit. Bai Yu, hurry up. Do you want to be given a disciplinary record and be looked down upon for the rest of your life? The master seemed to have Bai Yu in his grasp, looking down at him. Oh, Bai Yu's mouth curled slightly, responding casually, Master, I don't understand. Can a disciplinary record really limit our whole life? In other words, you, a mere guest lecturer with no official position, can decide our fate with just a few words? That's right. This is my power as a guest elder. The master was overjoyed. He never expected that the guest elder power he had not exercised for over a decade would be so effective. At this moment, it was actually so useful. Had he known this earlier, he would have used these powers to punish a few ungrateful students and collect some compensation. He wouldn't have had to be so stingy with his meals all these years. Not to mention the golden triangle of adventure. Even ordinary coastal lobsters were becoming too expensive for him to afford. Bai Yu watched him gloat, unhurried, sitting calmly on the bed, and said lightly, You Xiao Zhang, have you forgotten that I am still the largest shareholder of the school? So what if you are? Yu Xiao Zhang still hadn't realized the seriousness of the situation and raised his chin. Bai Yu crossed his arms. According to the rules, as the largest school director, I have the right to expel you as a guest elder, right? The smile on Yu Xiao Zhang's face instantly froze, his mouth opening and closing. Seeing his reaction, Bai Yu suppressed his smile and simply lay down, staring at the ceiling. No way, no way. Is there still anyone who doesn't know that the hiring of guest elders in all Soul Master Academies is decided by the directors? I hold 51 the shares, giving me absolute decision-making power. Yu Xiaozhang was stunned for a moment before turning to Tang San, who was standing nearby, and quietly asked, Little San, is that true? Tang San awkwardly nodded, as if it really was the case, although he didn't know much about the academies in this other world. He had been part of the Tang sect and had guest elders there. Simply put, guest elders are just guests, not proper disciples. Don't be fooled by the fact that they enjoy the support of the Tang sect and seem idle. They are only remembered when urgent matters arise. In fact, their status is even lower than that of inner disciples, let alone core disciples. And Bai Yu, as the largest shareholder, should hold a status comparable to that of the Grand Elder in the Tang sect. By this logic, he could even bypass the consent of all the elders and the sect leader to expel a guest elder, and no one would dare say anything. Thinking of this, Tang San's mouth twitched wildly. Damn, I forgot about this old six Bai Yu. He spent 5 million gold soul coins to buy half of the Academy's shares, and made me bow to him. Damn it, it's really power and money. If it weren't for needing to maintain his precarious image, Tang San would have wanted to unleash all the curses he learned in both of his lives, including the drunken, vulgar words of his father Tang Hao. Seeing Tang San nod, Yu Xiaozhang felt panicked. Although he had been in the academy for so many years, he had never interfered in the academy's operations and knew nothing about its functioning. He had relied on his previous good relationship with Mark and his reputation to comfortably hold the position of guest elder, who knew that the largest shareholder of the academy had the authority to expel guest elders. Seeing Bai Yu smile, Yu Xiaozhang felt like he was facing a devil with exposed fangs, and his heart sank. As expected, Bai Yu slowly stood up, and in the shocked and admiring gazes of Xiao Wu and Wang Sheng, he opened his arms. Master, you wouldn't want to be expelled, would you? Chapter 33, Expelling the Master. making the master question his life. Seeing Bai Yu take out a stock transfer document, clearly stating in black and white. Yu Xiaojing was completely panicked. The others also whispered among themselves. Bro, slap me, I must be dreaming, right? Our boss is not only rich, but also the largest shareholder of this academy? You're not dreaming. Doesn't it say stock transfer in big characters? And it's stamped with the school seal. My ancestors, your descendants have succeeded. Your juniors have recognized a big shot as their boss. Oh my God, how many trump cards does our boss have? Not only does he have a 1,000-year soul ring, excellent soul bones, and an unbeatable physique, but now he is also a director, and the most powerful one at that? Ha ha ha, Mom, your son has succeeded. Just enrolled, and my roommate is the principal. Now, Wang Sheng looked at Bai Yu with a gaze that had risen to another dimension. This is not just a big shot. This is a mega big shot. I must be lucky to be roommates with the boss. Otherwise, how would someone from their class ever have the chance to meet such a big figure? Moreover, as work-study students, they were often at the bottom of the school's social hierarchy. Not to mention those lofty noble students, even ordinary students treated them coldly, often mocking them. Now that the boss was here, they would have straightened their backs. With a powerful boss backing them, who would dare to pick a fight? Like that rotten master. Nitpicking at them. Bai Yu, you're talking nonsense. Yu Xiaojing's face turned red as he struggled to regain his momentum. My position was appointed by Mark. Even though you're the largest director, you can't bypass Mark and directly remove me. The master gave himself a shot of confidence. Right? That's South my close friend Mark. He was respectful when he listened to my 10 theories of martial spirits and invited me into the academy. Although he didn't help me at the school gate, it must have been because there were too many onlookers and it would have looked bad, right? If it were within the academy, he would definitely stand on my side. Bai Yu thought he could just say a word and expel me? Wishful thinking. Just as the master was pondering, a commotion came from outside. The teacher, who had been at a loss in the face of the master's entrance into the 7th dormitory, finally smiled upon hearing familiar footsteps and hurriedly ran over to open the door. Principal, you're here. As if seeing a savior. The teacher quickly brought Mark into the room. Mark, seeing the signs of a fight and the broken walls, was shaken. Upon seeing Bai Yu's meaningful smile and Tang San, who was covered in injuries, he vaguely realized what had happened. Xiao Gang, what just happened here? Noticing Bai Yu's bad mood, Mark did not dare to approach and could only direct his gaze at Yu Xiaojing. Mark, Bai Yu injured Xiao San severely during training and refuses to admit fault or compensate. The others stood by and refused to help Xiao San. And now, when facing school rules, they also refused to plead guilty. Bai Yu even used his director status to pressure me, saying he wants to expel me. Seeing Mark arrive, Yu Xiaojing's eyes instantly changed, and he quickly approached to pour out his grievances. All right, you're expelled. Wait, Yu Xiaojing couldn't believe it, rubbing his ears and looking at Mark in confusion. The theoretical master you invited back that year, am actually being expelled. Mark, the master's face darkened. You promised back then that I would always serve as the guest elder of this academy. How can you go back on your word? That's right, I did promise. Mark admitted generously, but you should also understand the principle of a new emperor brings new ministers. The current Notting City Intermediate Soul Master Academy is by Xiao's property. He is also the benefactor who donated 5 million gold soul coins to renovate the academy. As the principal, I must follow by Xiao's arrangements in both the management of the academy and teacher appointments. Yu Xiaojing's hands, hanging at his sides, trembled slightly as he looked at Mark, who was indifferent and seemed to want to reject him, feeling a chill in his heart. Mark, you don't need to say any more. From now on, you are no longer the guest elder of the academy. Your studio, dormitory, and meal subsidies will all be reclaimed by the academy. Mark waved his hand, and a nearby teacher immediately handed over paper and pen with great understanding. Mark wrote a dismissal letter in a flourish and slapped it into the master's arms. Here, take this paper and get lost. Mark waved his hand as if swatting a fly, making Yu Xiaojing's face turn green. He trembled as he raised his finger, pointing at Mark, his former amiable demeanor completely gone. Without the support of the academy, how would he survive in the coming years? Did he have to lower himself and go out to work as a soul master? No, I am a revered master. How could I do the work of lowly people? Yu Xiaojing gritted his teeth, filled with deep hatred for Bai Yu. It's all because of you. If it weren't for your appearance, Xiao San would definitely be the most outstanding presence, and I would become famous by nurturing him. It's all you, your defiance against your superiors, bullying others, turning everything that should belong to me into bubbles. My reputation, my guest status, my treatment. Bai Yu, one day, I will make you pay. And Mark, you blind lackey, expel me for a bit of money. One day, I will make you unable to climb high. Mark, you will regret this. You, shut up, you have no say here. After scolding Mark, he turned around and bowed obsequiously, saying, Young Master Bai, are you satisfied with this handling? Seeing Bai Yu sitting on the edge of the bed, playing with the golden soul coin, Mark felt his heart drop. If this lord withdraws his shares, then the promise he made to his employees about salary increases at the construction academy would become a castle in the air. By then, his prestige would plummet, and the academy would fall into the abyss. The academy he had painstakingly managed for half his life, which had just begun to generate income, would be completely ruined. Therefore, in order not to let Bai Yu undermine him because of this, he had to desperately please this lord of wealth. Not bad. Seeing Mark's attitude was satisfactory, Bai Yu also didn't want to bother with it, saying, Now you Xiaojing has nothing to do with us, right? No, absolutely not. As long as you want. I can throw him out of the academy right now. Seeing that Bai Yu didn't blame him, Mark let out a long breath. Good. Bai Yu nodded and smiled as he walked in front of Yu Xiaojing. You, what do you want to do? Feeling the suddenly explosive aura from Bai Yu, Yu Xiaojing was so frightened that he kept retreating. He couldn't understand how a new student, whose strength at most could only be a soul master, could have such a pressure that made him, a great soul master, tremble. Slap. A muffled sound, followed by a scream. This slap, I give for Xiao Wu and Zhu Zhuqing. They are upright people, not prostitute from brothels, making you call and summon, giving your own disciples the privilege of enjoyment. Slap. Just one slap I give for Wang Sheng. Work-study students are just poor, not wrong people who deserve your disdain. Seeing Bai Yu standing up for them, Xiao Wu and Zhu Zhuqing cast soft and admiring glances. This is my brother, master, clear about grievances and will repay enmity, even to stand up for us. Disregarding his own reputation outside, directly beating the master to vent our anger. The work-study students led by Wang Sheng turned their backs, holding their noses and sobbing. Heaven, finally, someone treated us like human beings. And this person is a big shot. Our future lives belong to the boss. Anyone who dares to harm the boss will have to step over our corpses first. Immediately afterward, boom, another loud sound. Yu Xiaojing was blasted away like a cannonball, crashing into the wall behind him like Tang San, raising a cloud of dust. Bai Yu slowly lowered his right hand. The dragon scales on his right arm disappeared, and the golden light gradually faded. Yu Xiaojing, this punch teaches you that as a waste who only knows how to plagiarize theories, you should keep your head down. Don't always stick your neck out and bark like a dog. Those who don't know might think it's some family's dog that got loose. Cough, cough. Yu Xiaojing coughed up 2 mouthfuls of blood. He no longer had the strength to retort. He only felt that his whole body was falling apart. With all his might, he stretched out his trembling hand to his chest. He hadn't even pressed down. Just a light touch caused excruciating pain to wash over him. Without a doubt, his ribs were broken, crushed by Bai Yu's punch. This punch made the master completely doubt life. He was, after all, a great soul master. His physical quality was not something an ordinary soul master could compare to. Now Bai Yu's punch had heavily injured him. Am I, the wisdom of the golden iron triangle, even inferior to a soul master? The master's eyes lost their light, blood dripping from the corners of his mouth. These 2 slaps and 1 punch shattered his dignity into pieces. Seeing the master collapse, Bai Yu finally stopped and turned his gaze towards Tang San. Upon seeing Bai Yu's cold gaze and unabashed killing intent, Tang San panicked. Bai Yu, this is a school. You don't go too far. No, wait. What are you going to do? Chapter 34. Million compensation? Tang San blinked, heavily in debt. Bai Yu had a cold smile on his lips. Tang San, weren't you just wanting Xiao Wu and Zhu Zhuqing to serve you while you bathed? No, no, no. Tang San looked at Bai Yu, the golden light shimmering from his right arm, and the master lying in the ruins, waving his hands repeatedly. I was just talking. If I take another punch, I won't die, but I would lose half my life. I might even hurt my foundation and in the future, practicing Xiantiangong would be twice the effort for half the result. Tang San felt his neck being tightly gripped and his body slammed hard against the ground. The hard and cold floor collided with the back of his head, causing dizziness that nearly knocked him out cold. Apologize. Hearing Bai Yu's icy voice and feeling the threat of death, Tang San couldn't care less about the pride of the Tang sex elite. He immediately kneeled with a thud. He heavily bowed his head 3 times to Xiao Wu and Zhu Zhuqing. Xiao Wu, Zhu Qing, I was wrong, please forgive me. Bai Yu kicked Tang San's abdomen heavily, sending him flying again. Coincidentally, he landed beside the master, which was quite orderly. This kick was solid, causing him to vomit the white porridge he drank in the morning, along with stomach acid. The unpleasant smell of vomit instantly filled the entire 7th dormitory. Zhu Qing, is that what you can call? Bai Yu snorted coldly, then softened his gaze toward Xiao Wu and Zhu Zhuqing, asking, are you satisfied now? Phew, brother, I feel relieved now, thank you. Master, don't worry about me. I'm fine. Xiao Wu and Zhu Zhuqing felt that the lecherous scoundrel Tang San had received his due punishment, and they felt a sense of vindication. Wang Sheng, what about you? Seeing Bai Yu caring for them so much, Wang Sheng hurriedly stepped forward, gratefully saying, Boss, we feel relieved too. If it weren't for you, we would have been skinned by that Tang San and the master. Just thinking about the faces of Tang San and Yu Xiaojiang made Wang Sheng grit his teeth in anger. Boss, that Yu Xiaojiang is too despicable, clearly. We were just defending ourselves, yet he insists on saying we bullied our classmates and even made us serve him as an apology. He even made those 2 sisters, even made those 2 female classmates give him a bath. As soon as the word sisters came out, everyone looked at Bai Yu, Zhu Zhuqing, and Xiao Wu with a hint of ambiguity. Even Mark, who usually couldn't hold back, turned his head away with a flushed face. What? Do you believe that if you say it again, Sister Xiao Wu will kick your neck off? Xiao Wu placed her hands on her hips, her face rosy and cute, hiding anger beneath her shyness. Zhu Zhuqing didn't speak, but her face also turned red in an instant, her hands awkwardly clasped in front of her abdomen, unsure how to respond. Bai Yu looked at Wang Sheng in surprise, his mouth twitching. Good kid, you're quite eloquent. You have a bright future. Just for this, I will definitely help you improve in the future. At least compared to other immature work-study students, Wang Sheng has a solid grasp of social etiquette. Bai Yu encouragingly patted Wang Sheng's shoulder, and under the latter's astonished gaze, walked towards the ruins where Tang San was. Bai Yu, you've hit and apologized. What else do you want? Tang San watched as Bai Yu walked over with a smile, thinking he was about to throw a few punches again, and he was so scared that he kept retreating. If he took another punch, not only would his bones be damaged, but whether he could keep his life was also a question. Don't worry, since you paid the price for your desires and despicable acts, everyone has chosen to forgive, so I won't hold you accountable. Upon hearing Bai Yu say this, Tang San let out a long sigh of relief. At least he wouldn't have to take another punch and end up severely injured and unable to move, just like his teacher beside him. However, as soon as Bai Yu finished speaking, Tang San's heart was lifted to his throat. A death penalty could be avoided, but a living penalty was hard to escape. This wall collapsed because of your mistake, and you have to compensate. As for the amount of compensation, let President Mark decide. When Mark heard this, he knew his chance to perform had come and hurried over to the wall that Tang San and Yu Xiaojiang had smashed to pieces. He even suddenly pulled out a bright oil lamp from his storage soul guide and, under its illumination, carefully examined the wall with his fingers. There's a bit of plaster missing here. Let us say it's 100 gold soul coins. A brick is broken here. Let us say that LL be 1,000 gold soul coins. Sigh, this wall is completely ruined. There's no way around it. So let us just say it's 10,000 gold soul coins. Tang San. Master. Tang San stared wide-eyed as Mark rattled off the damages, his heart twitching wildly. Is this wall made of gold or silver? Even if I melted down 10,000 gold soul coins, mixed in some mud, and cast it into a wall, it would still be wider and bigger than this wall. Tang San, I represent the board of directors and conduct a conservative assessment. You need to compensate 134,312 gold soul coins, plus 4 silver soul coins and 3 copper soul coins. This is just the cost of materials for repairing the wall. not including labor fees, meal fees, overtime fees, processing fees, high-altitude operation fees, and physiological excretion fees. Let us add another 100,000, and to make it nice, that's a total of 240,000 gold soul coins. How does that sound? Mark used all of his lifelong mathematical knowledge to the extreme. Without an abacus, he calculated the amount with his hands, and with a glance at Bai Yu's satisfied smile, the heavy stone in his heart finally fell. You're going too far. This is extortion. Tang San jumped up from the ground in anger, grabbed a nearby broken brick, and smashed it towards Mark. But Mark nimbly dodged. The broken brick hit the corner of a dilapidated bed in the corner with a loud crash. The old, worn-out bed couldn't bear the weight, and the leg broke. The whole bed collapsed onto the ground, shattering into pieces. This bed was carved from the body of a 999-year-old soul beast, a withered with spirit, estimated at 1 million gold soul coins? What the hell? Tang San's eyes widened in disbelief, pointing at Mark's nose and shouting, "You're talking nonsense. That is clearly an abandoned bed thrown into the corner, corroded by dust. Worth not even a gold soul coin. Yes, no matter how precious a bed is, it's not worth 100 million gold soul coins." Mark looked at Tang San with a smile, unhurriedly folding his arms across his chest. After thinking for a moment, Mark continued, "Actually, it's no problem. This money isn't urgent. As long as young Master Bai agrees, you can pay it back slowly. I think you can start by flattering him. For example, give young Master Bai a leg massage, shoulder rub, or prepare foot wash." Aye. Mark, I love your ancestors. Tang San completely broke down, frantically picking up the bricks on the ground and throwing them around. "So you want to play with puns with me, huh? And that Bai Yu? A complete scoundrel. I actually have to massage his legs and prepare foot wash for him? Old beggar, you've already chosen the path to death." Tang San, Mark's face darkened. If Bai Yu scolded him, he would definitely accept it with a smile. That was Bai Yu pointing out his mistakes, wanting to help him improve. But Tang San, what kind of thing is he? A rural bumpkin who doesn't even understand the situation dares to insult him? This is a school. Please use civilized language. Your behavior of insulting the principal just now has already violated school rules and is of a serious nature, refusing to admit guilt. As the principal, I have the right and the obligation to expel you, lest your despicable behavior corrupt the school's atmosphere and mislead the future flowers of the empire. Tang San gritted his teeth, his fists clenched, fingernails digging into his palms, blood seeping out. Expelled. Again with the expulsion. Is there no other means besides expulsion? Expel your grandfather. Just go ahead and expel me. I'm not going to this school anymore. Tang San's mentality exploded. Just as this thought was about to spill out of his mouth, his wrist was suddenly gripped by a cold hand, leaving him stunned. Looking down, he found that his teacher, Yu Xiaojing, had sat up against the ruins, his face pale, shaking his head at him. Seeing Yu Xiaojing's lips move, wanting to say something but hesitating, Tang San's eyes completely welled up with tears. Teacher, Chapter 35. The Night of the Bright Moon on the 24 Bridges. Paying off debts. Zhu Zhuqing's heart moves. Xiao Wu gets jealous. In his 2 lifetimes, Tang San felt more wrong than ever. Not only had he lost the person destined for him, but he had also been beaten. In the end, he even had to pay money. It was even more suffocating than kowtowing at the school gate. Little San sighed. Yu Xiaojing sighed deeply. His expulsion wouldn't have much impact on his future development. As long as Tang San, this disciple, gained fame, there would be plenty of academies inviting him as a guest. But if Tang San didn't attend the Junior Soul Master Academy, then he would truly be finished. No intermediate Soul Master Academy would accept him. Even if Flinder's Shrek Academy was willing to take him, Tang San hadn't even graduated from the Junior Academy, so he wouldn't have the face to go. Well, for your future, we can only pay this money back. After hearing Yu Xiaojing's words, Tang San went completely mad, grabbing at his dusty hair. How am I supposed to repay it? The most money I've ever had was the silver soul coins Bai Yu gave me after I kowtowed to him. I haven't even seen a gold soul coin. Over 100,000 gold soul coins. How am I supposed to repay that? If I really acknowledge this debt, even if I spend my life selling hidden weapons and Tang Sek's ultimate techniques, I could never pay it off. Seeing Tang San's desperate breakdown, Yu Xiaojing sighed deeply. Reaching for his waist belt, his eyes filled with pain as he trembled while unfastening it. Bai Yu, this is a storage soul guide that has been with me for decades, with a storage space of 24 cubic meters. Can be used to offset the debt? Upon hearing Yu Xiaozhang's words, Bai Yu, who had previously been too lazy to even lift his eyes, suddenly brightened. The belt was inlaid with 24 shining luminous pearls, sparkling with a bright luster. How could Bai Yu not recognize that this soul guide was the Knight of the Bright Moon on the 24 bridges? This was also the name Tang San had given it, one of the treasures from when Tang San became wealthy. Oh wait, Yu Xiaozhang hasn't given it to Tang San yet, and Tang San hasn't named it either. This is not important. What is important is that this soul guide now belongs to him. Teacher, Tang San panicked, gripping Yu Xiaozhang's wrist. This is your most beloved soul guide. Are you really giving it to him just like that? Little San, Yu Xiaozhang concealed the pain well. Letting you repay the debt and helping you study at the academy is what I should do as your teacher. As for this soul guide, it is just an external object. What joy is there in gaining it? What sorrow in losing it? The righteousness on Yu Xiaozhang's face deeply moved Tang San. Without saying a word, he bent down and deeply bowed to Yu Xiaozhang. Teacher, don't worry. One day, this belt will be returned to you in a proper manner. Tang San gritted his teeth, his eyes glancing at Bai Yu. Just wait. One day, I will make you spit out what you ate today 100-fold. I will make Xiao Wu see through your hypocritical face and throw herself into my arms, becoming my wife. As for Zhu Zhuqing, although she is beautiful, she is not worthy yet. Let's just treat her as my servant. And your wealth, I will take it all to atone for your blackmail of the soul guide today. I want you to watch helplessly as the person you once looked down upon the most hugs your two beauties and steps on your head. Meanwhile, Yu Xiaozhang trembled slightly as he handed the 24 bridges on a moonlit night to Bai Yu. This is a treasure, obtained when he was part of the Golden Iron Triangle, filled with memories of his youthful bravado. Now he has to watch it go away. Hand it over. Bai Yu, seeing Master dawdling, impatiently slashed his hand and snatched the 24 bridges on a moonlit night from him, carefully stroking the luminous pearl on it, nodding in appreciation. I have to say, the craftsmanship is really good. Zhu Qing, this belt is for you. Bai Yu, just a novelty. Tossed the 24 bridges on a moonlit night to Zhu Zhuqing. He already has the jade ring with 100 cubic meters of storage space. So the 24 bridges on a moonlit night is just a chicken rib for him. Tasteless to eat, but a pity to discard. Master, this is too precious. Zhu Zhuqing hurriedly caught the 24 bridges on a moonlit night that fell from the air, surprised and delighted. A soul guide with 24 cubic meters of storage space is rare even in the royal family of the Douluo Empire. Unexpectedly, the master generously gave it to me. No worries, I already have something better. Bai Yu waved his hand, and the jade-colored bracelet wrapped around his wrist, the jade ring, shone brilliantly in the sunlight. Zhu Zhuqing knew that Bai Yu had made up his mind, and if she refused again, it would be disrespecting Bai Yu, so she had to change the subject. Can you give it a name? Bai Yu nodded, and under Zhu Zhuqing's hopeful gaze, he gently stroked her hair like petting a cat and slowly said, Let's name it after the last character of our names. Let's call it the Qingyu belt. Thank you, Master. Such an ambiguous name made Zhu Zhuqing blush uncontrollably, responding in a voice as soft as a mosquito's buzz. Xiao Wu and Wang Sheng watched from the side, one feeling a bit jealous, and the other enviously amazed. Such a treasure, the boss says to give it, and I don't even know what to say. Wang Sheng scratched his head, enviously looking at Zhu Zhuqing, but suddenly noticed Xiao Wu's puffed cheeks. Hey, Sister Xiao Wu, what's wrong? Xiao Wu glared at Wang Sheng, knowing that he was pretending not to know. Wang Sheng's mouth twitched, feeling embarrassed, and turned away sulkily. But Bai Yu keenly noticed Xiao Wu's unusual behavior. This girl is jealous. Master looked at Bai Yu, who casually gave away the belt that should now be called the Qingyu ring, and his heart nearly stopped from the pain. That is my treasure. You not only took it, but gave it away, so casually, not even blinking. Doubts about life deeply rooted in Yu Xiaozhang's heart. It turns out that the financial strength of people can differ so greatly. But then he saw Bai Yu reach out again, and an ominous premonition arose in his heart, with his right eyelid twitching wildly. Bai Yu, since you've taken a belt, can we leave now? Master laughed awkwardly, pulling Tang San's hand, wanting to leave this place of trouble as soon as possible. Bai Yu shook his head with a smile that wasn't quite a smile. Sorry, you can't leave yet. Bai Yu, don't go too far. Tang San stepped out from beside Yu Xiaojing. The teacher has already given you the most valuable soul guide as compensation. Do you still want to be unreasonable? Looking at Tang San, who was staring at him with fierce eyes, Bai Yu disdainfully curled his lips. Tang San, I own more than half of the Academy's shares. Half of the Academy is my property. In other words, I am your creditor. If I were you, I wouldn't be so tough when speaking at this moment. The losses caused by you amount to millions. And you think a soul guide worth only 200,000 gold soul coins can settle the debt? That's just your wild estimation. Tang San trembled all over, but was immediately stopped by Yu Xiaojing. Yu Xiaojing lowered his voice and asked Bai Yu, 124,000 gold soul coins is too much. Tang San cannot repay that at all. Can you consider reducing it? No, Bai Yu rejected without thinking. Tang San should have considered the consequences before taking action. However, I am not an unreasonable person. As long as Tang San signs a debt note, I can allow him to repay it slowly and will not expel him. How about that? Just as Tang San wanted to refuse, he was stopped by a glance from Yu Xiaojing. Fine, Yu Xiaojing deeply looked at Bai Yu and nodded. We agree. When Tang San has the ability to repay this debt, he will do so. Teacher, Tang San was anxious, feeling like it was easy for you to say that when you weren't the one paying. But seeing Yu Xiaojing show an undeniable expression for the first time and thinking about his studies, Tang San had no choice but to grit his teeth and sign his name on the debt note that Bai Yu took out from the jade ring. Bai Yu repeatedly reviewed the note and, after confirming it was correct, looked meaningfully at Master. There must be something fishy about this easy agreement. But he didn't care. I have 20 Soul Masters and 198 level Super Soul Master. In the face of absolute strength, even if you are cunning, you can't turn the tide. Watching Tang San and Master leave in a dispirited manner, Bai Yu curled his lip and casually threw out a card worth 1 million gold soul coins, instructing Mark to renovate the 7 dormitory well. The excess can be counted towards the previous 5 million as an investment in the Academy. Seeing Bai Yu being so generous, Mark almost wanted to kneel down and pledge his loyalty. Ding! Congratulations, Master, for spending 1 million gold soul coins again. Receiving the reward. Level 4 soul power and a special identity. Bai Yu was stunned, looking at special identity, his pupils gradually dilating. Chapter 36. The Great Luck Bearer. Months of Harvest. Great Luck Bearer. The Master bears the luck of both humans and soul beasts, revered like a god king. 1. Immortal and indestructible. Danger warning. As long as humans and soul beasts have not perished, you will forever be the favored child of the world's luck. 2. Not only do you bear fortune, wealth, and longevity, but you can also protect a region, increasing the cultivation speed and breakthrough probability of humans and soul beasts. 3. Tang San's protagonist Halo and Intelligence Reduction Halo are ineffective against the Master and those around the Master. Bai Yu looked at the system as it introduced everything in detail, his mouth twitching. Good heavens! Not to mention what this identity does for humans. Just the fact that it can increase the cultivation speed of soul beasts. What does this mean? It means I can be considered half a divine beast. Moreover, I have the bloodline of the Golden Dragon King, so perhaps it will produce wonderful reactions with this great luck bearer. My speed of improvement may even surpass Wang Qiu'er. What is this for? Is this going to make me lead the soul beasts in a rebellion against the divine realm? Bai Yu does not believe that he would receive both the Golden Dragon King's bloodline and the Great Luck Bearer without any oddities. It's so good, yet it's quite sensitive in the Douluo continent. How could these two benefits fall on me at the same time? Forget it, forget it. I won't think about it anymore. After all, I'm a player with a cheat. As long as I develop in a low-key manner, even if it's a god, I will show him. Bai Yu put his hands on his hips, filled with ambition. This is the confidence that comes with having a system. Moreover, what he values more is the last point of the Great Luck Bearer. Tang San's protagonist Halo and Intelligence Reduction Halo are ineffective. The intelligence reduction points in the original work are too numerous for Bai Yu to bother to criticize. For example, a soul master who doesn't stir up trouble is not a good soul master. You say you are from Shrek, but in the end, there are only 2 soul saints, Fred, and Xiao Wu. Those with the poison Douluo and 3 soul masters on the teaching committee at the Tiando Royal Academy aren't that arrogant. What give you the right to be so arrogant? If this were the real world, someone would have pinned you down in the mud long ago and Wu Ti let you develop. It can be seen how bright Tang San's protagonist Halo and intelligence-reducing Halo are. Now, I'm sorry. Your Halo has failed. Get ready to be beaten. Suddenly, Bai Yu thought of something, his smile faded, and he asked, System, can I actively choose whether to activate the cultivation enhancement? Of course you can. Not only that, but you can also refine the group of people to be enhanced and blacklist those you don't want to enhance. These people will not only be excluded from your luck enhancement, but will also be repelled by human or soul beast luck. Encountering ghosts is minor. Deep meditation and going into a trance are not out of the question. This is the luck that protects the short, able to severely punish those who offend you. After hearing the system's explanation, Bai Yu finally felt relieved. If he couldn't choose the group to be enhanced, causing Tang San and the Master to also receive enhancements, he would definitely feel disgusted as if he had eaten a fly. Alright, then there's no problem. Activate the luck enhancement. Xiao Wu, Zhu Zhuqing by Xian. The members of the Shadow Guard like Virgil, as well as Wang Sheng and the other work-study students from the 7th dormitory, can enjoy the luck enhancement. The others can forget it. As for Tang San and the Master, blacklist them and let them enjoy the lack of luck. No problem, my esteemed Master. The Master and Tang San, who had sneaked out of the school gate, sneezed in unison and exchanged glances. Hiss, could it be that Bai Yu, that bastard, is cursing us behind our backs? But just as this thought arose, the Master slipped and stepped on a banana peel, crashing heavily to the ground. His freshly changed clothes soaked in mud. Teacher, Tang San was startled and hurriedly bent down to pull Yu Xiaojing up from the mud. He was puzzled. Even if Yu Xiaojing was dazed, he shouldn't be this out of it, right? But just as he was squatting down, he suddenly felt dizzy and unstable. With a thud, his face hit the ground, and mud and water poured into his nostrils. Ugh, ugh, ugh. Tang San struggled to prop himself up with his arms, coughing violently. The earthy, foul smell almost made him vomit. Damn, could it be that Bai Yu, that turtle grandson, hit me and left me with a hidden illness? Tang San thought, unable to suppress a shiver. It's over if I really catch this dizziness problem. What if it relapses during a battle? Wouldn't I be finished? Cough, cough, Xiao San. Help me up. Yu Xiaojing weakly reached out to Tang San, who then realized that his teacher was still sprawled in the mud and quickly grabbed his arm to pull him up. Teacher, I have a bad feeling. I feel like my body is being drained, and I can't muster any energy. Do you know what's going on? Yu Xiaojing paused for a moment, thought for a while, and waved his hand. Xiao San, you're overthinking it. It should be that you were continuously hit by Bai Yu, leading to a low mood, which created this illusion. I'll take you to rent a place in the city to rest for a night. You should be fine by tomorrow morning. Am I overthinking? Tang San shook his head vigorously. Thinking back, he indeed had a series of bad luck today. He was continuously messed with by Bai Yu and got beaten. It was normal to feel unwell, so he didn't think much of it. Little did he know that from this moment on, their fate had undergone a tremendous change. If there were any extraordinary individuals observing luck standing in front of them, they would be surprised to find that Tang San, who once radiated golden luck, had his luck stripped away like peeling layers of an onion, leaving only a dull gray-black. The Master was also similar. His luck, which used to brighten when encountering Tang San, had also dimmed, even worse than before. That night, Bai Yu spent 100,000 gold soul coins to treat Xiao Wu, Wang Sheng, and others to a good meal. He also bought the orders of everyone present and gained 2 levels of soul power. Bai Yu opened his own panel. Master, Bai Yu, age 6, martial soul, gold soul coin, soul power. Level 18, soul master. Soul bone, right arm bone, golden dragon, right claw. Soul skill, gold falls from the sky. Skill, golden dragon king bloodline, fusion 30. Great luck bearer, faction, none, harem, none. Potential Zhu Zhuqing, Xiao Wu, items, reviving grass, shape-shifting wardrobe, storage soul guidance device, green jade ring, 9 soul bones. Shares in the Nodding City Primary Soul Master Academy, several black gold savings cards, various miscellaneous items. Guardian, by Xian, level 98 super, 20 soul, Douluo Shadow Guards, leader Virgil. Not bad. Much better than my initial panel when I arrived at Douluo continent, which was all blank. Not only do I have soul bones and soul skills, but I also have a powerful skill and a potential harem. Even the Guardian has more shadow guards now. I could say I've made some preliminary progress. Looking at his soul power, which had reached level 18, Bai Yu knew it was time to plan for his second soul ring. He hoped that by spending more money during this period, he might trigger a soul ring reward. After all, from level 18 to level 20, it was just a matter of spending a little money on any given day to bridge the gap of 2 levels of soul power. Sigh. In a few months since I crossed over, I owe my current achievements entirely to my own efforts. If it weren't for my crazy spending, how could I have achieved what I have today? Bai Yu sent Xiao Wu, Zhu Zhuqing, and Wang Sheng back to their dorms. Although Bai Xian had not yet found a suitable mansion, the environmental issues of the 7th dormitory were no longer a concern. Mark worked efficiently, having repaired the damaged walls during the day, and even brought in comfortable beds. Just as Bai Yu lay on the big tree in the schoolyard, gazing at the starry sky and contemplating his future development, a rustling sound suddenly came from the nearby bushes. In an instant, his gaze sharpened, and his soul ring burst forth. Who? Chapter 37. The young one was beaten, and the old one came. Master, it's me, the old man. Seeing Virgil's chubby body clumsily squeeze out from the bushes, with a silly smile on his face, Bai Yu couldn't help but chuckle. This short and plump old rascal is quite amusing. Judging by his excited appearance, he must have come to seek praise from me, right? It's you. You did well during the day. When Bai Yu saw Tang San at the 7th dormitory, he realized he looked even more disheveled than when they parted at the school gate, and Bai Yu understood that it was Virgil's doing. He didn't know the specifics, but Tang San's miserable state made him feel quite pleased. Hee, thank you for the praise, Master. It is my duty to relieve Master's worries. Virgil smiled and scratched his head. He had already felt the blessing of Bai Yu, the great luck-bearer, and was overjoyed. He was already old, and if he didn't break through soon, he might die of old age in another 20 years. However, Bai Yu's luck blessing gave him hope for life, and he immediately knelt on the ground to express his gratitude on behalf of the Shadow Guard. Get up. Bai Yu had just encouraged him a few words when he suddenly felt a palpitation. Blinking, the corners of his mouth twitched slightly as he opened his hands toward Virgil. I say, fat old man, can you not bring a tail next time? Tail? Virgil was confused. Come out, how can law? How could the once unmatched genius who confronted the spirit hall now don a black robe and act like a rat in the gutter? With the great luck-bearer characteristic of immortality, Bai Yu was not afraid at all as he looked toward the shadow not far away. Virgil was shocked and immediately stomped his feet, a white elephant phantom appearing behind him. Yellow, purple, black, red. 8 soul rings rose from beneath his feet. One of them was a 100,000-year soul ring. Virgil's martial soul was one of the most powerful defense-type martial souls in history, the iron-armored white elephant. Clap, clap, clap. Applause came from the darkness. A figure dressed in a black robe, with scars on his face, and dark wrists and ankles exuding a strong, killing intent, walked out. Kid, you still have some vigilance. The black robe was lifted, revealing a familiar face. It was Tang Hao, the one who had once forced back Qiang Sunji with the explosive ring technique. Hao Tiandala, what brings you here this late hour? Bai Yu sat steadily on a tree, calmly looking at Tang Hao. However, this action, in Tang Hao's eyes, was undoubtedly a provocation. Humph, kid, since you know my title, you should have heard of my reputation for killing. Aren't you afraid? Me? Afraid? Bai Yu laughed heartily while holding his stomach. You're just a scumbag who deceived Ain into sacrificing herself for love. Upon hearing Bai Yu's words, Tang Hao's face instinctively showed a hint of panic. How could he possibly know about the events of that year? No, calm down. Clearly, I did everything so flawlessly. Even my older brother thinks Ain sacrificed herself for love. How could this be? Did I say something wrong? In the name of protecting your beloved, you took away 2 pieces of inherited spirit bones from the sect, causing the sect's legacy to be severed. You also sealed away the Blue Silver Emperor's right leg bone that Ain obtained, intending to give it to Tang San after he grows up, right? Huh, what a clever plan. Not only did you gain 100,000 years of spirit rings and spirit bones, but you also gained a good reputation for free. You don't even have to return the sect's inherited spirit bones, since everyone thinks you died long ago. Tang Hao, on the surface, appears to be an honest man. But unfortunately, your heart is wicked. As Bai Yu spoke more passionately, a look of pain finally appeared in Tang Hao's eyes. For so many years, Ain had been haunting his heart, making him feel like he wanted to die. He had dreamt countless times of Ain turning into a vengeful spirit, coming to claim his life. Stop talking. Tang Hao raised his eyes again, filled with bloodlust. Yes, I killed her, so what? As long as I kill you, all these secrets will be buried in the dust, and no one will ever mention them again. When Tang San grows up, I will give him the blue-silver Emperor's spirit bone, along with the 2 inherited spirit bones, to return to the sect. By then, these will be stepping stones for Tang San to look down upon the continent. After a pause, Tang Hao let out a chilling laugh. Kid, don't you have the same intention? You recognize that 10,000 years soft-bone rabbit as your sister. Aren't you also plotting for her spirit ring? Upon hearing Tang Hao's sarcasm, Bai Yu smiled. Me? I'm not like you. First, my feelings for Xiao Wu are genuine. Second, I don't need her spirit ring. As he spoke, Bai Yu casually summoned his martial soul, and the 1,000-year spirit ring appeared, causing Tang Hao, who was about to speak, to swallow hard. He stared in disbelief at Bai Yu's purple spirit ring, rubbing his eyes repeatedly to confirm whether he had gone crazy from living in Holy Spirit Village for so long. A 1,000-year spirit ring. Tang Hao's killing intent surged. He could not allow this kid to grow up. Either control him, making him Tang San's servant for life, or simply kill him. The first spirit ring is a 1,000-year spirit ring. What kind of talent is this? Throughout 10,000 years, no one on the continent has achieved such a feat. If he is allowed to develop, he might become a god in the future. At that time, how could Tang San be his opponent? A great talent, but you are destined not to see tomorrow's sun. Kid, I give you 2 choices. One is to sever your meridians, cut off your right arm, hand over the spirit bones you displayed this morning to Tang San, and support all of Tang San's future expenses, and I might spare your life. The second is to die here and now. Tang Hao greedily stared at Bai Yu's right arm, as if looking at an unparalleled treasure. The crimson gold, lying in gold, the aura of the dragon race, all prove the power of that spirit bone. As long as Tang San obtains this spirit bone, his physical quality will surely skyrocket. In the future, practicing the chaotic wind hammer technique will definitely yield twice the result with half the effort. Perhaps he could even fuse with the 10,000-year spirit ring ahead of time. And the wealth on this kid will just make up for his inability to support Tang San financially. Kid, don't blame me for being ruthless. If you want to blame someone, blame yourself for targeting Tang San. If you hadn't targeted him, I would have only severed your right arm and taken a spirit bone. Oh right, that 10,000-year soul beast should also be given to Tang San. Let it be his childhood companion. Your maid will also be Tang San's female servant from now on, serving him in his daily life. As for you, if you want to live, then swallow this killing intent again. If there is any sign of resistance, Tang Hao looked proudly at Bai Yu. He did not believe that under his overwhelming pressure as a level 95 Douluo, Bai Yu would not submit. Puffed. Bai Yu chuckled. Tang Hao's face instantly darkened. Kid, what are you laughing at? Ha 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 ha. Tang Hao, have you curled up in a small valley in Holy Spirit Village, flattening the wrinkles in your brain, severing your meridians, cutting off your arm to offer bones, and even sending my Xiao Wu and Zhu Zhuqing to Tang San for him to ravage? No wonder you are the murderous Hao Tian Douluo. Tang San is indeed like father, like son. Neither of the two is a good person. Since you refuse to agree, then die. The scars on Tang Hao's face stretched as his muscles twitched, looking particularly sinister. The Hao Tian hammer in his hand descended without hesitation toward Bai Yu. Chapter 38. Bai Yu's Might, Tang Hao's Greed and Shockmaster. Please allow me to make amends for my mistakes. Bai Yu nodded in approval. Virgil shouted loudly. His 7th spirit ring lit up, directly unleashing his martial soul's true form. Then, the 6th spirit ring lit up, and the white elephant charge was activated. The plump Virgil, along with his white elephant true form, rolled into a ball and smashed heavily toward Tang Hao. This attack made Tang Hao show a hint of caution, secretly astonished. How long has it been? How long has it been since he felt this wary of someone? The last time he felt this way was against Qiang Sunji. Moreover, the person before him was a soul Douluo who was half buried in the ground. Hao Tian hammer. Tang Hao let out a low roar, with electric light flashing. The pitch-black Hao Tian hammer appeared in his hand, slamming heavily toward Virgil. With a loud bang, Virgil took 7 steps back, while Tang Hao retreated 1 step. Strong, very strong. A look of shock flashed in Tang Hao's eyes. His last spirit ring was the only 10,000-year one. This old man before him had 8 spirit rings, and all were 10,000-year ones. If he weren't on the verge of death, his future achievements might even surpass his own. But so what? There are no ifs in this world. The Hao Tian hammer fell again with great force. Tang Hao's killing intent was chilling. This strike was aimed to succeed. But what surprised him again was that Virgil did not hesitate, and his 10,000-year spirit ring lit up. The Hao Tian hammer he wielded not only did not break through Virgil's defenses, but was instead rebounded. If he hadn't timely dissipated the force, he would have been injured by now. Come on. Virgil's complexion was flushed, bracing against the Hao Tian Douluo with the power of a soul. Douluo ultimately found himself lacking. But so what? He had made a mistake by bringing the enemy to his master. Would he run away now? 10,000-year soul skill, ultimate defense. 10,000-year soul skill. White elephant domain. Virgil roared as the white elephant true form behind him merged with his own body. His body immediately exploded from a 1.5-meter short and plump old man into a 2-meter tall elderly muscular man. His veins bulged, and the skin all over his body was covered with thick elephant skin, startling anyone who looked. His 10,000-year soul skill was extremely perverse. Ultimate defense created an invincible zone with a radius of 5 meters, which could not be broken unless a limit Douluo attacked before his soul power was exhausted. The white elephant domain tripled the defense of allies within a 100-meter radius, with no upper limit. Tang Hao snorted coldly and directly unleashed the killing field, with a dense killing intent sweeping toward Virgil and Bai Yu. The Haotian hammer was stained with blood once again, smashing toward Virgil's protective barrier. But even with all his strength in a non-explosive state, he could only push Virgil back a few centimeters. He couldn't break through the defense, let alone harm the white jade he was protecting. Impossible. Tang Hao's eyes were filled with disbelief. As the dignified Hao Tian Douluo, a figure feared across the continent. He was actually blocked by an unknown soul Douluo, unable to even break his defense. If this got out, where would he put his old face? Roaring die. Tang Hao put all his effort into using his proud, chaotic splitting hammer technique. The massive Haotian hammer, under the enhancement of the hammer technique, became heavier with each strike, its power increasing geometrically. He couldn't believe that after stacking all the way to the last strike, Virgil could still withstand it. Sure enough, when Virgil saw Tang Hao stacking the chaotic splitting hammer technique, cold sweat broke out on his forehead. If the last strike landed, he could be seriously injured, and if he didn't protect the master well, his soul would be in deep trouble. But just as Tang Hao was halfway through stacking, a soul-stirring dragon roar burst forth from Virgil's defense, instantly shaking Tang Hao's mind. In his line of sight, a towering golden dragon phantom was slowly extending its right claw toward him, containing an immeasurable aura of destruction. It even surpassed the killing intent he had cultivated for decades. This was not a difference in quantity, but a qualitative distinction. Master, don't confront him head-on. Quickly leave. I will hold him back. Virgil was equally shocked by the power of the white jade. His seasoned experience told him that although the soul power of the white jade was that of a soul master, its physical quality had already reached that of a soul sage. Paired with a powerful soul bone, even he had to be cautious. But in front of him was Tang Hao. No matter how strong the master was, he couldn't possibly interrupt Tang Hao, right? But in the next second, he was dumbfounded. Golden Dragon split. The white jade snorted coldly and used the Dragon Claw soul skill for the first time. In the blink of an eye, the claw struck out, splitting into 2, then 4, then 8. The sky was filled with dazzling golden dragon claws, all pressing down toward Tang Hao without exception. The overwhelming momentum was suffocating. Tang Hao's pupils instantly shrank to pinpoints. He had a premonition that if he withstood this move with his physical strength, he might lose all his skin. Helpless, he could only use the Haotian hammer to meet the Golden Dragon. At the moment of impact, the killing intent clashed with the power of the bloodline, producing a sound like the clash of gold and iron. Tang Hao was instantly horrified. This actually had the aura of a deity, if it weren't for the fact that deities couldn't directly interfere with the mortal realm. He would even suspect that the white jade was some deity's avatar in the human world. Could it be that this kid, like himself, was also a divine inheritor who had already participated in the divine test? Impossible. He was so young. How could he have touched a deity? Virgil watched as Tang Hao, forced to interrupt his stacking, hastily countered with the Haotian hammer, his jaw almost hitting the ground. He interrupted? The master really interrupted the chaotic splitting hammer technique of the Haotian Douluo. Incredible. Virgil's eyes instantly filled with awe. Serving such a surprising master was a lifelong honor for me, Virgil. But it wasn't over yet. Gold from the sky. The white jade snapped his fingers, and a torrent of golden soul coins rained down from the sky, instantly burying Tang Hao. Compared to the golden dragon split, which was enhanced by bloodline power and physical strength, gold from the sky, relying solely on soul power, appeared a bit lacking. The golden soul coins only caused Tang Hao to feel pain all over, but did not heavily injure him. Still not enough. The white jade shook his head in disappointment. He had thought this move could take advantage of the momentum to expand his victory. After a while, he self-deprecatingly shook his head. This was just a first soul skill, and being unable to break the defense was quite normal. Kid, you truly surprise me more and more. I'll give you another chance. Swallow my killing intent and become a servant of the third. Tang Hao stared obsessively at the white jade's right hand covered in dragon scales. He understood that the reason the white jade could interrupt his casting as a soul master was not due to that weak soul power, but entirely because of that mysterious dragon soul bone, including his powerful physical quality. It was hard to imagine how much growth this soul bone would bring if placed on the third. It could even allow him to directly fuse a 10,000-year soul ring. If both martial souls were stacked with 10,000-year and 100,000-year soul rings, who in the entire Douluo continent would dare say that Tang Hao had deviated from his sect and was a useless person who couldn't even protect his wife? Tang Hao, you should think about how to break through Virgil's defense. TSK. After fighting for so long, he couldn't even break the defense. Are you feeling empty inside without Ayin, having been indulging in self-pity for years? You bastard. Tang Hao's eyes instantly widened. Is there really such a way to insult someone? Fine, once I kill you, I'll stomp you underfoot. One by one, I'll sever your meridians, tear off your right arm, and listen to your pleas for mercy. But just as Tang Hao was about to swing the hammer again, an overwhelming aura far beyond what he could bear pressed down on his shoulders. The Haotian hammer, which was about to be swung, fell to the ground in an instant, causing his wrist to tremble uncontrollably. This power, Tang Hao's face instantly paled. He had only felt a similar power on Qin Xuanji before. Back then, he had risked injury to explode his ring and had Ain sacrifice herself just to barely push the opponent back, leaving him with lifelong consequences he could never hope to heal. He suddenly turned his head and found a young woman, holding a blood spear, dressed in soft armor, with an explosive figure and a good-looking face staring fixedly at him. Tang Hao's mind instantly exploded. Chapter 39. I also give you 2 choices, senior. This is my matter with this kid. Please do not interfere. Tang Hao quickly retracted his martial soul and soul rings, politely bowing to Bai Xian, feeling puzzled. Nodding City was a remote place in the Tiando Empire. How could Bai Xian, a powerful figure close to a limit Douluo, appear here? Could it be that she was a hidden practitioner living in seclusion? Did she come to settle the score because her fight had disturbed her? Thinking of this, Tang Hao's heart tightened. Even if this person hadn't reached limit Douluo, he was definitely not her opponent. Most of these hidden practitioners were temperamental and wouldn't directly kill him just because he disturbed them, would they? Just thinking about possibly suffering a miserable death made Tang Hao's heart almost stop. Damn it. I've been in seclusion for several years. You didn't come out early or late. But why did you have to come out at this time? But even with all the resentment in his heart, he didn't dare to show any defiance on the surface. He kept his head down, occasionally glancing up at Bai Xian's indifferent expression. Senior, what do you think? Junior. Before Tang Hao could finish his sentence, he saw the woman, using only her aura to pressure him into breathlessness, quickly walk up to Bai Yu and respectfully bow to him. Master, following your will, Bai Xian has been observing the battle and concealing the commotion with soul power. Tang Hao's eyes exploded. What? Master? She called him master. Impossible. My ears must be broken. Seeing Tang Hao's incredulous expression, Bai Yu patted Bai Xian's shoulder, saying, well done. He then turned around, looking at Tang Hao with a teasing expression. Tang Hao, the Hao Yanhua, didn't notice anything unusual. Tang Hao finally reacted. The noise from the earlier battle was enough to wake an entire academy, let alone disturb the whole city. According to reason, someone should have been terrified and fled from this place of conflict long ago. But now, not only had no one run away, but even the lights in the academy dormitories hadn't turned on. If it weren't for the murderous aura lingering in the air and the ground cracking under his assault, he would even doubt that he was dreaming. No, he should say that he wished he were dreaming, of being on the verge of becoming a limit Douluo, reaching the pinnacle of soul masters, actually recognizes Bai Yu as his master. Master, should I help you kill this old guy who is seeking trouble? Just a little 95th level super Douluo, it's no trouble. Hearing Bai Xian's words, Tang Hao's mindset exploded again, and he suddenly raised his eyes. After decades of hard work, planning for Yin's sacrifice, and going to the slaughter city for training, in the end, the evaluation he received was just a little super Douluo. But the one saying this was Bai Xian, whose strength far surpassed his own, so Tang Hao could only swallow his anger and bear it. First, slap him. Bai Yu waved his hand casually. As you command. Bai Xian stepped forward, without saying a word, raised her delicate hand, and heavily slapped Tang Hao's face. Slap! A fiery red palm print was left on Tang Hao's face. Although a title Douluo has strong recovery abilities and probably wouldn't leave a scar, this humiliation made Tang Hao's forehead flush, nearly causing him to faint. I am, after all, the youngest title Douluo in the history of the entire continent. A few years ago, who didn't tremble at the name of my Hao Yan Douluo, today I was actually slapped. Such a great humiliation. Such a great humiliation. Hearing Tang Hao's heavy breathing, Bai Yu laughed. Bai Xian, it seems your deterrent power isn't that great. A weak title Douluo dares to provoke you. Bai Xian's expression turned cold upon hearing Bai Yu's words, and she stared fiercely at Tang Hao. Without saying a word, she slapped him dozens of times, evenly covering both sides of his face, ears, and mouth. In just a few seconds, the once imposing Tang Hao was beaten until both his face was swollen. His mouth was like a sausage, and he was experiencing constant ringing in his ears. But Tang Hao didn't dare to resist, because Bai Xian's blood spear was always held in her dominant right hand. As long as Tang Hao showed even a hint of soul power, he would be ruthlessly pierced through the throat by Bai Xian's blood spear. In the blink of an eye, he didn't even have time to summon his martial soul for defense. I must be out of my mind to have put away my martial soul. God knows this bitch is Bai Yu's person. Senior, you're just one step away from becoming a limit Douluo. Why bother serving this kid who isn't even a Grand Soul Master? Tang Hao cautiously raised his head, trying to provoke Bai Xian's pride as a strong fighter, hoping she would turn against Bai Yu. But what he received in return was a sharp pain. Tang Hao let out a scream like a slaughtered pig. If it weren't for Bai Xian still suppressing the sound with her soul power, this scream would have awakened most of the academy's students. Bai Xian's blood spear pierced through Tang Hao's ribs without hitting vital organs like the heart, yet it caused him immense pain. He was constantly tortured by the blood-colored soul power, preventing him from fully healing. One could even say that the damage caused by this spear to Tang Hao was no less than that of Qin Shuanji's angelic holy sword back in the day. In the future, even if Tang Hao can heal, the soul power he can use will drop from 7 or 8/10 to less than half. When his injuries flare up, he wouldn't even be able to defeat Ghostly Moon Pass, rendering him completely disabled. Master, you are the object of my lifelong loyalty, unwavering until death. If you continue to tempt my heart, the one pierced by this spear will be your throat. If it weren't for worrying that Bai Yu hadn't taken enough revenge yet, Bai Xian would have already killed Tang Hao with one spear. Seeing the coldness on Bai Xian's face and the deep reverence for Bai Yu in her eyes, Tang Hao finally realized in horror that Bai Xian was actually Bai Yu's die-hard loyalist. This kid is only 6 years old and has such a powerful protector. How strong must the force behind him be? At this thought, the skin on the back of Tang Hao's neck felt as if a cold wind had blown over it, sending shivers down his spine. If he couldn't escape today's calamity, the unaware little San would surely foolishly remain here, continuing to oppose Bai Yu, and his fate would inevitably lead to death. Bai Yu looked at Tang Hao's terrified expression and sneered, jumping down from the tree branch. Unhurriedly, he walked in front of him and pinched his chin with his right hand, which still hadn't released the soul bone state. So, Tang Hao, do you still want me to sever my right arm and offer the soul bone to Tang San? Hearing Bai Yu's taunt, Tang Hao's rage ignited. If possible, he wished he could torture Bai Yu to death, dismember him, and feed the pieces to the dogs. But reality was cruel, let alone dealing with Bai Xian. He couldn't even break through the defenses of Virgil. As long as either of these two remained by Bai Yu's side, he would never have a chance. Sigh, if you don't speak, I'll take it as your acquiescence. A sane person would never leave a threat to themselves. Since you still harbor dangerous thoughts, I can only send you down to accompany Qian Xuanji to repay a yin's blood debt with blood. With Bai Yu's words spoken one by one, Tang Hao finally lost his emotional control. The implication of his words was clear: death. Bai Yu wanted him dead. No, I don't want to die. If I die, will I really face Yin and Qian Xuanji as vengeful spirits? Will I be torn apart by them, unable to be reborn for eternity? I cannot die. Little San, without my protection as a father, would likely be crushed in his path of growth. Tang Hao's pupils trembled, shaking his head wildly, wanting to speak. But his swollen mouth blocked the words between his teeth. Your will to survive is quite strong. All right, then I'll give you a chance. Looking at Tang Hao kneeling on the ground under Bai Xian's blood spear, mumbling, Bai Yu suddenly thought of something fun. Feeling playful, Bai Yu turned his back. Since you just gave me 2 choices, I'll give you 2 choices too. But the choice to live can't be given for free. You have to kowtow twice first. Chapter 40. Severed Arms and Legs, the useless Tang Hao, haunting spirit Yu Xiaojiang. Hearing the kowtow twice, Tang Hao's shoulders trembled in disbelief, and rage surged in his chest. But the next moment, the blood spear pressed against his neck by Xian instantly awakened him. Live, Tang Hao closed his eyes and gritted his teeth. Kowtowing twice to survive? What does that count for? Bang, bang. Exactly 2 loud kowtows. Oh, you really did give me 2 loud kowtows? Didn't you hear that 2 is an imaginary number? There are some things I want to say, but you should understand. Hearing Bai Yu's words, despair filled Tang Hao's eyes, hiding hatred deep within. Bai Yu, you better remember this. Sooner or later, you will pay a bloody price for your arrogance today. I don't believe that little San, gifted since childhood, one to surpass you. The day he exceeds your strength and surpasses your protector will be your doom. I will make little San repay all the humiliation I suffered today. As for that bitch, hey, you're right. After Ayin died, I felt very empty. So let her be my slave to call at night. Bang, bang, bang. Hiss, but you saw him kowtow and hook Tang Hao's chin with his foot. Suddenly thinking of something. Your son should also kowtow to me, and you should also kowtow to me. Who exactly am I to you two? ISNT, that lineage getting mixed up? Ha ha ha. Virgil laughed heartily, and a joyful atmosphere filled the entire academy. Tang Hao remained silent, biting his lower lip hard, suppressing the almost uncontrollable roar of anger. All right, I want to play with you anymore. The first choice is very simple. Death. Hearing the elongated sound of the word death, Tang Hao trembled all over. Bai Xian's eyes were filled with disdain. Even if your strength is overwhelming, in the end, you are just a coward afraid of death. Yes, if you're not afraid of death, you should not fear the pressure of absorbing 100,000-year soul ring. You should protect Ayin with your life, rather than scheming to make her sacrifice. The second choice is much more complicated. Sever your arms and legs, and pass your soul bones to me. Also, give me the right leg bone of the blue silver emperor that Ayin leaves behind during her sacrifice. 3 broken 10,000-year soul bones, one of which is 100,000 years. This cost cannot be underestimated. Moreover, Tang Hao has already been severely injured by Bai Xian, and his strength is less than half. If he loses his arms and legs, his strength might not even match that of ghostly charm and moonlight. It's obvious that he is directly targeting the weakest title, Douluo. What a difficult choice. If you don't choose soon, I may have to default to the first option. After all, the iron-willed Hao Yinduo would rather die standing than live kneeling, right? Right? Yes, it must be so. Bai Xian, make your move. No. Bai Xian's gun halted, already half a centimeter into Tang Hao's throat. Just a little slower, and he would bleed out on the spot. I sever. Tang Hao's eyes turned blood red, tightly shut, almost twisted into a knot. He used his hand as a blade and heavily struck his right arm, hearing a crunch as his dominant hand was haphazardly severed. Accompanied by the bloody right arm falling to the ground, the soul bone automatically detached from the severed limb, revealing a high-quality, 80,000-year soul bone, causing Bai Yu to exclaim in surprise. No wonder it's the inherited soul bone of the Haotian sect. Hoo-hoo. The intense pain and blood loss pushed Tang Hao towards fainting, but the desire to live forcibly awakened him. Supporting himself, he raised his hand again and heavily chopped at his left leg. Crack! The left leg is severed. This time, it is a 70,000-year soul bone, 1,000 years less. But still very impressive. At least these two soul bones are much better than the trash he scavenged from the Esno Duchy stock. What else? Bai Yu's voice seemed to come from the clouds, ethereal and vague. Tang Hao knew that he was losing too much blood, and his consciousness was becoming fuzzy. Trembling, he took out a wooden box from his bosom, the life aura inside unable to be contained, leaking out. It caused the wooden box to spring forth with new shoots, sprouting tender leaves tinged with emerald green. No wonder it's the soul bone of the blue-silver emperor. As soon as it appeared, the blue-silver grass scattered on the ground bowed their heads, as if mourning for their emperor. Tang Hao's eyes were filled with pain. He already had the right leg bone, and this soul bone had never been able to fuse. Originally intended for Tang San, didn't he expect it to end up benefiting that scoundrel Bai Yu? Bai Yu cheerfully collected the soul bone into the jade ring. This was the key to resurrecting Yin. As a qualified old lecher, not being able to gather all the beauties of the continent is a disgrace. Tang Hao is still useful to him, so he doesn't plan to kill him. He wants to wait for Tang Hao to watch a Yin being resurrected, throwing herself at him, even bearing him children, and after his spirit is torn apart, then toss him into the sea to feed the sea beasts. Who exactly are you? Tang Hao stared intensely at Bai Yu's face, as if he wanted to engrave this face in his mind, and asked in a deep voice. Me? Bai Yu said. I'm just an ordinary person. Tang Hao's expression stiffened for a moment. Oh, in this world, a person who can reach the heavens. Bai Yu clapped his hands, and the hidden shadow guards walked out one by one. 1, 2, 3, there were as many as 19 soul Douluo. They stepped out from the shadows, standing in a line behind Virgil, tightly protecting Bai Yu in the center. Hundreds of soul rings of various colors appeared in unison, but without exception, each soul Douluo bore a 100,000-year soul ring. That dazzling red light was blinding to Tang Hao's eyes. 100,000-year soul ring. You actually hunted 100,000-year soul beasts. The rarity of 100,000-year soul beasts is self-evident. No wonder Tang Hao was shocked into silence. Tang Hao, remember, from today on, one of them will always be watching you closely. Every move you make is under the surveillance of my subordinates. If you show any sign of abnormality, I will have Bai Xian take your head, even if she has to cross 1,000 miles. I believe you are well aware of her strength, which is infinitely close to that of a limit Douluo. Crossing half a continent in an hour is no difficult task for her. Hearing Bai Yu's threat, Tang Hao silently abandoned his plans for revenge against Xiao Wu and Zhu Zhuqing. Just dealing with Virgil alone was enough to give him a headache. But unexpectedly, Bai Yu had 19 others just like Virgil. They really weren't just empty threats about monitoring him in shifts. Moreover, before he was half dismembered, he was not a match for Bai Xian, and now he was even less so. Taking reckless action would only hasten his death. Seeing the dejected Tang Hao, Bai Yu, having achieved his goal, was too lazy to waste words with him and sent Virgil and the others off to do their own things. After protecting himself, he quietly returned to the 7th dormitory. Sneaking into bed, he naturally lay between the tightly embracing Xiao Wu and Zhu Zhuqing, holding the two beautiful girls to sleep. He was sure to have sweet dreams tonight. Outside the school, Yu Xiaojing and Tang San, however, had not slept a wink all night. The two of them huddled together in the small house they had finally rented, shivering from the cold. Unbeknownst to them, they were cursed by misfortune and had been rejected by countless landlords. In the end, they could only rent a drafty and leaky house from a greedy landlord at an exorbitant price of 1 gold soul coin per month. Damn greedy landlord. Ashu, teacher, Bai Yu was too despicable that time. I must make him pay the price. Tang San's teeth chattered, his eyes filled with resentment. Don't be anxious, Xiao San. I may already have a way to deal with Bai Yu. Chapter 41 Master Stunned. Is this the face of Hao Yin? Upon hearing there was a method to deal with Bai Yu, Tang San suddenly felt energized, forgetting the cold he had been feeling. Teacher, tell me quickly, what is the method? I want to make Bai Yu pay the price right now. Xiao San, Yu Xiaojing patted Tang San's head, saying that those who want to achieve great things cannot be hasty. If you rush to find Bai Yu for revenge, aren't you just throwing yourself into a trap? Hearing Yu Xiaojing's words, Tang San's expression dimmed. Yes, I've already been targeted by Bai Yu. Although many in the school have not encountered him, they have all heard of his legend. My next 6 years in this academy are bound to be difficult. Moreover, with Bai Yu's strength being so formidable, I have no way to take revenge. Teacher, I was wrong. I shouldn't have been so anxious. Yu Xiaojing saw that Tang San had temporarily set aside his thoughts of revenge and nodded with satisfaction. A child worth teaching. Based on your description, Bai Yu not only has a powerful soul bone, but also possesses a purple soul ring? Tang San nodded. That's right. The master pondered for a moment before suddenly laughing. Bai Yu, you think you're hiding very well, but you don't realize that your arrogance has exposed everything. Tang San supported his forehead, showing a confused expression. Alas, Xiao San, it's normal that you don't know much since you just became my disciple. The master stood up from the bed, putting his hands behind his back and striking a mysterious pose that caught Tang San's attention. Xiao San, think about it. A normal person's first soul ring can only be yellow. How could he obtain a purple 1,000-year soul ring? Tang San shook his head in confusion, tentatively answering. Is it because his physical quality is strong? No. Yu Xiaojing looked at Tang San, pleased that he had answered incorrectly, his sense of superiority immediately rising. It's because Bai Yu is not human. Not human. Not human. Not human? Tang San's face resembled a shocked meme. Xiao San, my theory on the 10 major types of martial souls is absolutely not wrong, and there cannot be any exceptions. It is the culmination of countless years of my research, as well as the crystallization of tens of thousands of years of soul beast evolution. Even you can only absorb a soul ring of 432 years at most. Why can Bai Yu, with his first soul ring, absorb 1,000 years? Therefore, Bai Yu must not be human. He is a soul beast, and not just an ordinary 100,000-year soul beast, but one that must have taken hundreds of thousands of years to take form. Tang San, teacher, are you saying that Bai Yu is a transformed soul beast? Tang San grasped the crux of the issue. That's right, Yu Xiaojing proudly raised his head. He is a transformed soul beast. Those soul beasts, when nearing the end of their lifespan, often choose to transform and rebuild, seeking a glimmer of hope. I believe Bai Yu is one of them. However, an ordinary 100,000-year soul beast, no matter how strong its physical qualities, would turn to dust upon transformation. And it is impossible to retain any of that strength in a human body. Therefore, I deduce that Bai Yu must have cultivated for hundreds of thousands of years to retain some of his previous physical qualities after taking form, which allows him to absorb a 1,000-year soul ring. Tang San nodded repeatedly. This information was explosive for him. He had scolded his nemesis Bai Yu countless times in his heart, thinking he was not human, and it turns out he really isn't human. Little San, this is your opportunity. The master's face suddenly became serious as he pressed down on Tang San's shoulder. Just think about it. Bai Yu is just transformed and hasn't fully grown yet. If one day you can kill him, you will obtain an unprecedented soul ring and soul bone of hundreds of thousands of years throughout the continent's history. As long as you absorb them, you will be invincible. The master's words made Tang San's blood boil. He immediately jumped up, slapping the bed, and exclaimed, Teacher, you are right. That Bai Yu is too despicable. As a soul beast, he actually entered our human world, wanting to overthrow our human dominance. I absolutely cannot sit idly by. Let me be the savior. Ha ha ha. Bai Yu, didn't expect this, did you? You thought you were hiding well, but the teacher has already seen through everything, given your proud nature and lecherous character. You must be sneaking around looking for Xiao Wu and Zhu Zhuqing all day, right? As long as you slack off in your cultivation, my strength will eventually surpass yours. Don't worry, I won't kill you immediately. I will keep you as a captive until one day my strength can absorb the soul rings and soul bones you produce. Little San, you should sleep now. I will go out for a bit. Okay, teacher, please be careful. After Xiao Zhang saw Tang San fall asleep, he took a deep breath and walked out of the room. The damp and cold air hit his face, making him feel a bone-chilling cold. The wind blew, making him sneeze heavily. Ashu, haha, the master couldn't help but yawn, but suddenly his whole body stiffened, and his neck twisted around to reveal a black robe. An unknown fear almost made the master shout out. Fortunately, at the last moment, the person in the black robe reached out and covered his mouth, stifling his cry in his throat. Master, it's me. The person in the black robe then revealed a round face. Why you are Hao Qian? The master finally recognized the person in front of him, his eyelids twitching wildly. My God, this round-faced person is actually Hao Qian. Wait a minute, Hao Qian Hammer. Tang San. A bold thought suddenly surged in the master's mind. As if guessing Xiao Zhang's thoughts, Tang Hao nodded. As you expected, I am Tang San's father, and the Hao Qian hammer in his hands is inherited from me. Xiao Zhang was overjoyed. This was completely an unexpected delight. As long as Hao Qian Douluo is around, he would never have to worry about Tang San being harmed by others. His father is a titled Douluo. Although he is wanted by the spirit hall and cannot show his face, secretly dealing with some demons and monsters is still not a problem. It seems that heaven is blessing me with success, allowing me to nurture this genius and make his name known throughout the world. Xiao Zhang was excited, but suddenly realized Tang Hao's swollen face. After hesitating for a moment, he cautiously asked, Your Highness, your face. That's not important. He waved his hand to interrupt the master's inquiry. What matters is that I want to entrust Xiao San to you. Take this token. Xiao Zhang looked at the token Tang Hao handed over, and his whole body couldn't help but tremble. The Pope's token. That is the most prestigious Pope's token of the Spirit Hall. There are not many in the entire continent. With this proof, many things will be easily resolved, and there will even be people who will come to curry favor with you and offer generous gifts. Because this token represents the power of an elder of the Spirit Hall. Lastly, do not tell him that he is a titled Douluo father. With a low voice, he dropped this sentence, and Tang Hao disappeared without a trace in the blink of an eye, leaving Xiao Zhang alone in a state of confusion. Coming in a hurry and leaving in a rush, not even willing to take a look at his own son, is it really necessary? If Tang Hao had heard Xiao Zhang's complaints, he would have definitely been unable to resist beating him up. He had to find a safe place to heal as quickly as possible. Otherwise, if the blood energy from Bai Xian's blood spear exploded in his wound, he would truly be on his way to the afterlife. As for the master, he is a reliable person with solid theoretical knowledge and proper values. Entrusting Xiao San to him should not pose any problems, right? Tang Hao sighed. But what he didn't expect was that Tang San would run into trouble the next day.